It's time for the 49ers Rush Podcast. And here's your host, John Chapman.
This is it. This is it. This is what we've all been waiting for. I mean, this has been the longest month of my life. I kid you not. But we're finally here. And I love that you guys are all here with us. Shout out to the Countdown crew. Shout out to the 49ers faithful. We've got an awesome show, and we're going to be here for a minute. We are going to be here the whole time. We've got two amazing people here with us. First off, got to start out with longtime friend Charles Barr. How you doing today, Chuck?
I'm doing good. It's Christmas morning, and it's also simultaneously the greatest day of my life.
Yes.
As is every draft day, every draft weekend, and it's been the absolute longest draft wait ever. So I'm super pumped. I got questions for you, but I'll let you introduce the trifecta.
Yeah, man. Chuck, in case you guys don't know, longtime friend, he goes to the draft with me every year. He's as crazy about this stuff as I am. Now, there is a caveat with Charles. He's a Philadelphia Eagles fan. But we've told him this is a 49ers podcast, so he's going to bring a little bit of a kind of NFL perspective to this broadcast and all that kind of stuff. But he's awesome. If you were with us last year, he did the draft with us last year. And he's not in charge of the giveaways, so we don't have to worry about any confusion there this year.
Also, yeah, and I'll go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, man, Charles is the man. And also we have Dale behind the scenes. He's going to be monitoring the chat. Dale DeMont, owner, runner, Eat Sleep Fantasy. You see the symbol behind me all the time. That is just to pay patronage to this awesome guy. What's up, Dale? How you doing, brother?
What's up, guys? I'm excited. I am in the YouTube chat now, so if you guys need anything to talk to John or Charles about, feel free to put it in the chat. I will try to relay as much information to them from you and back and forth as much as I can throughout all night tonight. So I'm excited.
Now, and I'll say this is what we got for this broadcast. There's a lot of people in here, and that's awesome. And I just want to say thank you. So if you do have a question, man, tag me, tag Dale, tag Charles, tag as many people as you can to get that question seen, because we're already up to several hundred people across all platforms. Now, for the giveaways, understand that's just taking place through YouTube. So if you're watching this on Facebook, or if you're watching this on Periscope, Twitter, Twitch, wherever, everything's going down in YouTube. So just go to YouTube, 49ers Rush Podcast. You'll see it. We're live there. That's where you need to be. Charles Barr, this is crazy, man. What an awesome day. It won't stop getting crazier. We got to talk about Aaron Rodgers before this thing gets going, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the thing. It really threw a wrench into everybody's plans. And I'm wondering if there's probably some GMs who saw it coming, because I think that there's probably been some chatter about some dysfunction going on. So you got to think there's some people who had like, all right, what happens if this is on the table? You got to think the Packers are getting some calls. I did hear a report that they said that they're from Bleacher Report that they're going to quote unquote dig in, that either he's going to play for us or be a host for a TV show. What do you think the realistic chances is that he moves today?
I'd say less than 5%. Less than 5%.
Yeah, me too.
Because here's why. Not what's best for Green Bay, keeping him long term. This is what's best for the coaching staff. If you are the coach that trades Aaron Rodgers to a division, like not a division rival, but the NFC rival. I mean, we knocked them out of the NFC Championship just a year ago. You trade Aaron Rodgers to a contending player in the NFC conference and they win, you're fired. You're fired. Right. So the coaches, the ones that are making the decision, why would you are literally signing your death sentence. You're betting against your best player that you've ever had in your franchise history, and you're putting them on a loaded team. That's why they said zero chance. That was the quote, right? Zero chance. Yeah, because why the hell would I create the Avengers in my own conference who I'm already competing with a similar coaching staff? Like, no way in hell would I do that. Now, trading him to the AFC, I'm cool with that. But if I'm the coaching staff, GM, president, all that kind of stuff, no way in hell. No way am I going to touch that trade. And that's why it won't happen to San Francisco, even though they might offer the most.
And I feel like, too, and kind of moving into another pathway of this, is that if there's been another main headline of the offseason for the draft, and again, while the Eagles are my favorite team, San Francisco is sort of my number 2 team. I definitely root for them in all scenarios that don't include the Philadelphia Eagles. But I feel like I've been extra sensitive to the draft Twitter and what's been happening. It's like the NFL fans, they pick on one team every year. And the Niners got picked on all offseason.
Yeah.
And today is finally the day that Niners can take the monkey off their back. Like, it either is going to be McCorkle or you're going to be able to celebrate and put the finger in their face, whatever you're going to say. So John says no. Tell me what it's been like to be a Niners fan this offseason. How horrendous.
Well, it's been amazing. Hold on. First off, like, drama's good.
Yeah.
This is good drama. It's not negative drama like Chip Kelly, Trent Baalke drama where they hate each other and they're
Sure.
No. That's not. All the drama has taken place in mythological, unfactual rumor land. Nobody knows what the hell the 49ers are doing. Nobody knew we were trading up to 3. Nobody knew that. We weren't even involved in making an official offer on Matt Stafford. Everybody said we were. Nobody knew any of the stuff that we've been doing. And so we go through this. You know, I don't know if you're following our owner, Jed York. He is drunk tweeting by the minute. And he came out and said, I don't even know who the pick is. You can tell he's wasted. He is faded. And if you guys are with us, let us know in the chat. What are you drinking? I've got my Dos Equis here. I've got my tequila here. What do you got, Chuck?
This is just margarita and no ice this year because apparently the ice made clinks last year. So no ice, straight up, just warm.
It's veteran
mix
broadcaster over here, baby.
For you guys. So,
but what I was going to say is this. Nobody knows what the hell the 49ers are going to do. The odds for Vegas books are fluctuating like crazy. Trey Lance is now the favorite. Everybody that listens to the broadcast, you know better than anybody. There's not a bigger Trey Lance fan out here. There's not one. I love the kid. You know, I've been saying for the longest time, it makes the most sense to the 49ers. When they were at 12, I was saying this, right? But I didn't think they could get them. They trade up to 3. I still think that's going to be the pick. I don't see McCorkle, man. I don't see it. I feel more confident it's not Mac Jones now than I have at any point in this draft process. Way more.
So if it's not Mac Jones, and I feel similar, right? But who knows, right? Because I'll bring up, the Eagles are supposed to take DK Metcalf, but we took another receiver. I don't want to talk about their names, but sometimes your teams do things they're not supposed to. But I agree. It just seems improbable. So if he doesn't go at 3, how far does McCorkle fall?
That's up to the New England Patriots. If you look at teams that you're going to say, like, all right, he's probably going to be a fit, I think you've got Washington at 18, and you've got New England Patriots at 15. I'm telling you right now, here's what I'm saying. Quarterbacks are going 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. All right? All 4 quarterbacks go in a row, and then the Cowboys trade out to probably going to be the Patriots, not the Redskins. We do see some divisional trades. That's a new thing that's happening. So I don't think Jerry Jones would be like, no, I'm not going to trade with Washington. But that 10 spot, I think that's the pick that's going to go. And the team that's going to mess it up for everybody to make this possible is the Saints are going to trade up into the top 10, and they're going to take Patrick Surtain. And when they do that, now the Cowboys are going to fall back. That's my prediction with what's going to happen. Saints jump up all the way from 28 into the top 10. They're the most active trading always on the draft. If they find a guy they want, they go get him, period. And what's going to happen, the Cowboys are going to drop back and allow a team to get a quarterback there. So I'm saying quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then at pick 10.
So, and I know you are a film and a stats guy in a lot of film, but this year is the year that we've had the least amount of film on any prospects ever, right? There's never been a year with less film on players. How much does that impact our assessments of these players? How many of these guys are fool's gold? In these top 100 boards, it kind of seems like after, like, say, 30, we start to kind of roll the dice. What's your feeling on the lack of film and how that's going to play out into next year?
Oh, it's bad, man. 22 picks are at a premium. 49ers say screw that. We're pushing it all in now because of where our roster is. But one team that it's hard to applaud this team, but the Detroit Lions, they are zigging when everybody else zagged. They could have got the number 8 pick in this draft. They could have got it. Panthers offered number 8 overall for Matthew Stafford. They said, nope, we don't want it. We want picks in the future. So if we stay with that trend and you look at Detroit, they're picking 7. Why can't they be that team that falls back? Why not just keep punting and just picking up future draft capital? It seems to be what the front office wants. It's a new coaching staff. You want to see what you got with Jared Goff, see what's up there, but why not? Let's see what happens there. Now, I think if Jamar Chase falls, then he goes there. But if Chase is off the board at 7, then I think they fall back. So there's going to be so much maneuvering. And everybody's mock drafts are going to be shot to hell. That's just what it is. But that's why we are here. Now, here's one real quick thing. I need everybody to do me a favor, okay? Head over to my Twitter. I need your help. We need your help. We're going to have a blast all day, today and tomorrow, baby. We got giveaways out the wazoo. Now, one of the giveaways I need you to do, go retweet. It's on my profile at JL_Chapman, our live feed that is broadcasting. Go retweet that with hashtag 49ers Rush Draft. Hashtag 49ers Rush Draft, rough draft, one word. Go help us out. That's what we need right now. That is one of the caveats for the two $50 gift cards we're giving away today. So we're giving away a Brandon Ayuk jersey 1. We're giving away 2 $50 gift cards so that you can buy whatever 49er stuff you want. I wanted to say we were going to do a jersey, but I don't want to give away a McCorkle jersey just in case. So I'm giving away money instead. And that's compliments of our boys over there at Here's the Take. They are amazing at Here's the Take. Brand new website out for live streaming. They're streaming this as well on their website, here'sthetake.com. They are incredible. So, man, 49ers Rush, we're giving stuff away. So I love this. This is going to be a lot of fun. Dale, let's go to you, buddy. What kind of questions we got in the chat? Because I'm seeing some stuff show up there. What do we got, man?
Yeah, there is, man. There's a lot of good stuff going on. You guys, I encourage you, talk amongst yourselves too. Talk about the draft and all that stuff. I'd love to see it coming. I do want to give a shout out to Thomas Brown, our first donator of the stream. So Thomas Brown, you rock. We appreciate it. John appreciates it. I'm saying we. I mean John. Sean Ferris wants to bet you a shot. He over under on 4 trades in the first round. What do you think? He'll let you pick over under.
Man, all right. Damn, 4's good. Vegas has it at 4.5, right? I'm going over. This is going to be a crazy night because this is no holds. This is the Thunderdome. This is what's going on, baby. So I'm taking the over.
Yeah, we're in the Thunderdome.
So who was it that bet me there?
It was Sean. Let me see.
I love
what
it,
his last
Sean.
name is.
I've got some extra tequila in the kitchen, so I might have to refill a few times. But if it's more, you're doing a shot. If it's less, I'm doing the shot. I wish we were in person and we would just do the shot together, but that's okay. We'll remedy that one day.
You do have a lot of beer drinkers.
Yeah, I love
in your audience here. You have that in common, and a couple underage kids. I would call them kids. Just drinking some water tonight.
Hey, nothing wrong with that, baby. If you are underage, not time to partake. Trust me, we're the faithful. We're not going anywhere anytime soon. We'll be with you in future drafts, games, Super Bowls, especially we pick Trey Lance. So we got plenty of time for that. You just got to wait. We'll enjoy responsibly here. We won't get too crazy. I have to limit my intake so I don't start slurring over the next 4 hours.
What's the hashtag, John? Really quick.
49ers Rush Draft. All one word. Hashtag 49ers Rush Draft. It was trending on Twitter for about 20 seconds the other day after we announced the Brandon Ayuk jersey giveaway, and I got pretty excited. Not going to lie. I'm seeing a lot of people out there. Thank you, Alan. I love it. Anolfo. Man, Johnny. Man, you guys are the freaking best. This is going to be a blast, guys. Here we are. We're 6 minutes away from them coming out and starting the clock. If Goodell holds suit to the last 5 drafts, he never likes to start on time. He wants to make sure everything's good, get those ratings up before he walks out all uptight and gets booed in front of everybody. Goodell's like the definition of like a masochist, right? Like he's into that stuff.
I was just thinking about him today, like how much spotlight has been taken off of him because of all this other drama. And I want to say too that you really become an official football fan when you get to partake in a Goodell boo. And I'll say that it was a rite of passage for me as a man the first time that I got to boo Goodell. We were in Chicago, whatever theater that was. It was just amazing. But it's funny, Goodell has got the spotlight off of him. Years past, we're all talking about how much we hate him. Nobody's really focused on this guy. We got other stuff going on. So here's the other thing that we got going on for a storyline I want to ask you. So we got these 5 QBs, and like we said, lack of film. And then throw into Chris Sims releasing his of quarterbacks. And he's got Wilson over Trevor Lawrence. Tell me about these QBs, and really, where do you rank the top 5?
So, first off, Chris Sims is a joke. He has subscribed to the Skip Bayless School of Journalism, sports journalism, and he took a drastic turn. Now, you go back to old Chris Sims and like whenever he had some integrity and whatever else, he's just a hot button issue. That's all he is right now. He's a gimmick, and that's what he's trying to put out there. He tried saying on his podcast yesterday, which I didn't listen to, but people sent in my mentions and my DMs, talking about how Justin Fields wasn't accurate. Hasn't watched any film. Like he watches the film, but he cares more about the narrative he's trying to sell than anything else. So whatever Chris Sims says, I don't care if he has the tattoo of Kyle Shanahan on his ass. It doesn't matter because that's what he does his thinking with. That's just what it is. He was a terrible quarterback for Texas. I'm a Longhorn. I hated him then. I hate him now. I don't want the guy anywhere around my team, but he keeps following me around like the freaking plague. Having said all those things, his top 5 is trash. Now my top 5 might be trash as well. But I do a tier system, right? So I've got Trevor Lawrence in a tier by himself. I know some people like want to talk themselves out of it, and you can make the argument he has the hardest transition to the NFL because of the scheme. It's the most screen, dump off, check down, swing pass offense in college football, but it works because they have so much talent. Number 2, I have Zach Wilson, but that live arm Patrick Mahomes style play is amazing. He's got a lot of bad tape, but man, he went crazy in 2020, but I think he has the highest bust rate of anybody. He needs to be surrounded by some good people. Then we get to the next 2 guys, which I have back-to-back, Trey Lance and Justin Fields. I have Trey Lance ahead slightly, so just to put this into perspective, Trey Lance is 5 on my big board, Justin Fields is 6. So I got them 5 and 6. They're elite. Now, whenever you look at what Lance does better, he's 2 years younger than everybody. Only 17 starts, just like Mac Jones, but played in the most complex offense, is known as the smartest on the football field of this entire group and on the whiteboard. He didn't play this year. So what did he do? He emailed pro teams asking for their offensive playbooks and to send them what they install weekly so that he could practice going through third down installments and stuff all year. This dude gets it.
Wow.
He gets it. Here's what I said yesterday. Trey Lance would mail the $100 back that he found in the back of the playbook to the GM. That's my draft day reference, baby. That's my draft day reference. That's right. You pancake eating motherfucker.
So you got Sheila, Lance, Fields, and then I'm going to guess it's Wilson.
No, I got Wilson too. I got Wilson too and Mac Jones 5. And I do like and one thing I do got to say, guys, I like Mac Jones. I do. As a player, he's 21 on my big board. And if the 49ers would have got him at 12, that would have been a good pick. And trading up for him and getting him, still you could say that's a decent pick, but not this year. Context is key. Taking Mac freaking Jones when Trey Lance and Justin Fields are still on the clock, that is negligence. You go to like a shitty draft 2 years ago, whenever it's, Kyler Murray and, a couple other guys, whatever, that's fine. You want to trade up to 3 and get Mac Jones? That's fine. He probably would have been the second player on a lot of drafts. Not this year. This year is stacked. Best quarterback draft class. I think you got to go all the way back to Eli, Big Ben. Like, it's that
Phillip
draft.
Rivers.
Yeah. And those only had 3. So you can go all the way back to 83 draft, but I don't think it stacks to that. Dan Marino, Jim Kelly. It's not that good, but it's up there. This is a good draft.
I'll say that. So as I've done my research, and for everyone listening, I'm not John. John has way more knowledge than I do. But from the people who I've consumed from Dane from The Athletic, from Daniel Jeremiah to a few other awesome Twitter names that I like to follow. I mean, that is consistent with the big board about Mac, right? That he is a first-round grade. Like, it's not like this guy is trash. This guy is top 25 prospect within this draft class for most top 30, top 25. So it's not like he's garbage. The problem is that are you giving up all that capital and moving to 3 to get a guy who's got that bottom first-round grade? And I think that that's what scares, Niners fans. Here's another position group I want to ask you about, though, too. The tackle position.
Ooh.
So this one is interesting to me. Will you help me? I always say his last name wrong. The number 1 prospect should go the Bengals, probably won't.
Yeah, so Penei Sewell is probably who you're talking about.
Yes.
He's not my number 1. He's not. I have Rashawn Slater ahead of him. And I think a handful of people do. Now, it depends on the scheme you run. And, if you run a zone scheme, then your guy's going to be Rashawn Slater. I think Penei Sewell can play in both, but he's designed for a power scheme. He's much more of a kind of suplex, power, body mover type of a guy, whereas you get Rashawn Slater, he's like he's a hybrid, man, how could kind of Joe Staley type undersized, better athlete than anything that has transferred into this position. Rashawn Slater can play all 5 spots. So if you're a team that just desperately needs a left tackle, then yeah, I think you go Penei Sewell. But if you're a team like the 49ers, which I don't think they have any option to get either one of these guys, but if you already have a decent left tackle, man, Rashawn Slater can play all 5 spots. And I think he would be an all-pro center year 2. So it just really depends on what type of scheme you run and what you want to do. Yeah, he would fit fine with the Bengals. That would be a perfect fit because, again, he might be a little bit better in pass protection, whereas you can move a lot more zone-type scheme stuff in the running game with Rashawn Slater, one of the most athletic tackles to come out of the NFL draft in a while. And you go back and you watch Rashawn Slater versus Chase Young in 2019, woo! He put Chase Young on his butt 4 times that game. Completely dominated him. Chase Young had like 3 sacks, but they were all against the right tackle. When he was on the left side, he got owned.
Yeah, that's the other thing that was interesting about Sewell. I saw someone break down against what type of competition he went against, and it was really weak in comparison to Slater. I mean, substantially levels and levels and levels apart in terms of who they face on a week-to-week basis. So Sewell's scary in the top 7 or 8 to me. I get he's a top-end prospect, but you look at Slater, he has proven who he is. He just doesn't have that athletic flash.
And, I'll say this about the tackle class. It's deep. Like, there are so many tackles. Like, you could legitimately make the argument that, good Lord, Rashawn Slater, Penei Sewell, Christian Darrisaw, Tevin Jenkins, those guys are locks. That's 4 first-rounders guaranteed. Dylan Redun's North Dakota State, Trey Lance's teammate. He could go there. Liam Eichenberg from Notre Dame. He looks and plays just like Mike Glinchey. Clean so many snaps. He's there as well. Brady Christensen is a little bit of a dark horse candidate. He was the left tackle for quarterback Zach Wilson at BYU. Now he's already gone on his mission. He's a little bit older, but he's clean, ready to go now. So if you're a contender at the back end of the first round, you need a tackle, you're going to be pretty high on Brady Christensen because you're not going to get him in the second round. He's going off the board in the top 55 picks. So you could see some of these guys drifting up. Sam Cosmi, again, if you want an athletic tackle out of Texas, he's a guy that could fit too. It's possible you could see literally 6 or 7 tackles go first round here. And in my mock draft, I loaded up on tackles early because you look at that back half of the first round, and there are so many teams that could use tackle help.
What's crazy is that what's going to throw a wrench into everything is that Sleeper just sent out a report that the Broncos have put a substantial offer on the table for Aaron Rodgers. Massive is the way that it has been phrased.
And can you imagine? I just told you, if they trade him, it's going to be to an AFC team.
Yeah. Wow. Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, Patrick, Noah Fant, Hamilton, and then, go get him a running back deep in the third. There's, again, talk about another class that's interesting. And to move off of Aaron Rodgers for a second, just to talk about another position group, you got those top 3 running backs, but man, after that, it gets interesting. Yeah, I think Michael Carter's kind of in another little subclass, but you got get folks like Herbert and Stevenson and Hill and a few other guys, it's going to be hard to know who's going to shake out all of that. Any guys you like later on? I know it's first round. Just talking about the RB class. Any guys that you like deeper in that running back class?
Man, the running backs class, it's pretty top heavy this year, to be honest with you. There's 3 studs, and you can rank them however you want. Travis Etienne, Najee Harris, Javonte Williams. Those guys are great. But as we found in the NFL, and this is interesting for 49ers fans because every single year the hope is 49ers have the best run game in the world. We have all undrafted free agents. Like, we have nobody that's been drafted.
Yeah.
We just signed Wayne Gallman on a pretty low deal. He was a former 4th rounder from Clemson. But you start getting these guys. Michael Carter, shifty out of North Carolina. Ooh, man. He is the closest reincarnation to LaShawn McCoy we've had in a long time. He's one of the shiftiest backs I have ever seen. Led the entire country in 15-plus yard runs. Like, he is explosive. Kenneth Gainwell. Again, you look at player comps, he's very similar to Alvin Kamara. Not a top-end speed guy. Contact balance, vision, does it all. Former quarterback that can run slot, wide receiver, and, he was taking quarterback snaps in the Wildcat down there at Memphis. He's a lot of fun. You want a bigger guy? Trey Sermon. So there's a lot of guys that you can grab day 2, and those are going to be the ones that fall into really good spots usually. So, fantasy football-wise, which most of us all play, it's those kind of day 2, day 3 guys. You got your top 3. Wherever they go, they're going to be successful. But you've got another handful of guys that, man, you plug them into Kyle Shanahan's system. I don't think you should go running back for the 49ers in day 2. I don't think you should. But if one of those top 3 fall, it's something to think about at 43.
Hey guys. Dale here, chiming in really quick. I got a couple things on the chat before the all the craziness starts. 2 things really quick. When are you going to give away the jersey? When's the jersey giveaway? A lot of people are asking that. So you want to answer that? And I got one more question.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we are going to give away the first $50 gift card after the 49ers make their pick, probably around pick 5. We're going to give away the jersey after pick 10. And we'll do the last $50 giveaway at the end of the night, probably around like pick 28 to 32, somewhere around there. So we're giving away stuff nonstop. And remember, today's Brandon Ayuk. Tomorrow is Dre Greenlaw. That's my boy, right? So jerseys galore, gift cards galore. We got lots of stuff. And also keep in mind, we'll be going live with a podcast after tonight's day 1 coverage is up. So you're going to get all the John Chapman and Charles Barr and Dale DeMont you want. Content's key, man. And I really do believe we're going to have – this is one of the most memorable drafts for the 49ers we'll ever have. Ever. This is generational. Because it's almost like we have the first overall pick, but we got a stud team. We get this right. It's gold, baby. It's gold. Dale, we had some more stuff?
One more thing. A lot of the viewers here are really nervous about Mac Jones, and I kind of know your thoughts, and I think you mentioned it a little bit early on.
Man.
But you need to talk some people off the ledge. If it comes down to it, Mac Jones, you're going to be okay, right?
Yeah,
everything's going to be okay.
We're the faithful, man. We're not Seahawks fans. We're not Eagles fans. We don't snowball Santa Claus. That's not who we are. I threw that shot out there, buddy. I love you, man. I love Eagles fans, actually. But no, we're going to be okay. Now, is the problem, the question would be, if that is the pick, Mac Jones, which it's not. So, again, look at my shoulders. This is about as relaxed as I can get. I'm fine. I'm not worried about that. But if it was, what this means is Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch puts their chips in all the way. And they're basically, it's the arrogance of Kyle Shanahan. He's an arrogant guy. I don't think that's a negative thing. But it's him basically saying, I'm smarter than everybody. And if it doesn't work out, it's not even if Mac Jones doesn't work out, because whoever gets drafted by the 49ers will be successful. It's if one of the guys they pass on becomes great, right? So let's say Mac Jones is a good quarterback. We're in the playoffs each and every year, kind of Andy Dalton type system, whatever, get a playoff win here or there. Andy Dalton's never had a playoff win, but let's just say that happens. But if Trey Lance or Justin Fields kind of goes and wins a Super Bowl or an MVP in the next 2 to 3 years, you're going to have a different GM. Because what will happen is Kyle Shanahan's not going anywhere. So you always see the fire Kyle and like the overreacting. That's not happening. Kyle runs this ship. Right now he has 100% full autonomy. He loses that if this doesn't play out. Now, if you go with groupthink, let's say you do go Justin Fields or Trey Lance and Mac Jones becomes amazing, I don't think it hurts Kyle Shanahan near as much because he's going with groupthink. It's whenever you try to prove you're smarter than everybody and you're wrong, everybody holds that over your head. Look at Mitch Trubisky and Deshaun Watson, right? That cost you a job. Nagy should be gone already, but he's tried to do, again, back to Andy Dalton, right? But that's what's key here. And again, Kyle Shanahan's not going anywhere. Worst case scenario is John Lynch gets promoted to like vice president of something else. Adam Peters or somebody else becomes the GM. And Jed York says, hey, Kyle, you don't get to choose anymore. The GMs choose from now on. That would be the next step. Kyle Shanahan's not going anywhere, no matter what. But this does put everything else on shaky ground.
Are we all good on questions, Dale?
Yeah. I mean, just still really good. Hey, I'm. If you guys want to get a question to John and Chuck, make sure you at me at Dale DeMont. I'm here. I'm gonna post it here in the chat. But if you send it to me, it's highlighted and it's easier for me to pick out some questions and save them for when it's my turn to talk again. But and don't forget, there's a little money sign on the bottom here. I know John and the 49ers Rush podcast would appreciate any kind of contribution or support that you feel like giving today.
Yeah, I got to pay these guys some money, Charles Barr and Dale DeMont. So I got to get them some funds here, baby. So help me out if you got a second. Buy them a beer.
Happy.
I love it, man.
I'm just happy to be here. I'm just happy to stick around. No money needed. For me, give it all to Dale. So here's the thing. I was thinking about, you're talking about your GM and coach situation. So I agree. It'll be the GM who goes because Kyle is what? The best play caller, offensive play caller in the NFL right now. Yeah. You could argue top 3 at least.
Worst case.
So he's not going anywhere. Right. But the thing is that if you take those powers away from him, how much does he want to stick around an organization? The Niners do need this to work out. They do, because they want to keep the feng shui. They want to keep the vibe between the GM and, Shanahan copacetic. So there's a lot of pressure, I think, in this pick. Sorry, John. I'm just sorry to say.
I'm with you.
Let's move on to.
I'm with you there. And I think you're right, because right now the 49ers are fun, right? How many people did we lose in free agency? None. We lost Akello Witherspoon and we lost Kendrick Bourne. Tevin Coleman, we lost our defensive coordinator, Robert Saleh, to the Jets. Who went with them? Nobody. They had twice as much cap room as us. They could have overpaid. Nope. People want to be in San Francisco. Trent Williams got offered a very similar deal to go to Kansas City Chiefs. He said no. You want to keep this. You want to keep it. You're right. The feng shui, right? One thing I do want to say real quick. I just saw this in the chat. Faithful from afar. We got somebody here from, oh man, I missed it. I lost it. I think Australia or Austria.
Australia.
Let us know where you're watching. Where are you at? If you're in San Francisco, San Mateo, don't care. But my faithful from afar people, man, throw it out there. Where are you guys watching? Where are you at right now? Because I'm in Pasadena, California. Chuck, where are you, brother?
I'm out in the Chicago suburbs.
That sounds about like Charles. Dale, where you at, brother?
Greensboro, North Carolina.
There we go, man. We got all 3 time zones. We need a mountain time zone. Yeah, time zones.
We got Brazil. We got Compton. We got Alaska.
This is awesome, man.
Everywhere.
I love it, man.
Ohio, Japan, Okinawa, Japan.
Jeez. I was, oh, man, they're freaking filling up. I love it. We got some Kansas City people. What's up, Carlos? I went to grad school there. I was going through some analytics for the 49ers Rush podcast. The server I uploaded on just updated some analytics. And I went back just in the last week. The 49ers Rush podcast was downloaded in 50 different countries in 1 week. This audience is blown up. And I think a lot of it has to do with the community, the countdown crew, everything that happens. And the chat has turned into a monster in a good and bad way because the interactions that go on between, everybody that's watching. So I appreciate you guys so damn much. This is awesome.
Well, let me chime in there too, because I think that as a non-49ers be my favorite team, that we don't have a John Chapman in every single NFL team franchise, somebody who is a former coach, knows scheme, knows film, knows analytics, and breaks down film and offers this service of sort of a non-BS interpretation of what's going on in front. I mean, it's a special service, so your fans should be lucky. I wish the Eagles had somebody who I could say, all right, I know this person's breaking down film properly. So
appreciate that, man. Now, I will say this. I don't want to turn into a love fest. So to the people that are out there, let's roast John Chapman. Let's go, man. Comedy Central presents. Throw your insults out there. Let me have it. Physical appearance talk. I want to see. Dale, let us know some of the best insults that come around the chat. Hopefully they don't sting too deep. Oh, no. I got thick skin, literally and figuratively. We'll see how that goes. But let's get back to some football stuff, Chuck. They're dragging this damn thing out. And we've waited a month for this damn thing. Goodell's finally up there. Now, Charles is going to be announcing the picks. And I do want to warn everybody, we might be about 3 to 4 seconds behind you because of what it takes YouTube to load the stream on there. So y'all might get the picks before us. We might be just a couple seconds behind.
So when I look at the top 100, I see that it's almost about wide receiver makes up about 20% of the prospects that are in the top 100. That's quite significant. Another group that's in there is the tackle position, but also we have not talked about the corners.
Yeah.
You said that your prediction was for the Saints to move up to cornerback. Man, that would blow my mind given the reports that they want a QB. And two, is there a dude this year? Like, I get it. Surtain looked great, but he also has some bad film as well. Jaycee Horn is my number one.
Yeah, Jaycee Horn's number one for me as well. Well, take Caleb Farley out because of the injury, but just off film, Caleb Farley I have in his own tier by himself. But Jaycee Horn,
absolutely,
that dude's a dog, man. Ooh,
yes, almost looks safety-ish with how big his shoulders are. And then I don't know that I'm completely sold on Greg Newsome as the third corner. Can you talk to me a little bit about him? That's who I'd like to think about first.
Greg Newsome's fun, man. Eric Crocker, who 49ers fans all know, former cornerback in the NFL for a while, like he does great work. He has Greg Newsome number 2. And so it depends on what you want. If you want pure speed cover guy, Greg Newsome's as good as there is in this class. Now, he's not very physical, and he does not like to tackle at all. So if you put a premium on physical in the run game, you're not going to like Greg Newsome that much. But if you just want a cover guy, and a top-end speed guy, he's the best in this class. So again, what's your diagnosis of the position and the value? If it's just covering wide receivers, you'd love this guy. He's going in the first round. There's no question about it. Especially with Caleb Farley's injury, I wouldn't be surprised if Greg Newsome goes ahead of Caleb Farley. He could go off the board as early as 16. That's how good he is for a team that doesn't really, demand physicality from their corners. He is just... You just put him out there and let him cover, man. That he is good. So like he's a 7-on-7 corner that doesn't like to hit. That's kind of what I see there.
Well, and I think that there is definitely space for that because you see these guys, and let's just go ahead and talk about the top tier wide receivers, and that you're gonna need guys who are gonna be able to cover in space, who are going to need to make up ground. And Newsome, I think, does have that in spades. But I do worry about the physicality for him.
Physicality and his coming out of his breaks, he's not that good either. So he's a straight line speed guy. He's not shifty. If you want shifty, now you're talking Asante Samuel Jr., who we all know, right? He's Eagles, right? His son. Asante Samuel Jr. is shifty. Now, everybody had him, Asante Samuel, as a slot guy. He played predominantly in the slot his sophomore and junior year, or freshman, sophomore year, and then they moved him to the outside corner. And it took him a game, but he stepped up. Diami Brown, one of my favorite wide receivers out of North Carolina, shut him down. And so the concern is, Asante Samuel, 5'10", right? Is he going to be able to be an outside corner? Hell yeah, he is. Going against a 6'1", the best vertical deep threat in the draft, not named DeVonta Smith. Shut him down. So Asante Samuel's a fun guy that I think might be there at pick 43. And I think he fits the Eagles and the 49ers, to be honest with you, Chuck.
Well, real quick, just so we have clear understanding, because the clock is going.
Oh, we're going.
5 minutes and something.
Dale, do we have anything real quick before we get into the pick? It's going, baby. Oh
yeah. There's some good ones. There's a couple of first, I want to thank Peng Wang for the donation here, and Tim Ford as well. You guys are awesome. We appreciate it. Yeah, there's a really good one. Here goes. John Chapman looks like a bigger version of Deadpool without his mask on.
Oh my God, that is perfect. Yes, yes.
John the goat, or did he eat the goat?
I do. I've ate goat before. It's really good.
A lot about your rosy red cheeks,
dude. I can't get rid of them, man. I'm just jolly all the damn time.
They get more and more rosy the more and more you drink.
Yeah, that's very true. That is very true.
That is true. That's actually legit.
I'm sure we're going to have some drunk Chapman stories at some point tonight. Dale and Charles can both attest to a very large variety.
Too many.
I got one or two.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, the chat's awesome right now. So you guys keep it coming. Oh, they want your Eric Cartman impression.
Oh my gosh, I can't do impersonations very well, but how mean he is, I do love that. So I can't do the impersonation. I don't want to butcher it. I'm a big South Park fan.
I didn't know if that was a thing because everybody's asking for it.
I guess I kind of look like him, huh? Yeah, I guess so. I'll take it as a compliment.
Ask for some cheesy
you guys.
Puffs.
Cheesy. I don't like cheesy poofs, but I do love me some Eric Cartman.
Man. This is what me and Chapman went to college to. Chappelle Show and South Park. These were the two things that we watched. So that's hilarious. I want to talk about the difference between Jaylen Waddle and DeVonta Smith. This is what's crazy. They're on the same team. Okay, this makes Mac a concern as well, right?
Oh, big
that the number 6 and the number 9 overall prospect, not the number 2, number 3 wide receiver, sure. They're in the top 10 prospects. Talk about the difference between these guys and who you're trusting more.
Oh, well, who you're trusting more, it's Jaylen Waddle for me. And I don't even think it's close. But you cannot dismiss what's happening with DeVonta Smith. 6 foot, 167, okay? There's nobody out there like him. He's different than everybody. He's a string bean. You know, my player comp for DeVonta Smith is Marquise Brown, Hollywood Brown, and Gumby mixed together. Because he has that same change of direction, freak speed, highlight reel catches on the regular. But, man, if somebody puts their paw on DeVonta Smith, he flies. It looks like a Marvel movie, right? Somebody talked about me looking like Deadpool. That's what it's like. The dude gets hit, he flies across the thing. Now, he's tough as nails, man. So you could question his body. You can't question his mentality. Mean as hell, goes over the middle, gets popped by linebackers and safeties, and it's almost like it charges him up for more. He doesn't miss plays. Route running, DeVonta Smith wins. Speedster, nobody faster than Jaylen Waddle in this entire draft. In the entire draft, any position. Jaylen Waddle is the fastest guy, period. You can go back to Henry Ruggs whenever he was at Alabama. They would have foot races, 40-yard races. Waddle won more than he lost. So you're talking, again, you remember what Ruggs did, right? 4.28, I think it was.
Right.
Waddle's faster than him.
Silly.
And so we don't have the combine this year. And what happened was a lot of teams went off GPS trackers that they put in the shoulder pads. Daniel Jeremiah tweeted out, he can ask the teams, what'd you get for top speeds and all this stuff. He said that every single team he asked said Jaylen Waddle had the fastest time by a lot. So, the comp that gets thrown out there for him is Tyreek Hill. I don't like that. For Jaylen Waddle, this is what I had. Wes Welker and Tyler Lockett in one. Okay? Shifty, great in and out of breaks, but that top-end speed, Tyler Lockett-esque. Deep ball, Tyler Lockett. But what you get is the added underneath shiftiness. Great route runner. I'd say, an A- route runner. DeVonta Smith, A+ route runner. So,
pick is in.
Pick is in,
pick
baby.
is in.
Here we go. And Charles is going to be the one announcing all these picks. I love it. So, we'll see. They're going to finesse this out and drag this out. We're going to be here for hours, and I freaking love every second of it. I'm so happy.
Well, we waited hours. We waited days. We waited months. So who cares how long this takes? It's like
Enjoy.
My wife's like, how long is it going to be? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just pretend I'm not here. Here's my thought, though. My thought about coming back. Oh, by the way, it still says pick is in.
Yeah, it'd be.
They're celebrating. The Jaguars room is celebrating.
It's Trevor Lawrence, no matter what.
They knew. It's Dwayne Haskins, But my thing is about DeVonta Smith is what's it going to be like the first time he gets smashed by Jamal Adams coming down the pipe. I'm sorry. I feel like it's going to be like Shang Tsung and like a fatality. Like, I just don't know what's going to happen. He may be able to, the greatest, like one of the best college wide receivers. I'm sorry. I have questions. I think he's awesome. I got questions.
I'll say this.
Right?
I think more
fair.
NFL teams will have DeVonta Smith number 2 than Jaylen Waddle. Because what the NFL values is, one, big playability and route running. If you're a wide receiver that can rely on good routes, you're safe in the NFL. If your name's not Dante Pettis and you're scared of whatever. But,
Wow.
Oh, here we go, buddy. Is this it? Is it happening?
Are they booing him? I got the volume
Let's
all the
see
way
here.
down. So people in the chat, please tell us, are they booing him?
A little
Hopefully they
boo.
are.
A little boo.
Come on. T-Law.
Yeah, you had to.
The 1.1.
You had to.
Woo,
You had to go
there it
Trevor
is.
Lawrence there. And for people that are like, man, should have went, Justin Fields, whatever else. No, you shouldn't have. I'll tell you this. The last player I had ranked higher than Trevor Lawrence, his name was Andrew Luck. And it was closer than I would like to admit. I prefer Andrew Luck, again, just going off of college film. That's how good Trevor Lawrence was. You talk about the number of starts he had, showing up at big games, won the national championship as a true freshman, has never shied away from anything. This year, Clemson didn't have the squad that they've had in the past. You look at kind of what they had, they were there because of him. There's some talent there for sure, but they did not belong anywhere in the realm of kind of what was going on. Now, you look at when they lost their game, yeah, it was because he was out. He was injured. Or whatever. I don't know, remember if it was COVID or what, but he is the real deal. Now, it's going to take him a while to be successful in Jacksonville. Way too many holes, and they're probably going to be one of the most active teams in the NFL in this draft.
Yes. I agree with you. I've been laughed at for this take. I've got one take that's serious and one take that's bad. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now. The first, I'll give you the horrible take. This is my horrible take, and it's based off of instinct. I don't like how long his legs are, okay? I'm just going to put it out there. I worry about people hitting his legs. He's too lengthy.
Dude,
reminds me of Drew Bledsoe.
Stacked,
but
man.
I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. I'm just telling you how I feel. But the number 2 thing is Minshew is a dog, all right? He's not a joke, all right? He's not like the face of the franchise. I get it, but he's not a game either. I don't think that Trevor Lawrence is going to outplay him in training camp. That does not mean that I don't think that he is going to start. I think T-Law starts. Raise your hand. Yes, sir.
Yes.
You? Go ahead.
Here's what I want to say. Gardner Minshew will not be on the roster past this weekend. Gardner Minshew will not be on the roster past this weekend. I think Gardner Minshew has a better chance of being on the 49ers than he does the Jacksonville Jaguars. If Jimmy gets dealt, Jimmy G does, Gardner Minshew's at the top of the list. Kyle Shanahan coached him at the Senior Bowl. He would come in and be that veteran presence. But whichever team out of Washington, Patriots, doesn't get their quarterback, one of them can't. There's only 5. I'm telling you,
right?
That's where he's going to go. I think Washington would be a perfect place for him.
I have a bit of a man crush on Minshew simply for the pics of him like just fully embracing the handlebar mustache. I think that there's a certain confidence that money can't buy whenever you embrace that and the long hair. And 2, I remember him in training camp, and I remember he just kind of did like a little 360 in the middle of the pocket. And then he made the throw for like 50 yards, and then he just got this swagger to him. He's got a decent arm. I don't know, man. I think he's underestimated. I think he's going to if he does end up sticking around, it's probably smart, right, for the Jags to keep them.
I would. Now let's transition. Right. Now we got not much time. Number 2 pick. Now this, everybody say it's Zach Wilson. Steve Young comes out. The family's already talking with the Jets and all that stuff. I think it's going to be Zach Wilson. But there's a chance. I'm telling you right now. There's a little kind of 5% little nugget hanging there. Justin Fields, Trey Lance, not far out of reach here. I do think it's going to be Zach Wilson. But there's a chance. There's a chance. Zach Wilson might not be the pick here. I think he will be. And it sucks for Zach Wilson. I'm going to be honest with you. This is the worst place Zach Wilson could go. I love the Jets coaching staff. You know, they brought over Saleh. They brought over LaFleur, all that stuff. That's great. I think they're going to be successful. But when you look at this team, I do not believe in the Jets offense at all to protect this guy.
Wow.
I don't like it. I think it's the worst landing spot for any of the quarterbacks to go to. I think this is the worst one.
So I agree. And I think that placement means everything. So I went through and I looked at PPF. I looked at a few other grading sites. I know PPF has its flaws, but let's just use it for, argument's sake. I think football works through attrition, right? Like the better position groups that you have, the better overall defense you have, it's going to put quarterbacks in better positions to score, right? There's many things we could talk about, but let's talk about the worst O-line. They're the number 4, according to PPF. They're the number 2 worst defensive line. They are worst top 10.
Oh, here we go. Is the pick in? The pick is in?
Maybe you're ahead of me.
No, the Twitter is saying Matt Barrows just tweeted out 49ers are on the clock. So he is saying the pick must be in because.
Okay.
Here we go. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Sorry, keep going, Chuck. I apologize. I got a little excited.
It's going to take a minute.
A little excited.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. You're excited. It's time to. You can't wait to just give the finger to the haters. I get it. So the Jets are the 8th worst cornerback room. Their edge is terrible. They're just bad all the way around. They're the 4th worst running back room in the NFL. So they're incomplete everywhere. And you're going to put little old Alex Wilson back there. He's in trouble.
Yeah.
And I know that some people think that he's very much like Mahomes. I don't know. I see the bust on this guy. It's just a higher percentage than all the other quarterbacks. So the pick is in.
All right, here we go, man. It's going to be Zach Wilson, I think. But we're about to get crazy.
It's Zach.
We're not going to spend a lot of time talking about the Jets afterwards, okay? This is the 10 minutes.
The Niners.
Oh, boy, the heart is starting to thump, and I don't think it's the tequila, my friend. Oh, I'm excited. This is why we're fans. The adrenaline.
If you slump over, though,
man.
I'm going to just keep going, all right? I'll text your wife, but I got to keep the show going.
Priorities. I love it. This is going to be Zach Wilson, and I'm telling you right now, baby, Trey Lance, Trey to the Bay. I feel it. It's happening. Now, this joy might only last 10 minutes left in my life, but that's okay. We're going to be all right. Oh, man, I'm pumped. You got to tell me this is going to be Zach Wilson here.
I love how long they take to just soak this whole thing up. By the way, a lot of people were complaining. This did take quite a while to get started. I think that they were 7 to 18 minutes late to start the draft. You called it. Goodell takes his time. He's walking out there slow, talking to some dude on a couch. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah,
that guy's got a mask.
The idea is to bring the people at home to the draft. That's what they're trying to do. It ain't working, bro. It ain't working.
That's weird. Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Take it away, Chuck.
All right. With the 1.2 in the NFL draft, Roger Goodell. There he is, Zach Wilson off the board. BYU, take it away, Chapman. It's almost time. Redemption is almost time. Talk about Zach, and then we're going to talk all night.
I like the kid. He's a lot of fun, and with it, where the NFL is going, this guy screams success. I love Robert Saleh. I love LaFleur. I think the coaching staff is in place. I think the pieces for him to be successful are not. He's going to need time. I really, really hope he's not the starter right off the bat, but in such a rebuilding year, they might throw him out there. They just replaced Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold couldn't be successful there. You replace him with another number 2 overall pick, Zach Wilson. I think the struggle's still going to be there.
Yeah. Good-looking kid. I think that works for him. If you just look at those studies about how – you ever seen that where they did the studies about if you were good-looking, then you had a better chance to be a quarterback, starting quarterback.
Face, baby. Colin Cowherd, he talks about that all the time. All right, here we go. 49ers are on the clock. How confident on a scale of 1 to 100 that we get a good quarterback? 1, not good. 100, you'd know we're not going Mac Jones. How confident? Throw it up. Light up that chat, baby. I want to see these numbers. 1, you don't feel confident. 100, you feel great. And for the record, I love Trey Lance. If this is Justin Fields, nobody will be happier than me. Nobody will. Now, if you bet with us on my bookie, Good Lord. I got a lot of money on Trey Lance. I got the plus 1,000 odds back in March. I bet that he would be the number 3 pick. We're going to have to see what's happening here because this is it, ladies and gentlemen. I freak and love this. This is why we're fans. This is why we're fans. I freaking love it. All right, I'm seeing the numbers fly in here. I'm seeing 1s, 100s. Not a lot of in between. I see you, Austin, throwing up the 100s. Have faith in your team until they prove they don't deserve faith. And, yeah, there's some questions with the quarterback evaluations in the past with Kyle Shanahan. But, man, the big takeaway I have, why trade up all of that draft capital if you're just going to get a guy that's like Jimmy G? Why do that? You've got Russell Wilson in division. Now you got Matt Stafford. You got Kyler Murray. Does Mac Jones follow the trend of any of those guys? No, not at all. Off the field concerns, DUI, drinking as early as last week, that video that came out. Lack of development in the body. Somebody in the chat I saw said John Chapman has a Mac Jones body. You're right. But I'm not in the NFL and I'm 38.
Better.
I do have a better body than he does.
Better.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
You do.
That's right, man. Get those guns up. It didn't really move very much when I flexed. Sorry about that.
No, it's all right.
Chuck, you lost some weight, baby. You looking good, man. Oh, dude, this is gonna be awesome. This is gonna be it's counting down, baby, and the draft is here.
So let me ask you. All right, I know you're pumped up, so let me slow you down. We got some time. So let's say it's Lance. Let's say, and we're gonna celebrate. I'm gonna let you take some time. I'm gonna let you celebrate. But if it's Lance, what is your best case scenario of how they treat this quarterback situation? I'm assuming you don't want Lance in right away. I'm assuming you want to keep Jimmy. You want to let Jimmy play it out. You want to give Jimmy his fair due. He's a good quarterback. He deserves it. When would you like to see Lance?
So I think because of the 49ers and who they have as a roster, they're built to win now. We've seen Jimmy's great whenever he's healthy. And Kyle Shanahan, they've talked about this is an injury issue that they moved up. Let Jimmy ride it out. Let him ride it out. And, if Jimmy gets hurt, you make the switch. If Jimmy is average, you make the switch at the bye week. But if you look across the NFL and where the success has been, the most successful transition in the NFL was Alex Smith to Patrick Mahomes. How many games did Patrick Mahomes play in? One, it was week 17 after they guaranteed themselves the playoff spot, right? And then you made the transition afterwards, even though they went too deep in the playoffs. That is what you got to do. And so the 49ers traded up 2 future first rounders and a third rounder. Now, the third rounder is what we got for Robert Saleh, right? So that one was a free pick that we got because, we developed coaching staff talent, the minority hire for the Jets. So you jump up. Now let's cultivate. We're not the Bengals. I don't want to turn this over to a rookie. That's not who we are. We have a playoff roster, period. And so I want Jimmy Garoppolo going out there. Now, if you get a crazy offer for Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm fine trading him. I'm fine trading him. But he has a no-trade clause. Jimmy Garoppolo can say, nah, I'm good. I want to stay on the 49ers. Now, next year, he doesn't have a no-trade clause. And also next year, all those teams that picked up those one-year quarterbacks, they are gone. So I think that's kind of key here. I think that's kind of where we're at.
It's 2 minutes and 25 seconds until the pick. I'm sure it's going to get in before that. And it's finally time to put all the hate to rest. Like, the Twitter was wild this offseason. It's like you couldn't go on to Twitter or any social media without people just going off. So I'm ready for you to be able to get the monkey off your back, John. What's it going to feel like once the pick is in? Are you just going to pass out?
I feel very confident about all this, and we're doing a shot. So as soon as once we get the pick, we're going to do a shot together. So those that are drinking, whether it's water, club soda, whatever, get your beverages close. We're going to celebrate. We're going to have our initial reaction, and it's going to be a shot of sorrow or celebration afterwards. We'll figure what that is, and we'll get there. But I feel very confident. I still do. I think this is going to be Trey Lance. But if it's Justin Fields, I'm happy. If it's Mac Jones, we're going to do what is it up? Take it away, big dog.
The pick is in. He's not walking away. He's not walking in yet.
I love
but
this,
the pick
man.
is in.
And so I'll say
the pick
this.
is in. Oh, they're clapping.
Here we go. It's in. We didn't trade. It's not Aaron Rodgers. We're getting a quarterback. All right. That was fun. But if it's the Mac Jones thing, then we got to do the classic fan draft post thing where you talk yourself into the pick, right? That's what we're going to have to do. But it's going to be Trey Lance. I'm feeling it. Trey to the Bay.
See.
I see big man walking out on stage. It might be somebody else. I think it was somebody else.
You may be ahead of me.
No, I'm not.
Are you watching ESPN? I'm on NFL Network.
Always NFL Network, man. Yeah. ESPN, they left it a long time ago. Long time ago.
Sure. They when they started having Michael, whatever his name is, Smith. I forgot his name. That's probably a good thing. Talking UFC, sports they don't know. They're going outside their box. But I'll tell you what keeps me in NFL Network, Daniel Jeremiah. Respect that guy.
Yeah.
Like him a lot.
He's amazing. DJ's the best. And, you know, man, I'll say this. I absolutely love this entire process. It's so fun. And this is just great, man. This is why we're fans of this whole thing. And this is awesome. So glad to be with you guys. Glad you're here. And this is great, man. We're going to remember this forever. This ain't going away.
All right.
Let's go, baby.
He's walking. Oh, he's taking his time talking to the fan on the couch. Just get up there. Make the pick.
I like those shoes, though.
All right, here we go. Here we go. With the 1.3, they select Trey Lance, baby. Woo!
How many times I tell y'all? How many times?
Yes!
How many times have I told you this is what it's going to be? I'm just saying.
No.
I don't like to. I'm just saying.
No, do it.
I'm just saying.
Do it.
Oh, I got to
Tell
put
him.
out. Check the time, baby. Trey to the Bay. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. I love it. One,
Yes.
I made a lot of money just now. That's great. Appreciate all the people that bet with me. But two, way more important than that. The 49ers have their future. This kid's 20 years old. When you watch Trey Lance's film, he is 18 and 19 years old. He threw one interception. Look how clean that kid looks. That's what a quarterback looks like. Hell yes. Man, that chat better be lighting it up. The future of the 49ers is set. The future of the 49ers is secure, baby. We have the youngest, highest ceiling quarterback in this draft. Oh my gosh. Shots up, baby. Oh, I love it. Trey Lance, baby. Oh my gosh. I can't drink this whole thing. It's not a shot, but I'm going to try. Oh my gosh. This is incredible. I am so freaking happy. Let's go to the film. I got film. I'm too excited. Let's watch a clip. This is from one of our Patreon breakdowns. This is one of our clips of Trey Lance. We're going to be watching a lot of film today, baby. Yes. Here we go. Trey Lance. Watch your quarterbacks getting hit. But a 6'3", 224, he can take a hit. Ooh, there it is. Golly. And he dropped it. Look at this freaking dime. Drops it in the bucket. People say, oh, he doesn't have any layer or any feather on his pass. Look at this perfect ball. That is incredible. 1,001, 1,002. Get the ball out. Throw it to a spot. Man, you got to catch that.
Hey, John.
No separation.
The audio is not
Doesn't
working
matter.
on this,
You can tell that dude ain't fast.
On this clip.
Look where. Okay, so that the audio didn't come across.
It is not.
Okay. So for the people at home, let me know if the audio came across. I don't know if that was just for Dell and Chuck. Did you guys get to hear the audio? Because I think it went across. They did not. They're all saying they can't hear it.
No, it did. It did not.
Okay, yeah. So Dale and Charles cannot hear the audio, but everybody else can hear it. What's up, Coach Allen? I see my old coaching buddies in there. So audio works for them, doesn't work for you guys. Sorry, guys. Y'all, Dale and Chuck, you guys are sitting out. But bigger important news than this, man. We called it first off because it made the most sense. You watch what he did at North Dakota State, the most complex offense. The most complex offense in NCAA football almost. It's up there at the top of the list. They run the 49ers offense. Jet sweeps, play action bootlegs, double motion before the snap. Trey Lance, listen to this, baby. Here we go. Let's go through this scouting report. Trey Lance, 6'3", 224, built like a Greek god. Never lost a game. What do you want out of a quarterback? Somebody that doesn't turn the ball over and wins games. He's never lost a game. By the way, that same team, because they're playing right now in the spring, they have a game this weekend. North Dakota State does. They lost 2 of their first 4 games without him. Same squad. They lost 2 of their first 4 games. He elevated that team. Now, the Bison, they're a powerhouse, but with Trey Lance, they were great. Looks like a tight end on the field. He was recruited to the Big Ten to play safety and linebacker. Iowa and Minnesota offered him. Tough as hell, smart as hell. Only 20 years old. His nickname is Smoke because of how the ball comes out of his hand. The best arm in the NFL draft, not far. Like, it's not even close. Rocket arm, can overthrow it at times. So, question is, yeah, there's some accuracy issues, but this guy's got it. I'm so pumped. So few mistakes, clean, eye discipline, gets through his reads. People that say, oh, he reminds me of Colin Kaepernick. Nope. This guy gets through reads with ease. Man, I'm so pumped right now. My player comp for him, I stole this from Daniel Jeremiah because I thought it was perfect. Steve McNair. That's who this kid is. Steve McNair. Running, you want speed, you want mobility. GPS tracked run in the national championship game, 44-yard scramble for a touchdown, 21.54 miles per hour. How fast is that? How do you gauge that? If he had that same speed in the NFL last year, the fastest quarterback run in the NFL in the entire 2020 season. That's how good this kid is. I could not be happier. I don't even want to talk about the Falcons. This is an A-plus draft. I'm done with everything.
Yeah.
This is it, man.
So
this is it.
Here's my question. Once Lance takes over, right? Once he does his deal, who is the offensive player, skill position that benefits most? Is it Kittle? Is it Ayuk? Is it somebody else? Who benefits the most?
Whoever is running the ball. What is Kyle Shanahan? He's a run-first coordinator. Think about all those jet sweeps. Now you got the jet sweep keep, right? And so that's where you're at now. And so you're adding a new element to what he does. And so, I was watching film on this guy, and I was just like, oh my gosh. This is, I called it the jet sweep wet dream. And I'm going to play this clip for you now. Now, Charles Dale, I don't think you can hear it, but everybody else. Oh, the pick's in. So we're gonna start this. You cut us off. We'll go to it afterwards, or should we just play the clip now?
Okay. No, go play it because Goodell is talking to people on the couches and stuff.
So this shows you again who benefits. Watch this added element to what the 49ers already do. Here we go. Here's a jet sweep wet dream from Trey Lance. A lot of teams are going to have him doing that in the NFL. Okay, 49ers fans. Imagine this play with Deebo Samuel, jet sweep. You're adding a whole new element to your entire team. And again, pay attention. He's not a savvy soft runner. Not what he is. He's running through linemen. He's running through linebackers. He's not going for a first down. He's going for a touchdown. 49ers fans unite, baby. Look at this. Good gosh. Think about this added onto the jet sweep. Breaking tackles. In the open field, running stride for side with secondary players for the touchdown. Woo! Yeah, and I think that you got to take away. Kyle Shanahan did right. He did right. Even if he was in love with Mac Jones early. Go ahead, you take it away, Chuck.
All right, Goodell just talked to some guy wearing a Julio Jones jersey. That's pretty legit. Shout out to Julio. He's underrated now. All right, here we go. I think they're taking Kyle Pitts. Let's see.
I think it's going to be Justin Fields.
It is Kyle Pitts,
wow.
My friend. Wow.
All right, now it's time.
That offense just took a step up.
Now it's time because there's a quarterback there. There's an elite quarterback there. Falcons just said, you know what, man, Justin Fields raised less than 5 miles from the headquarters of Georgia. They said, nope, we're good. We're going to stay with Matt Ryan. Run it back. You got Julio Jones. You got Calvin Ridley. Let's add one of the best tight ends to come out probably in forever. We'll see how he pans out. Now there's quarterbacks on the board. Justin Fields, he's there. Obviously, Cincinnati's not going quarterback here. So if there's a move to be made, there's one elite playmaker left. Now, here's what I would do if I was Cincinnati, because you could go with either one of the offensive linemen. You could go with Chase, the wide receiver. There's 3 guys that fit perfectly. Why not drop back a couple spots? We'll see what they do. But, man, I love Kyle Pitts. I think he's a hell of a player. And happy for kind of what they're doing there in Atlanta. That offense is going to be fun, ladies and gents. There ain't no doubt about that. But I really thought, man, Justin Fields would have been perfect there. I love that suit. Do you see Kyle Pitts' suit? Ooh, those yellow patches looking clean. I'm digging that, baby.
Oh, was he thinking he was going to be drafted by the Packers?
Oh, they're way too far away. Man.
No, I know, but go ahead.
And so, all right, Kyle Pitts is great. I think quarterback or a trade, I think this is where it should start. Trades happening in the next 2 picks. So if Cincinnati doesn't trade out, I guarantee you Miami will. There's going to be a trade happening in the next 2 picks. I want to call that. But golly, let's go back to the 49ers. Holy cow.
Yep, do it.
Oh,
amazing. And you get to shake off all the haters, all the Mac Jones Twitter garbage that was out there. There's so many people who are responsible, who are media folks that have a lot of Twitter follows that just put the garbage out there for, and they should get the crap. If they're going to get the follows and the retweets and the likes for all that stuff, they should get the crap too. That's my take.
Yeah, and all those Mac Jones, Chris Sims, opening your damn mouth, get the hell out of here. He had Kellen Mond rated ahead of Trey Lance. You scum, you piece of crap.
Stupid.
What the hell is wrong with you? Good gosh. Go get those guys. Tear up those blue check mark mentions. Oh, it's 100% Mac Jones. It's who Kyle Shanahan wants. Baloney. Erroneous. Erroneous on all accounts.
On all accounts. Yes. So let me just say this. I know we're talking about – we're going to keep talking about Niners. I'll tell you why I don't like the Bengals to take Chase here. I get it, right? You get Higgins. You get people forget about – because John Ross is still there, I believe. But Boyd, they got people there. They're the 3rd worst O-line in the NFL. They just had their Ferrari prospect take a major injury.
Yeah.
They're the worst in edge pressure and pressures altogether. They average 1.1 sacks. They are the lowest in pressures as well. They've got too many things to fill up here. You win football, obviously quarterback huge, but it's in the trenches. And I just feel like they got to go and provide Burrow, the guy who you spent your 1-1 on. You've got to go get him protection. So that it just doesn't make sense. I think it's sexy. I think it's flashy. I just don't love them doing that. So
no, I
that's just my take before this gets in. Yeah,
they've got to figure out something. To get this team over the top. I still think they're very, very far away. I don't think they're anywhere near close to being successful. So what do you do there? You either accumulate picks. Seeming like a trade's not really happening yet. Should have been announced already if it was. So it seems like they're going to pick. So you look at their team and kind of what they had. It has to center around, first off, the quarterback. He got his ACL tore. He was getting hit like crazy, running around for his life. Their offensive line's terrible. Now, the best place of their offensive line is exterior. Their left tackle, right tackle are their highest rated players. So they need to do something. Penei Sewell makes sense. Wide receiver's not bad. It's not like they have bad wide receivers. Auden Tate,
right?
He's whatever. Higgins looks to be a star. Tyler Boyd's a star. Tight end, CJ Uzomah. How many times is that dude going to be injured, right? So you're not okay with that. I think it's got to be Chase or an offensive tackle. That has to be the pick. Has to. Chase
is generational. I get that, but okay, so the play calls and Chase scores a 50-yard touchdown, and Burrow's slow to get up. It's right. Great, man, awesome, but your guy's down. I just don't love it. Kind of getting back a little bit further. So you think that somebody's going to trade potentially? It maybe
one of these next 2 picks
already.
Will be a trade. Yes, I think so.
Who's coming? Who's coming to 5 or 6?
So you're jumping up for Justin Fields. Right? So even though you look at the teams that got somewhat quarterbacks, right? You're looking at Detroit. Hey, why not? If you're in love with them. Carolina, are you kidding me? Right? Matt Rule, his entire – go ahead, big dog. The pick is in.
Just want to let you know, we don't need to discuss a trade with the Bengals because it may be at pick 6. The pick is in, so you can keep going.
It's not quarterback. So teams are talking now. Denver, Carolina, long shots. You're looking at New England. And you're looking at Washington. Justin Fields on the board. Go get that cat. He's not going here at 5. Justin Fields is not going here at 5. So, oh man, this is fun, baby. The Niners are in the clubhouse. We got our guy. And so This is just sit back, baby. Cheers, amigos, amiguettes. I think that's, I don't know, amigas, I believe, is correct. Nope. Yeah. Amigas, right? Yeah. Lady friends and guy friends, love you guys. Let's just have fun, man. Slump those shoulders back. We are in the clubhouse. We already won. We're the leader on the board. The entire NFL. I'm not even taking a drink. I can't stop talking. The entire NFL and NFC West just did this when the 49ers picked Trey Lance. They go, damn. They sat back.
Hey, John.
They were hoping we got Mac Jones. Go ahead, Dale.
John, there is a couple questions here. Really just pertaining to Trey Lance. How soon can he make an impact? How I saw somebody mention, we're screwed if something happens to Jimmy early on.
No, 100% not true. Again, I'm not the only one that said this, okay? The most pro-ready quarterback was Trey Lance. Why? Because he played in the most complex systems, called his own audibles at the line, called his own protections, already used to taking a play, going through the entire pro verbiage, already used to the most snaps under center. So you're looking at transitions. Okay, he's got it. Has it been a year since he's played? Yes. He started working day one with throwing coaches. Mac Jones didn't even go work with a throwing coach. He didn't. He said he wanted to stay at Tuscaloosa because it had the best weight room in the country. Well, has he been in the damn weight room? Because he looks like he hasn't seen a weight room. I don't think he knows how to do it. This is a kid with elite work ethic. Okay, elite work ethic. He didn't have to play in the one game. He helped organize an exhibition game against Central Arkansas just to get game tape on there. Now, again, I don't want any rookie playing early. But, golly, this run game. Whoo! Man, I'm so happy. This is perfect. This is just perfect.
Yeah. Dale, you got another one?
When does Trey Lance start?
I think the earliest that I would want him to start, even if we trade Jimmy, I don't want him to start. Bye week, okay? So there's a couple playbooks you can look at here. Number one is the Alex Smith to Patrick Mahomes. We've talked about that. Number two is the Tua transition. You ride your team, even if you're in the playoff hunt, just like you saw last year with Fitzpatrick and the Dolphins, right? They were, 5-2, I think, or something like that, 4-2, maybe 4-1. And they made the transition to see how great he was going to be. Give him that 2 weeks, because during the bye week, you got that 2-week practice window. That's the earliest. So the earliest I would go with him is the bye week. Ideally, I would go at the end of the year. Here we go, Bengals.
Here we go. We'll save some of those questions.
I'm saying Rashawn Slater. Or Jamar Chase.
I'm going to go. Here we go.
Oh, this is fun.
Wow. They didn't pass Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
They went big. Wow. Well,
I love it.
What can you say? I mean, listen, I hope for the best. John and I are in a dynasty league together. I have Joey Burrow. This is great news. Also bad news. I want him to be healthy, but he's got Jamar Chase now. Wow, that wide receiver core is, give it another year or two, and it's going to be a problem. Higgins, Chase, Boyd. It's unbelievable. It's wild. You want to say anything about Jamar? He's getting comparisons to the biggest names that we have to talk about. People talk about he's the best since Julio.
He is. He's a better football player than he is an athlete, okay? He's Andre Johnson 2.0. He's not tall. He's not the fastest guy. He's tall and fast, but he's not elite in those categories. Remember, Justin Jefferson, one of the best rookie wide receivers ever, was number 2 to this guy in 2019. He is an all-out football player. So we're going to go to a clip right here of Jamar Chase, absolutely elite. He deserves this spot in the top 6. He's good. Here we go. Jamar Chase. Where is he? Here he is. Ooh, nice post outside. There you go. He got the separation. Oh, putting the ball up on him. Oh, my gosh. Just abusing this dude. Oh, my gosh. It's one of those things. Some wide receivers have to be wide open to be open. This isn't him. 50-50 ball extraordinaire. Again, against A.J. Terrell. And you can see how he's gaining separation through his route. Nice recovery there by A.J. Terrell. But just see how he plays the ball in the air. And then just the chill slide. Adjusts late, gets hands up late, catches, undercuts. He's in control the entire time. Ooh. Kid's 19 in this. It just doesn't make any sense. So good. And so, like, when you're watching this kid, he did it against the best, right? He did it against the best. A.J. Terrell, Patrick Surtain the year before. Now, he did struggle a little bit with Surtain more than other people, but he is that damn good. So, I love this pick. You're guaranteed the success of your franchise quarterback. This is huge. They played together, right? Joe Burrow to Jamar Chase last year was his number one wide receiver. It makes sense. Now, Miami's on the clock. I think this is going to be a trade here. Oh, I can't hear you, Chuck. I think you muted yourself, brother. Did we lose you? So you jump in whenever you can, Chuck, because we can't hear you. You there? Chuck, you there? You got to say something. All right, so, still can't hear you, brother. So you're not muted on my end. You let me know what you need. Dale, are you still there, bud?
I'm here.
All right, cool. Is there anything else in the chat that we got, Dale?
No, everybody's really excited. They do want to know, I guess, little by little, you can start talking about the 49ers' next pick and how they pair up with the Trey Lance pick if, they run side by side like that.
You're back.
Can you guys hear me?
You're back.
Yeah.
Woo, baby.
So I'll say this. Also want to say thank you, Tommy, for the gift, man. Tommy is the man, first off. I want to appreciate you, Tommy. He says, these beat writers owe us an apology. This smack Coates Malarkey was preposterous. You're right, man. They didn't. 49ers don't leak. That was our slogan for the past month.
Woo!
49ers don't leak. The owner didn't know who we were picking. I think he did, but he was drunk. Now, as far as pick number 2, here's what the 49ers need. You're nowhere near trade-up range, okay? Even if you trade Jimmy, we're waiting for a while. You want running backs. You want offensive tackles, right? Those linebackers, those are the positions that you are watching for. You want as many of those to go off the board. So, again, you want all of them gone. Quarterbacks, you want people trading up for those. So you're hoping that pushes elite talent down. 49ers aren't drafting a tackle. They're not drafting a linebacker. We're not drafting a safety. We're not drafting any of those positions. So you want it to push down. That's kind of what you're looking for here. Trade ups, we've got to wait till we get around pick 20. All picks in. They didn't trade.
They didn't trade. And weirdly, it's not on NFL Network, but Sleeper just released who the 6th pick was.
Oh, don't share it. No spoilers. Absolutely no spoilers.
I won't. No, I won't. But this is a weird thing. I don't know where their source is from. That's really
no
strange.
Spoilers in the chat either, please. I could tell you this. One of the things that has pissed me off more than anything is, when people, you remember when they used to leak the pick where they would video into the back conference and you'd see them get the phone call and hugging their families? That was the worst draft I've ever had in my life. Oh, you need to live through the experience, right? So again, we're looking at Miami. Offensive line, definitely a need. Defense, this is Brian Flores, disciple. Could be a corner here. I mean, they could go so many places because of the draft capital that they have. Yeah, they've got a lot. So they're all over the place.
I'm going to ignore what I saw, and I think it's got to be one of the 2 top tackles.
So it should be.
Forget that that thing I saw, which if that's the truth, I just want to know how they got it. But I think that they've got to continue to protect a guy who does have an injury history. I mean, you're talking about somebody who you want to protect, win it in the trenches, give him an opportunity to keep the play alive. That's what Tua does well. What do you think about Tua, by the way? Oh, here he is. He's walking up. He's talking to some dude dressed.
I think they're playing this one out right. Went 6-3 as a starter. Looked bad in some games, but I thought it was a good. I think they chose correctly. It could be Justin Fields, though. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but we'll see what happens here.
Here we go.
Udale.
Wow, Jaylen Waddle in Sleeper was correct.
Yeah. Why is that an anomaly, right? They traded from 12 to 6 to go get their guy. You're pairing him up. Who did Tua have the most success throwing to? Yeah, it was Jaylen Waddle. You watch that tape with Jerry Jeudy and Henry Ruggs and Jaylen Waddle. Guess who the number one wide receiver was? It wasn't Ruggs and Henry. It was Jaylen Waddle last year. Had some injuries. And so there we go, man. I like this pick. I think it makes sense. Hell of a job there. I think this was great because they got an extra first rounder and a third, and they still got their guy that they wanted. So I like this pick a lot. I like this pick. So Dolphins fans, they're building the right way. Waddle's a lot of fun, and Tua and him, we're back-to-back picks, right? You had, you had Burrow reunited with his college teammate in Chase, and now you got Tua reunited with his college teammate in Waddle. It makes sense.
How do the Detroit Lions pass on Justin Fields at this pick? How is it possible? I don't know that it is.
This is trade territory. This is trade territory because when you're looking at quarterback needy teams, man, we said this before we started today. The Lions are the team that want 2022 draft capital. They're building for the future. You can pick up some extra first right now. There's no doubt about that. You want to jump out. Now, if they do stay there, wide receiver is the biggest need in the entire world for this team. Their wide receivers are trash. We're talking about the Detroit Lions.
That's true.
Nobody thinks that their quarterback is very good. They literally had to pay extra draft capital to take on his contract. But if you look at who he's throwing to right now, oh my gosh, it's so bad. Denzel Perryman, Tyrell Williams, and Geronimo Allison are the starting wide receivers for this team currently.
Oh, no.
You can't do that. So, you can't do that to anybody. No. But now you're talking DeVonta Smith's there. You can trade back. This is a very deep wide receiver class. If you want to go offensive line, you could, but their tackles are pretty good. Tyrell Cosby at right tackle is okay. All right. They paid for Taylor Decker. He's all right. You got a good center. Wide receivers key. There's not really a top-tier defensive player that I think warrants this pick. You could go offensive line, though, but I think, man, DeVonta Smith makes too much or you trade out. Pick is in. They're not trading out.
Pick is in, and also let's throw out another one. Yeah, they're showing, DeVonta Smith right now. Don't throw out cornerback either. They're rated the worst cornerback room in the NFL. I don't think that it probably overweighs their. I don't know. That's hard to say. They're rebuilding. They
went corner last year with Jeff Okudah. He didn't play great. He was all right. They go get Quentin Dunbar from Seattle. Had some legal history, but that got cleared up. He was a better player for Washington. He was a Pro Bowl corner. You could go corner here, but your biggest need matches with what's available on the board. It should be a wide receiver. That's what it should be.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell is a weirdo. I don't like the hire too much. I don't know if you saw his press conference. It was almost as bad as your Santorini guy. It was awful. We're going to eat kneecaps and claw and kick them in the face and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it was weird. But we'll see here. DeVonta Smith or O-line?
It was strange. They just showed the Dolphins wide receiver core in Waddle, Fuller, and Parker. That ain't shabby. Tua is going to have a pretty decent O-line as well, I believe. I think I could look. No, actually, it's pretty bad. It's bottom 5. So I think I was wrong on that. So hopefully they shore that up. But he's going to have some targets to throw to.
Right.
But you see the Bengals and the Dolphins, who have bottom worst O-lines, still choosing wide receiver. I like it to a degree because if they have such a wide gap and margin between how good these players are, you got to go there.
All right. A couple things real quick. We are about to have our very first $50 gift card giveaway. Here's what you have to do. I am retweeting this one right now. Let me say this. You need to go back to the Twitter, right? The Twitter, as the kids say, and you're going to retweet our thing with it's at Here Is The Take. So go to at Here Is The Take, their Twitter, and retweet that with hashtag All Takes All Day. A lot of people already entered. We already have 200 plus people in there. Go get that. We're about to give that away. Hashtag All Takes All Day. That's what we're looking for. We got about 5 to 10 minutes before we give away that $50 gift card. So again, head over to at Here Is The Take, their Twitter, and then you're going to retweet the feed that this is going on, and you're going to do hashtag All Takes All Day, baby. That's what we're going to do. All Takes All Day. So that's there.
I gotta say, your Twitter friends out there are loving your tweets. They're getting lots of action. The Conor McGregor strutting around the ring. I love it. That should be the vibe of all Niners fans right now. Fingers up to all the hot take people out there. That's amazing, man. This is a great day for Niners. I'm glad, man, because this, in all honesty, like, it would have been awkward. I would have just had an awkward time had McCorkle been you guys' pick. I wouldn't have known what to say to you. And hopefully McCorkle's not the Eagles' pick at 12, and then we don't have an awkward time. But I think what's about
you could redo the Alabama whole situation because Jalen Hurd was the guy that was there two quarterbacks ahead of him. Why not, baby?
I already thought about this. I already had this nightmare. Okay, I already had the nightmare. But I think what's going to happen if the Lions are smart, they're going to take one of these top tier. Penei Sewell is the number 5 guy on the big board. I know we have Slater rated above, but we're talking about consensus and groupthink and these things. I think that Sewell's probably the pick here. I mean, there's so much value at these tackle positions. You went and got yourself a quarterback. I agree with you. Smith makes sense, but also I think in the trenches, you're going DeVonta Smith. I'm picking Sewell. We'll see who's right.
Neither are wrong, by the way. Neither one of those are wrong. Now, the problem for the Lions is this. It's going.
He snuck up. He actually didn't talk to the Detroit person on the couch this time. It's Penei Sewell. Woo!
There we go, man. Penei Sewell, he steps in. He's going to probably do you slide Taylor Decker back to right tackle.
Yes.
That's what you do. You keep Penei Sewell on the left tackle spot. And here's what happened. The Lions were able to stay there and get a premium player, a great player. He's number 9 on my big board, but he's a hell of a player. I wouldn't say can't miss prospect. There are some holes to his game, but he is so damn good. Go ahead, Chuck.
I just want to say they got a Detroit Lions fan. He's dancing in jeans, overalls. He looks
sexy.
He looks like an old man minion. It's just the most ridiculous thing I've seen. Go ahead.
All right, we're going to play a real quick clip here from Penei Sewell. I'll bring us back in. So the guy is amazing. He brings a lot to the table, and he is fun as hell. He opted out, 2020. So this is 2019 tape. But real quick, here's a clip from Penei Sewell. He's only going to be 20 years old whenever he gets drafted. He is young. Nice kick slide. Oh, my gosh. This play alone, I remember this play. You can't even make this up, okay? He's going to get a pancake. First off, watch his kick slide as he opens up for the outside. Outside pressure doesn't come, so then he just pancakes the interior guy. But that's not even enough for this kid. Awesome kick slide. Nobody comes. Watch this punch. Boom. Puts him in the ground. Well, it's an interception. This is a left freaking tackle that could be playing Mike linebacker. Watch his technique as he opens up. Look at him keeping his shoulders square, widening his base. Look at this. Look at the wingspan, everything coming out. Head's a little low, but he does get it across the bow. You want to talk about athletic tackles? This is all you need to see, baby. You want to, we don't have the combine this year where we see the mirror and match versus the offensive tackles. Watch him and his shuffle. I mean, look at this. Ooh, the kid has it. That is just incredible. He is a man amongst boys. And so,
are we back?
You look at this and you see that's one of the funnest clips ever. Not only does he pancake his guy in pass pro, he turns into a linebacker. You see the freak athleticism, the range. The guy, he could have played defensive tackle, defensive end, guard. He could do whatever else. His entire family played in the NFL. Uncles and uncles and uncles. Isaac Sopoaga, if you remember him. Yeah, they're related. The guy's got it all. Penei Sewell is going to be fun to watch for a long time.
So you would think that this would be the trade spot, but we're down to a minute 30.
No trades are taking place, man.
You're going to have to take this shot because that dude, what did you say, 4.5 trades?
I said over 4.
No move?
Yeah, I took the over.
You got to think that there's some of these QB hungry teams that are looking at Fields and McCorkle are still on the board here. I'm seriously shocked that the Panthers are not trading out of this pick. They have many needs to really be a top competitor. It makes sense for them to trade back, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there. The value's there, but again, quarterback here, Justin Fields sitting there. And,
right.
They just went, traded for Sam Darnold and spent some capital there. If they would have known Justin Fields would be here at 8, I guarantee you they would have taken that. They would not have done that same Darnold trade. But here we are. Take Justin Fields. Now, if you don't go Justin Fields, there are some other players on the board. You need to tackle. Rashawn Slater's still there. You want to talk Micah Parsons? He's a perfect fit. Got some huge off-the-field issues. Elijah Vera Tucker, dark horse candidate here. Picks in. Why not go get your quarterback? Why not?
It is in. And let me just say, Dane from The Athletic, his big board, his 1 through 7 is off the board already. So picks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. His top 7 were picks 1 through 7.
Dane Brugler?
So shout out to him.
Is it?
Yes, sir. I don't know how to say his last name.
The person that I don't look at other people's stuff whenever I write my stuff up or whenever I do my draft board. Whenever I finish everything and go back and do some more research and stuff, I cross-reference it. The 2 people I'm closest to whenever I rank, we look for similar things. Dane Brugler 1, Daniel Jeremiah 2. Very, very similar. Like, you could tell there's different things that they really like there.
Interesting here that the Panthers were at Justin Fields' pro days, and I don't know, kind of a gut feeling here.
Again, Matt Rule, super physical, high-end athleticism, cornerback. Jaycee Horn here. Is this the spot? Could be. I love Jaycee Horn, man. We'll see what happens here.
Me too.
I just heard a little quick blurb there from Ian Rappaport, and he was saying that's a possibility at this pick. I would go Justin Fields, but man, they just traded so much for Darnold. You got to give him a shot. I think you got to make your team better here. So we'll see what happens. And after this pick, we'll be giving away the $50 gift card, the very first one.
I agree. I think that it's sort of wasted capital. I agree with you. Probably hindsight's 2020, but I think that they probably would have, if they knew that Justin Fields would have been here, they would have not made this trade. But now that they're in this situation, if you're not trading out, it just is also weird to take Fields. It puts a weird vibe in the QB room for Darnold. I see them taking Slater here and bolstering that O-line. He can play all 5 spots. He's an elite prospect. That's my guess. I'm probably wrong, but that's if I'm the Panthers, I'm shoring up my O-line. I'm real big about the trenches. That's what I want to do. He's Goodell's.
Here we go. He's on his way up.
Panthers fan. All right, with the 1.8.
Gonna be
Panthers selection.
Here we go, baby.
Here we go. Wow, and here it is, Jaycee Horn. You called it.
Hell of a player, dude.
This isn't too high.
No.
This is not too high for him.
No.
Nope.
And when Caleb Farley went down, I had Caleb Farley rated higher. But whenever he got injured, that pushed the other corners up. Everybody would say, Patrick Surtain. And he's great. He could go in the next 3 picks and probably will. But do not doubt Jaycee Horn. Toughest alpha male mentality corner in this draft. You watch him go head-to-head with Kyle Pitts. Man, that was a fight worth watching. So we're going to play a clip here. This just shows you the closing speed. If it's a clip, I think it is. I loaded these a few days ago. But this is a clip, Jaycee Horn, and just what he brings to the Carolina Panthers. No, I don't think that's him. I think he's down here. Yeah, he's down here. Oh, just ran a crossing route. Oh, he had it covered. That is one of the toughest routes to guard. The dig, the drag across in man coverage. You got everything all by yourself. You have no help. He got there, man. Look at his speed to recover and get in phase here. It's pretty solid. Because he gives up a little separation early. Okay? So right here, you've got to turn and you've got to run to a space. You got to turn and go. And he recovers well. Cuts underneath, trying to bait the quarterback. Now, the ball's going to come underneath. Not to him. Not to his guy. That damn tight end again. Yep, sure is, man. A tight end. 2 touchdowns when he's not guarding them. But watch this closing speed. This is a good damn play right here. This might be one of the best things that you've seen from him today in this film. I mean, you could see he's behind. This wide receiver is open currently. But watch him turn on the jets and get to that upfield shoulder. I mean, look at that. You throw that, that's an interception. he got there. This is a hell of a play. And so, again, you see the closing speed. You see what it is. He's alpha. Now we're at pick 9, baby. Man, we're at pick 9. Dale, just want to check in, brother. How's the chat going? What are we missing? We got some good questions on there. What's going on, buddy?
Not a lot of questions right now. I mean, it's just still a good conversation. Everybody's seems really happy with Trey Lance. Still talking about that. Yeah, everybody's it went from really nervous energy in the chat to really excited. And Sean does want to remind you that there is not any trades yet.
I know, Sean.
So
I know, Sean. That's okay. I'm happy to drink with you, brother. And yeah, I mean, people are. What you're seeing here is there's some elite guys. Now, the sweet spot in this draft ends at about 14. Okay, at 14, then if you're looking at guys who I have in my board from like 15 to like 35. Relatively similar grades. Not a big difference. Now, there's some elite optimism with some of the draft picks that will push them up the board. I only had 23 first-round graded players this year. So I expected a lot more movement to take place with the quarterbacks. You got the Broncos on the board here. They just traded. They ripped off the Carolina Panthers for Teddy Bridgewater. But I don't think that pushes you away. That doesn't push you away from a quarterback. Teddy Bridgewater is not the long-term answer. We know they're not ready to move on from Drew Lock. Justin Fields here. John Elway loves big-time, big-arm quarterbacks, but Vic Fangio, 49ers know this guy. Cornerback, Patrick Surtain, still there. There's a lot of ways that they could go. They love defense. But man, why Justin Fields is dropping? I don't like it. He's a hell of a QB and an awesome man.
I'll say that if we have a cornerback that goes here, okay, if we got a cornerback that does go, which I think they should take Fields personally, but if there is, I think the Cowboys didn't do trade out because the Cowboys want a corner here, I think. So I think you could see them drop back.
Yeah,
that is my guess.
That's what I predicted in my mock draft was a trade. Cowboys falling back, and then you had the Chargers jumping up for a tackle. Like, that makes sense. I mean, if you're the Chargers here, man, you're hoping, you're crossing your fingers Rashawn Slater's there. You got to go O-line if you're the Chargers. You got your quarterback of the future. They could be moving up here too. But you go back to the Saints being the most aggressive team trying to trade up in the top 10. You got 2 picks left. Is there a team that's willing to fall back all the way to 28 and try to build towards the future? I don't know. 2 minutes, right at 2 minutes and counting on this clock. So we'll have to see what's there. But, man, let's take a second. Let me just say this. All those damn blue check mark SOBs pushing that Mac Jones narrative in my household for so long. What the hell? Man, go for them. Now, I'm not saying be disrespectful to the person. You don't attack people, but you attack what they said and all the false information they put out there. Chris Sims, sorry ass. Like, good Lord. What do you try to do to a franchise? Man. Kyle Shanahan came out. I think there's a couple. They did like a quick interview with some of the press guys, and Kyle Shanahan said it was Trey Lance when they traded up, and it never changed. Now, obviously, every single coach is going to say that. That's out there. Nobody's going to be, saying, "Oh, well, it was this guy and we transitioned." You don't want to do that, but it just made too much sense. It just made too much sense. Upside, youth. Look what we've had. What were our 2 issues? Turning the ball over, injuries, and the deep ball. Trey Lance fixes all 3 of those things. The most NFL prototypical body that you could have for a quarterback, even over Justin Fields, even though they're close. But yeah, man, screw those blue checkmark people, man. The people that watch the tape and don't just get caught up in a rumor mill buzzsaw, but like actually think for themselves, that's a big deal. The reason why nobody wanted to go against Mac Jones is they didn't want to be the only one left out in the rain because they're not original. That's not what it is. They went off of what they heard, not what they saw or what they were interpreting for themselves. Lack of imagination. Get that shit out of here, man. Get that out of here.
Hey,
sorry.
Hey, John, quick question for you. Tyson has a pretty good question. If Fields falls to number 12, would there be any criticism towards Shanny and Lynch?
No, you got your guy. And I would say a similar thing. Let's say you traded up and took Justin Fields and Trey Lance fell. You don't know that. You don't know that was going to happen. And you don't want to be the only girl left at the dance without a date. And so what you're going to see here is, again, Patriots, Broncos, Washington. One of those three teams will not get a quarterback. And that's who the 49ers could have been. A lot of teams were high on Trey Lance, man. A lot of teams were. He's just too damn clean on and off the field. It's so hard to find something wrong with his game. And especially whenever you look at who's the most successful quarterbacks in the NFL that came out that were similar. Josh Allen. Everybody wants Josh Allen. Very similar. Metrics, playing competition, all those things to Trey Lance. And here we go. Picks in. I 100% would take Justin Fields here. Justin Fields, dark horse, would be a corner pick.
Yeah, it's so hard to see them passing on a prospect. We talk about positional value. I get that they just traded for Teddy and they got locked there, but I don't know. It's just me. I've not studied all the film as closely as you have, but he looks to be like a high ceiling player. He's got some wiggle. I mean, obviously he's got some speed for a QB. My mind's blown that he's fallen this far, to be honest. So here we go. He's talking to the Denver guy. Looks like they didn't really get along, so he walked off.
Listen to this quote from Kyle Shanahan. Hey, go ahead.
Pick us in.
All right, here we go.
Broncos select. Here we go. Patrick Surtain.
Wow, there you go. Vic Fangio got his guy. Oh. Justin Fields dropping, man. Justin Fields dropping. Dang. This is crazy. This is crazy, man. I love it. I love this time of year. Somebody's got you immediately start going back to, Brady Quinn, Aaron Rodgers, these guys that are waiting around longer than they should have, right? Congrats to the Broncos. They play a similar type of defense, and that's their identity. We play great defense. But, man, John Elway, he can't hit on a quarterback to save his life. He's like 0 for 7. I guess you say 1 for 7 when he traded for Peyton Manning. But they're just sitting there like, hey, let's address other things. We'll see if somebody falls. Now, listen to this quote from Kyle Shanahan. To put it lightly, this is Kyle Shanahan. We were amused by the reporting that immediately connected the 49ers to Mac Jones when they made last month's trade. Quote, we weren't going to look to correct that, end quote. At all. Kyle Shanahan don't leak, man. They didn't tell their coaches. They didn't tell anything. And that's just beautiful. I love our front office. I'm so proud of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. This could have gone bad. But they're being validated by the people that aren't picking Justin Fields and they aren't picking Mac Jones. They're being validated. You just had quarterback needy team pass over both of them. So they're not alone. I'm telling you, Trey Lance was the guy that they wanted. Now, let's talk Cowboys. Everybody hates the Cowboys. On the clock, number 10. Charles Barr. What is it? You're an Eagles guy. This your division.
Yeah.
What do you not want them to do? What should the Cowboys do that would piss you off?
Take Slater. I think that's they have a bad O-line. I think they have a lot of names on the O-line. I feel bad. There was an old boy who was really good, and he had that sort of freak, ailment that was going on. That sucks. And then two, a lot of their big name brand tackles and O-line, they're just not living up to it. And they need a guy who's versatile. I mean, the thing about Slater is I think he can play probably 3 or 4 of those positions at a really high level, probably 1 or 2 of those positions at a Pro Bowl level. So that would make sense. I think Parsons is the desire here.
Sean Lee just
retired. I think it's weird. Sean Lee just retired. Vander Esch has got neck concerns. Smith is coming up on a contract year, so it kind of does make a bit of sense.
Jerry doesn't care about off-the-field issues at all. In fact, he encourages them.
For sure. He probably looked at that and was like, that's what happens at the club I run.
Now, let me say this. I forgot. I said I was going to announce the winner. Let me do that real quick before I forget.
Sure. Yeah.
The winner of the very first $50 gift card. This comes from hereisthetake.com. Head over there. Awesome website. Follow them at hereisthetake on Twitter. Our first winner, we got another one. At the sarcastic guy. At the sarcastic guy. Congratulations, brother. Reach out to me in my DMs at JL_Chapman, or you can always email us, 49ersrushpodcast@gmail.com. Congratulations. We got 2 more giveaways today, 1 more tomorrow. And again, if this is your first time joining us, let me say this. We give stuff away every month. Last month, we gave away 3 jerseys, 3 hats. We do this all year round. I hate money. I love to give it away. What comes into the podcast goes back out. So if this is your first time, hit subscribe on that YouTube channel, okay? This is our bread and butter. Hit subscribe, hit that notification bell, #CountdownCrew, first 90 seconds we go live. That enters you into future giveaways. My goal is to make the faithful look better than everybody else out there. We already do because we're beautiful with my rosy red cheeks. It matches our logo. Sorry, Chuck. Let's go back to the Cowboys, my friend.
Holy shnikes, the Cowboys traded with the Eagles. Oh, no.
I told you, interdivision trades happen now, man. Are y'all taking Caleb Farley? Nope, you're getting a wide receiver, baby. This is DeVonta Smith. Divisional trades happen. That's one. Is it Stewart?
You're 2 picks away.
All right.
You're 2 picks away.
Now
you're 2 picks away.
You've got to figure out what they gave up. If we just look at the draft chart, the different compensation between that pick is 50 points. You're talking a 4th rounder. My guess is you gave up your 4th, the pick number 123. That's my guess. I don't think it costed you much. But what this did do is it stopped somebody else from trading up because everybody knows you're going wide receiver. Or it could be Caleb Farley. It's Caleb Farley or DeVonta Smith. I don't think there's any other options here. Or Justin Fields.
Or is it worse? It's Justin
That's
Fields.
not worse.
And
that's not worse.
I know. It is for me if I'm a dynasty player and I have Jalen Hurts.
But you got 2 first-round picks next year.
Okay, true.
You guys already you're fine, baby.
Yeah.
Rashawn Slater's there. You could use Rashawn Slater, but I don't think that's the
we
pick.
Could use. No, that's not what we did.
Charles is in the Mac Jones pre-Mac Jones time period right now.
if it's McCorkle, I quit. Okay.
Oh God.
I walk off the show.
Oh wow, y'all gave up number 84. Y'all overpaid, my friend. Y'all overpaid, but you're getting your guy, and so you gave up. So you overpaid, but you're getting your guy. You gave up number 84 and number 12 to move up 1 spot.
It has to be either Fields or DeVonta Smith. Here's why. Because why would they? Okay, the Cowboys are not taking a wide receiver, right? They've got a crazy wide receiving core. Okay, now the Giants, on the other hand, need a guy like DeVonta Smith, and if he is everything that we think he's going to be, and he's going to go past the weight of all those concerns, yeah, this is a great move up. If it's Justin Fields, it hurts. Hurts a little bit. Because I also don't love – I think that there's an old school mentality about, like, competition always. Oh, just keep them competitive. But I also think that there is a psychology behind making sure that, obviously they're being competition, but when you bring in too many quarterbacks into the room, I think it hurts the psyche. I think I first noticed this with Chris Sims and Apple – what was his name?
Major Applewhite, yeah.
And I think we started to see that back then, that was a problem. And I just don't like it when you have too many guys in the room and you're using this kind of capital. This could be – it's interesting. There's a lot of Eagles fans who are calling for Howie's name. I don't love it. Yeah. To me, Howie Roseman, for those who don't know, our general manager. He is a guy who survived Chip Kelly. And that's where Niners fans and Eagles fans, we have this relationship that we survived Chip Kelly. We righted the road. You guys are riding the road. To me, the Niners are really close at that Super Bowl level. You guys are going to be there. And so I just don't know. That putting, giving Howie this pick to take another QB, this could be the end for him. But there's a new head coach that's around. And typically new head coaches want brand new QBs that are there. So I don't know, man. This hurts to watch to a degree because we gave the number 84 pick to, and the pick is in, my God. We gave the pick to the Cowboys, number 84. And guess what? There's plenty of talent at 84. there's some serious. Let's see. There's some serious linebackers still available.
I'm telling you right now,
time.
there's 3 possibilities, man. Okay, really 2.
Okay.
It's Rashawn Slater. You guys value old linemen so much, you can play him anywhere. He would solidify everything. Or who I think it should be is DeVonta Smith. But I think those are the only 2 guys that would fit here. I really do. It's one of those 2. And neither one are a bad pick. I have Rashawn Slater number 8 on my big board. I have DeVonta Smith 14. I love Rashawn Slater. I think that he is elite. So if you get one of those 2 guys, I feel fine. Personally, Rashawn Slater's a better football player. You have a bigger need at wide receiver, but you can get a stud wide receiver in the 2nd round this year. And DeVonta Smith is a little bit of a double up over what you did with Jalen Reagor. Very similar type of wide receiver.
Yeah.
So
I was just going to mention that, like, the average weight of our wide receiver room would be like 194 pounds, and I just don't know that I love that.
It's the new NFL. It's a 7-on-7 league, man. Kyle Shanahan, they're zagging while everybody else is zigging. They want bullies, but not everybody else is like that.
And here's Goodell. He's talking to the person. He's kind of walking with a confidence. Which is a little bit worrisome because I think he hates the Eagles.
I think this is going to be a good trade for you, bro. I think this is going to be a good trade.
Okay, man. Let's see. Oh, wow. And so Sleeper's at it again, leaking information.
Get off that app, bro. Get off that app. Don't do that to yourself.
I am. Don't do it to me.
Here we go. Let's hear it, Chuck. You got to announce it, big dog.
Here we go with the 1.10. Wow, John Chapman with the call, DeVonta Smith. I'm all in, baby. I'm all in. I don't care about the weight. I'm all in on DeVonta Smith. Woo!
Here's what's great.
Giving up 84.
You look at the draft, okay? Look what happened at pick 6 and kind of all those different things and how this has gone. You got your guy, right? You got your position of need. Now let's go back and let's look at this. Would you prefer, if you stayed at 6, you could have got Jaylen Waddle. Would you prefer getting Jaylen? I asked you this question 2 weeks ago, Charles, verbatim. I asked you this exact same damn question.
You did. You really
I said
did.
stay at 6 and get Jaylen Waddle, or trade back to 12 and get DeVonta Smith and get an extra first rounder next year.
First of all, I swear to God,
word for word,
texted that. Word for word, just like that. And I think I went with DeVonta Smith and a first. So I think we got what we wanted. We got a wide receiver who is elite. I hope that he can break this weight issue. He could be special. Wow. He's going to have Jalen Hurts throwing to him. He did say this week that would be a dream come true for him to be able to get back.
They played together for years.
It's going to be interesting. There's going to be a lot of man press going on against the Eagles, so they're going to have to get creative on how they're bringing guys around. What a polar opposite sort of offense they've got with Reagor and DeVonta Smith on the outside, and then big, huge Dallas Goedert at the tight end inside, and then and then also too Greg Ward, who I'm a huge fan of. So
here's what I'll say. Here's what you just did.
Yeah.
You're in.
Okay, tell me.
You guys came out and basically said you tried to trade up if you could get Zach Wilson, right? That's what they wanted. They couldn't do it, so they fell back. I thought that was a genius move. You guaranteed you got an extra first-round pick next year. So now you're going to see what happens with this new coaching staff and Jalen Hurts. And if it doesn't work out, you now have 2 first-round picks to finesse your way into whatever it is for a future quarterback, but now you're building a solid base around him. And here you go, Chuck. I'm going to show you a clip, my friend. This is your man, DeVonta Smith. He's probably one of the most fun wide receivers to watch in college football, okay? And I thought that this clip showed one of the things that he is better at than anybody else. He's just dangerous, man. Just danger. Here we go. Here's a clip of DeVonta Smith.
Show me.
Go, DeVonta Smith down low here. Ooh, nice outside. Oh, shut it down. Oh, my gosh. You can talk about how light he is, and I understand that. But you see the movements he makes at the top of his routes. Watch him shut this down. Whoop. And then just the cutting ability. Tall, lanky, I don't care. This dude's got, elusiveness, size. Oh, we got to jump out. We got another trade, baby.
Trade.
We got another trade. David
Trade.
Gettleman, this is the first trade he has ever made in the history of being a GM in the first round. First trade he's ever made. You got the Bears. Bears are getting their quarterback. Chicago's back, man. The Bears are getting their quarterback. This is the one thing that could save this terrible coaching staff's job. They're getting a quarterback. You know, they jumped up. Let's kind of see what they trade. So let's look at just where they were. Cowboys made back-to-back trades, didn't they? Is that right? No, wait a second.
Well, no. So that was
Giants were on the clock. So Dallas went from 10 to 12. Giants are going from 11 to 20. That's a big jump up. If we're just looking at, you know, what we're paying here, this might include a first-round pick next year. Or it could be, let's see what Chicago all has available. Let me pull this up quickly here. Chicago has a first, second, and a third. It could be a first and second this year and a second next year, or first this year, first next year. I think that's kind of what's at play. Now, Chicago needs a quarterback as bad as anybody else. You know, they got Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton, right? So, he's Andy Dalton. You take that, whatever. So, here's what they get. Okay, I called it. There you go. Giants get, this is what they get. They get pick 20, next year's 1, 5 this year, 4 next year. They fleeced them. Dave Gettleman just fleeced the Bears, but the Bears are going to get their quarterback. This is going to be Justin Fields. It's going to be an absolute perfect fit. This is going to be Justin Fields, guaranteed.
Can you say can you say it again?
Okay. Giants get this from Chicago. Number 20, next year's 1, 5 this year, 4 next year. So first and 5 this year, first and 4th next year. They fleeced them. Now, this is a very similar trade. And let's say this, okay? Here we go. This is almost the exact formula as the Chiefs trading up for Patrick Mahomes. Almost identical. And guess who coached with Andy Reid before he went to Chicago? Who was the offensive coordinator for that team? Matt Nagy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Why not? You see things that work in the past. You get this uber athletic quarterback that's going to help your entire offense. It's built. You know, you could definitely use some things. But, man, Allen Robinson's going to be sleeping better tonight. And, you know, you want to talk value, then you start Andy Dalton for 3 games. You move over to Justin Fields. You moved up. I love this. That's 2 trades. That's 2 trades, Stuart.
2.
That's 2. We're catching up.
I think you're in the clear. What's his face? Anthony from the wide receiver for the Bears. I bet he doesn't want to trade now. Unless this is McCorkle. I mean, if there's some off chance, I mean, the Bears are going to do Bears type stuff, but
you want an Andy Dalton type quarterback. Why not go get Mac Jones? Because again, as we said, they're the same damn person.
I would fear
it's
for
Justin Fields.
Soldier Field, and I would fear for the city of Chicago, because I'm telling you right now, Chicago fans are not happy with this organization.
They should be happy with this trade, and it's going to buy their entire front office a year or 2 most. I mean, they're good now.
I love Fields here.
This is a great trade. It's Fields, man.
It is. All right, let's see. At the 111, the Bears select.
You don't trade multiple firsts for a non-quarterback. Call it, big dog.
He's taking a while.
Oh, Goodell.
Come on, man. It's like giving a speech about something. Oh, it's something about the pandemic. I'm looking really insensitive right now. I can't hear it.
Yeah, we're not listening to it. We're waiting and watching and talking to each other.
He's like, for the children. And I'm like, just hurry up. Yeah, he's going on about something.
That's okay.
I mean, I would just love to know the pick.
Hopefully it's a good thing and people are doing well. You hope for the best, right?
I agree. Man, the funnest time we ever had, one of the funnest times was the draft in Chicago.
The draft in Chicago was a blast.
Absolute best. The best.
It's going to be hard to return to in-person drafts with the broadcast doing as well as it is. And I want to say thank you to everybody. You cut me off when the pick comes in, Chuck. I just want to say thanks, man. We got an awesome group here. This is incredible. This is a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
All right. They're letting this guy, I don't know who it is, and the Bears select, and he's about to say it right now. He's looking sharp. I like his tie, color of his shirt. I just like his character in general. Justin Fields, Ohio State. You had to think Midwest pick. Gotta love it. Bears are back, baby.
That's an incredible pick. He fell way too far. Somebody had to jump up. And, you're looking at this draft and how it's shaken out. We're here at pick 12. Cowboys back on the clock. They could trade back again. They could trade back with the Chargers, or they could trade back with New England. And my last mock that I did, I had the Cowboys trade back with New England. New England jumping up and getting Mac Jones. It makes a lot of sense here. Now, if the Cowboys stay put, we've talked about already. First defensive player, a non-corner to go. That would be interesting to see what that would look like. Jalen Phillips is an option. Kwity Paye is an option. Micah Parsons. Again, that's kind of what they have to fix the defense if you're the Cowboys. Not a defensive draft, so fall back. One of those guys is going to be there. This should be a move up for the Patriots to get a quarterback. That's what it should be. But Justin Fields lands at a great spot. Very, very happy for him. I love Justin Fields. Let's play a clip real quick of Justin Fields and kind of what he brings to this team. Dale, after this clip is over and I bring us back, let's get through some questions on the board real quick, okay? So real quick, here's a clip from Justin Fields. So just get it to him. Nice play action there. Eyes downfield. Gosh, hold the ball a long time. Got it to him, though. Was it a catch? Did he get in bounds? They're going to give it to him. All right, let's watch this one. Couple things I like. One, he gets through some progressions. Couple things I don't like. Wastes too much time. See, you can see here, he's looking to the left side. This guy's wide open. He's open as well. I mean, just guys open everywhere, but he's going for the big play. Now, he has it. Get the ball out of your hands. A little bit of a delayed whatever, and takes an unnecessary hit. Amazing arm strength. I mean, again, he lets go at the 46. Where's the ball come down at? Right at about the 6. So, yeah, you got a 40-yard pass there to the opposite, from opposite hash to the sidelines is nice. You just got to get rid of the ball faster. 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, 1,000. I mean, that's about over 3.5 seconds for sure. Now, and so that clip shows you how great he is, but probably why he fell. He held the ball longer than anybody else. All the quarterbacks. Average time to pass was 3.1 seconds. Now, a lot of that has to do with the offense at Ohio State, which is a huge red flag. Hard to find success going from that option-based system to the NFL, and he took too many hits. A lot of sacks. 31 sacks in a year is kind of rough. He didn't correct that in 2020. I like Fields. This was a great value. Very, very pleased. I think, whenever we look back at this, the Bears are going to walk away with the steal. Dale, how we doing, man? How are things looking on the chat, brother?
Chat's looking good. Still, a lot of talk about Mac Jones maybe going to the Pats, right? It's kind of fallen to him a little bit.
Too much sense.
I do want to say, I think looking back, this is not in the chat, but looking back, I think we're going to notice all the giant bow ties. I don't know if that's like a trend or something, but have you guys noticed the giant, big, poofy bow ties? I think, I don't know.
The Chicago thing? Or, sorry, they're not in Chicago. They're in Cleveland. Why would anybody go to Cleveland? I don't want to be rude. I think I was.
Nobody says they want to go on vacation to Cleveland.
No, I don't want to. So, oh man, yeah, the winner of the $50 gift card just checked in on Twitter. He's been watching live. That's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Oh, but by the way, his name is Sean, not Stewart. You guys called him Stewart.
My bad.
He wants. Yeah. So
Sean's way better than Stewart, to be honest with you. So, congrats to your parents. They did way better than we would have. We are bad. Cowboys pick is in.
The pick is in. I think the smart move, the move that I don't want to see them do, is Slater. I think that the flashy move is Parsons, and so we'll see what happens.
I think, here's my dark horse pick. Jalen Phillips.
Ooh.
Defensive end, Miami. Throwing that one
out
there.
let me tell you why that would be a bad pick. He is, according to a physical therapist who does breakdowns on injuries, he's one of the highest rated for re-injury, and his overall injury history is just horrible. And apparently he would be much higher. He'd be the number 1 edge guy this year if it wasn't for this injury history above Quiddy. So you're right. That would be a typical Cowboys pick. Ignore the injury history, Van Der Esch.
So I'll say this. He got ran over. He was on a moped and he got ran over by a car. That's what happened to him. Broke his wrist, bad concussion, retired from football, sustained headaches forever. And so he retires from football, California kid, UCLA. After like a month, the headaches go away. He goes back in for a reeval, wants to play. They say, well, let's wait a while. Waits a while. Transfers to Miami. And what did he do last year? Oh, he didn't miss any snaps. One of the highest snap counts of any player across the country at the defensive line position. So he's played a year straight with no issues. Upside's there.
So the pick is in, and I'll say that that's not the only injury that he's had. He actually had 2 significant, longer-lasting concussions before that. So then his third concussion. So his concussion after that was pretty serious. So in terms of a re-injury risk, it's larger. But let's see what happens.
It is big. But I'm telling you, Cowboys have a whole nother way of doing business.
They sure do. Jerry Jones helicopters right from there and goes straight to a gentleman's club. Here we go. Let's see. Goodell's up there. Oh, now they're doing something for the veterans now, I think.
That's awesome.
Doing a highlight. I think that there's a soldier who they're honoring right now.
Yeah, and so we do want to say we're not listening to the audio, so if we say anything that's insensitive, which I tend to do, I apologize. You guys know me and kind of who I am off the field. Charles is a better person than me. This guy is a social worker that goes around the freaking country helping people and runs a Common Ground podcast that educates social workers that work with school-age kids to help them better work with kids that have special needs. So, anyway, throw that out there.
Weirdly enough, this person is a social worker, the veteran who's up there.
Boom, baby.
It's Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is off the board.
You called it, Chuck.
So smart. They trade back. This kid is going to be a force on the field. Character concerns, but they pick up pick 84 and they get their guy. I hate you, Cowboys, but I respect the move. I think you should have taken Slater because your offensive line is garbage. Dak might, get injured again, but I understand the move here. Take it away, John.
Micah Parsons is for real. He is really damn good. Off the field issues are aplenty. Again, Cowboys don't care about that. I mean, this dude, you look into the stuff that's out there, it's rated R, awful stuff. It's HBO documentary series type stuff. So, but he's a hell of a player. He's great. So I am going to say this, Chuck. I'm going to turn it over to you and Dale. I'm going to have to hit the ladies' room for a real quick second, but we're going to keep production going because I don't want anything bad to happen. So I'm going to turn my camera off. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Chuck, Dale, let's go through the chat. We've got a lot of stuff going on for sure. You guys good with this?
Let's do it.
Yeah,
all right.
Go ahead.
Y'all take it away.
Tell me what's happening in that chat, Dale.
Not much. It's just a bunch of just a bunch of football chatter, which I enjoy. With Scott, we have not given away the jersey yet, so don't worry about that right now.
Yeah.
What do you think? So where do you think the Steelers are going? I got a question way early on. What are your thoughts on what the Steelers do? I mean, they need some running back help, right?
Yeah. I think personally that, it's probably a bit too high where they are in the first to take Najee. That's going to be controversial, but that's probably what they do. The metrics on this guy are unbelievable, not just his stats, but if you go and you look, we talked about the Athletics' Dane Gruger, who releases a top 100. He really breaks down things, everything like hand size and the shoulder frame size, all that. He is massive. He is a huge, huge man compared to the other running backs, bigger than Ramon Stevenson from OU, which everyone thinks is the power back of this class.
Right.
It's Najee Harris, who also has the power, who also has the shiftiness. So I think this guy is probably going to go to the Steelers. And if that's the case, he could even go a little higher. And Javonte Williams could be another because the Steelers are ready. They're ready. They've got Big Ben for how much ever longer. I think that they've got to go get somebody really stout in the run game to take it to the next level.
Sure. Okay.
So what we have, if you got questions, let me know. I'm going to go through real quickly, though, the next upcoming pick. So right now, as it stands, we've got the Chargers who are coming up next, Minnesota, New England. This is interesting because Mac Jones is still on the board. You've got to think that.
Yeah, unless there's a trade here, right? I mean, New England's going to take Mac Jones.
Right. So
unless somebody jumps up, I'm back. Unless somebody jumps up and takes him away. Right? That's kind of where we're at. So, Chuck, come on, man. Talk to me.
You didn't wash your hands.
I did not wash my hands. There's priorities right now, brother.
No.
Draft coverage, I'm not around anybody else. Not washing my hands.
Man, I think the Chargers fall into the perfect spot to take Slater. You've got an absolute stud quarterback in Herbert. Go get this dude protected. To me, there's a bit of a fall off right now, right? Slater is my last big prospect here. I know you can kill me for that one later, but I think some people have got Aziz up there, maybe Darson up there, maybe Quiddy. But
two studs right here, and Elijah Vera Tucker out of USC, Southern Cali guy. Keep him right here, and Rashod Slater. I have Rashod Slater rated really high. Caleb Farley is number 3 on my big board, highest player left, but the medical concerns, right? That's why he's falling. Rashawn Slater's number 8, no concerns. Elijah Vera Tucker, number 12.
Yeah.
So if you take away medical concerns, those are my 2 highest rated players, Rashawn Slater, Elijah Vera Tucker.
Hey, really quick, guys, going back to the chat, I got 3 things to tell you. One is there is a guy, I lost his name, but his wife is in labor, 4 centimeters dilated, waiting for the baby. 2, any chance Kyle Trask will be taken before Mac Jones? And 3, I got a lot of questions asking the 49ers have any chance of trading up to get into the first round again.
Okay, number 1, most importantly, can somebody in the chat Renee, let us know who that was? I need a name. I want to reach out to this guy whose wife is in labor. That's incredible. Not only do you get Trey Lance, you're getting a baby. And it'd probably go the other order. I'm being selfish right now. But congratulations, man. Absolutely incredible. We got to remember this baby because this is awesome, man. This kid, encompasses the greatness that is this event. So congratulations, man. Incredible. Number 2, Kyle Trask will not go ahead of Mac Jones unless there's one team. I think there's legitimately one team that would value Kyle Trask over Mac Jones. That's the Pittsburgh Steelers. Kyle Trask is Big Ben, poor man's Big Ben. Very, very similar concept. Strong arm, stays in the pocket, just shrugs people off like they're flies. Not mobile. He's got clunkers as feet, but he is a man with an arm. And so he would fit perfectly with what they do. Other than that, I can't think of another NFL team that would have Kyle Trask rated ahead of Mac Jones. Now, Mac Jones has fallen, and there's reasons why. Off-the-field concerns are numerous. And so a lot of people take him off their board. Guess, again, Cowboys, they don't care about off-the-field concerns. Guess who doesn't else? Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick, who have plenty of off-the-field concerns themselves. Whether it's cheating, massage parlors, whatever. It doesn't matter. They've got them all. So they don't care about those things either if you look at who they've signed in the past. So I still think, I think he falls there. This pick right here, Elijah Vera Tucker, Rashawn Slater, it's one of those two. You look at kind of what's up next, Minnesota. Again, I think Minnesota goes with Rashawn Slater or Elijah Vera Tucker. Elijah Vera Tucker's best landing spot is with the Minnesota Vikings. They do need some D-line help, though. Chuck, what you got?
I was just going to say the reason is that Trask isn't going to be ahead is because if you look at actually any of the injury history and the injury concerns, there's only one QB with significant injury history, and that's Trask. Everybody else has got a pretty clean bill of health. Justin Fields has got a few things here and there. Zach Wilson's got a few things here and there, but everybody else is pretty dang good. So Trask, though, on the other end, he's got multiple injuries, left the MCL sprain, foot fractures, meniscus tears, ankle sprains. So this guy has been through it. I don't know what Big Ben's injury history was beforehand, but I agree with you. He fits that mold. Not in the first round. Not above Mac Jones, who clearly has a round 1 grade. there's a lot you can say negative about Mac Jones, but let's not forget. I mean, the guy's got some pretty decent film out there, better than Trask.
Yeah.
Really quick, Jeffrey Ibanez. I murdered his last name. I'm sorry, Jeffrey. That's whose wife is pregnant. People are actually saying to name it, like baby Traby.
Oh,
there you go.
I know it's corny,
Traby.
but man, you got to find a way, dude. You're going to get like this story. If we run with this, we can get you some season tickets out of this or something, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Like, you name that kid Trey Lance or Traby or something like that. I'm telling you, man, we will push the hell out of this, and we're going to get some publicity for you if you want it. Now, your wife might not want that, and so I don't want to cause any issues. Trance. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Trance.
I love this kid already.
Oh man, so there is some really interesting. I think this is where the draft gets the most interesting. It has been so far, but I think this is where we start to see some shakeup. I think this is where we start to see some tackles get taken a little bit higher because there's still some great guys out there. The next 5 picks, I think, are going to really be interesting. One of the guys who I'm super interested in, again, going back to, I know I've been focused on injuries, is a lot of people have Landon Dickerson really high, and this guy has got the worst injury history out of anybody probably coming into the draft.
I love Landon Dickerson. I love that guy. You're talking George Kittle, mentality, attitude, entertainer. The dude's going to be on TV. He's hilarious. On film, his personality comes out. Some of the best play, period. Game film, if it's just game film, you love him. But yeah, you're talking 4 straight seasons with injury, 2 ankles and 2 MCLs, not the same ankle, not the same ACL. The dude is broken down below. So like that he's Mr. Glass, but he is amazing. Really, really like that guy. So here we go. Chargers, man. It should be Rashawn Slater here, man. It's a perfect fit. You got to get O-line help for Herbert. Have to.
Here we go. Roger Goodell. He's selecting, not him. The Chargers are selecting the 113. Rashawn Slater. We called it, baby. Booyah.
We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good today.
Yes.
We're nailing a lot of these picks, man. At home, real quick, help us out. How's the production going? What do you want us to focus on more? Do you want more film clips? You just want us kind of chatting, doing what we're doing? You want me to talk more Trey Lance? You know me. I'll talk Trey Lance all damn day. Which I do have to say this. As those comments come in, Dale, Patreon subscribers, I want to say thank you for the support of the podcast. That allows us to do these things. But if you're a Patreon subscriber already, thank you. If you're not, what the hell are you doing? Head over to patreon.com, 49ers Rush Podcast. We got 200 Patreon subscribers already, man. And all we do is go through the film. And this is the best time to subscribe because guess what I'm going to be doing for the next week of my life? Going through every single snap Trey Lance has ever taken. And it's not YouTube highlights. This is all 22 NFL coaching scouting tape where you're going to know everything there is about Trey Lance. So head over to patreon.com, the 49ers Rush Podcast. Just search that. Just search 49ers. We're the top one. Hit subscribe. Join us over there. Also, I do have to say, Charles, your brother, he's making me do this. We are starting, this is going to be huge, a Discord channel. I'm an old man. This is new to me. Tech-savvy youngsters. We're starting a Discord channel. Now, what this is going to do is give us an immediate audience/chat app away from Twitter where it's just us. It's just going to be us. And so we've already got 200 subscribers over there. Head over there. All the support goes back to the podcast, into, production stuff. Everything goes back to the pod, giveaways, all that. Support the podcast. It's the right thing to do. Nobody's canceling. If you want to cancel, go give it a shot. You don't like the product or you don't use it, cancel right away. No questions asked. I'll refund you. I'll pay you back. I'm trying to develop a community of the faithful so that we can enhance all of this for you guys and for myself. It's awesome being a part of this, and so I'm thankful for it. So head over there. The comments I get over there from people is, thank you. You've made the draft process more fun. I now understand film better. I now understand what to look for on Sundays, things like that. So anyway, I'll stop talking about myself. Anyway.
Well, and while you maybe pick up a clip before I go on a little break here for a second, I'll talk about one of the fun things about John is like he always, before he started the podcast, before we started doing all this guy would go to conferences in the Texas high school, whatever that club was, and he'd be going to listen to head coach over at Florida State talk about bubble screens on the right side and offensive line spacing and these kinds of things. So there's things to learn that kind of advance your knowledge and give you the ability to really assess better too. So that's another fun part about watching film with John. So do you have any I'll give you the choice, man. Do you want to pull up something on Lance or you want to pull up something on Slater?
I want Rashod Slater. I'm going to show a Rashod Slater clip here. So if you need to take a break, Chuck, go ahead. Here's why I like Rashod Slater so well. NFL on NFL. You watch the game Northwestern versus Ohio State, and you see this kid handle Chase Young. So here's a clip of Rashod Slater versus Chase Young, Defensive Rookie of the Year. I love me some O-line play. Whew. He's good, man. He is good. Chase Young. And sit down, sir. Sit down. Just buried him. Going against the speed edge. Nice punch, but he grabs. Man, he's so good at grabbing the inside. You good enough to go against Chase Young half the game and him do nothing and just freaking encapsulate this guy? Look at this. That's right, baby. That's a DDT ending move. Look at this. Sorry. What is your take on Rashod Slater? Well, he gave a backwards teabag to Chase Young in the middle of the field and just sat on his face. I think that's good enough for the NFL. That's Rashod Slater, pardon my French, in a nutshell. I'll take this kid. I love him. Now, all right, since Chuck is gone, Dale, how we doing, brother? We just got a trade. How's the chat looking? Did we get some nice responses back? What's happening there?
Oh, yeah, no, people, everybody's loving everything that's going on now. They said keep going. They do want some more content on Trey Lance.
Oh, hell yes.
I'm sure that you're going to be doing an entire episode on Trey Lance.
Yeah, so immediately today, once we're finished here, I might spend about 10 to 15 minutes, just regather, get some sustenance, and then we're going to do a full podcast tonight, guys. A full podcast, live podcast on the same YouTube channel. Hit subscribe, baby. But yeah, we're going to be going. But yeah, we're going to sprinkle in a lot more Trey Lance. I'm working through it's hard to change clips in and out of the production while I'm live. I'm working on that. But we got to trade. Jets trade up. So Vikings fall back, Jets trade up. Now we look at the Jets and kind of what they have. They just got their quarterback. I've already said, Zach Wilson, I hate this surrounding. I hate it. Terrible offensive line. Guess what? Elijah Vera Tucker is there. This would be a perfect fit there. Now, there are some wide receiver options available. You know, you look at if you're trying to get a deep threat, whatever else, Terrace Marshall Jr., a lot of people really like him. Rashod Bateman, if you're looking for more of a physical type Anquan Bolden wide receiver. There's lots of different things there. And again, you got to remind yourself for the Jets, this is 49ers East now, right? What type of players would Kyle Shanahan like in his offense? That's what we're looking for here. Chuck, how you feeling about this trade? I'm trying to find the parameters. I haven't seen it yet on Twitter, but we do know that they fell back pretty far. You know, you're looking at where they were. The Jets were sitting at 23. They jumped all the way up to 14 ahead of the Patriots. Now, there's no chance the Jets take Mac Jones. So this means Mac Jones is going to be there for the Patriots if they want him. I think they're going to take him. So what else are some things? You know, you look at the Jets and team needs. Yeah. Corner, could be Caleb Farley. Edge, again, Kwity Paye, Jalen Phillips. Running back, man, they have nobody at running back. No way you trade up, though, that big for a running back with three guys there.
No.
I think wide receiver. I think it should be Elijah Vera Tucker. That's who I would take. Elijah Vera Tucker should be the pick here. Outside shot, man, I'd probably say, I'd go wide receiver Rashod Bateman. That would be your slant guy, your Debo type role. I don't know. What do you think, Chuck? This is interesting to me.
It's odd, right? Because of the players who are left back, it's weird to give up a lot of capital for a guard. Okay, I get that Tucker's good. He's the best prospect probably still left on the board.
I think he could be a tackle, but yeah, worst case is he's a center.
Okay.
You can start him at center.
Okay, so you draft a guy who's a good prospect but doesn't have a ton of film at tackle. Don't love that either. But we've got Saleh here, who is a defensive guy, and they are the second worst defensive line in football. So another outside shot is Barrymore.
Oh, here we go. Here's the trade.
Alabama.
They get 14th and a 4th rounder, and the Vikings get the 23rd and a 3rd rounder. Oh, 2 third-round picks. So they get number 23 and 2 third-round picks, 66 and 87. And, the Jets get this pick here and a 4th. So 2 thirds to jump up.
Not terrible.
Not terrible, but they want somebody here bad. You're offering 2 third-rounders to get up here. So they had somebody top 10 on their board that's fallen down. Kwity Paye might work. Kwity Paye might be a perfect fit here.
Kwity Paye, I think so.
Christian Darrisaw, tackle. If you're wanting to go tackle, Darrisaw.
That's what I was thinking.
Tevin Jenkins, another outside shot there too. Man, I kind of like this. But again, there's 3 tackles I like. There's 3 running backs I like. There's nobody that's really set apart here. So, interesting. Robert Saleh is the head coach. Now, you drafted this quarterback. You got to protect the quarterback. Don't do the Andrew Luck thing. But, man, I think the value here is probably Kwity Paye. Top edge player on my board. We'll have to see what they do here. Here we go. Goodell's making his strut.
Yeah, and to give up 2 thirds to move up to get the best edge player on the board when you have a bad defensive line, I think you're right. I think it's Kwity. Let's see. Goodell up there with the 114. The Jets selection is.
Here we go.
Do this.
I like the introductions, the long introductions.
I know. Oh, here we go. Tucker. They moved up for a guard.
Elijah Vera Tucker. I don't think he's a guard. I think he can play tackle, or he can play center, or he can play all 5. And here's what I'll tell you. Okay, Elijah Vera Tucker, he started all over the place. He's incredible. He's the top player on my board that's not injured. I had him number 12 overall. I don't have a problem with this pick whatsoever. You go get this dude, and he is so clean. Super, super young. Can kind of do everything, has done everything, and just super clean. There's not a lot of issues. Now, he did have some hard time with Justin Thibodeau in the Pac-12 championship game, but he is all over the place and just super athletic, versatile. He started at right guard, left tackle. He can kind of do it all. Here, I'll show you a clip of just awareness. He's the most aware kind of football intelligent tackle or guard or whatever it is you want for him. He can do it all. So here's a clip from Elijah Vera Tucker. AVT. Let's see it. This is a game against UCLA. Right, let's watch AVT here. Checks inside. Oh, that's so good. Gosh, he's played guard. 2 seasons at guard. Look at him check down with his arm and then help out outside. See that? He's got his arm fully extended. Look at this. Helping out to the inside without giving out any outside leverage. Elijah Vera Tucker, are you kidding me? You have some questionable guard play. This guy improves it as a tackle. You need better guard play? Guess what? You can put him at guard. I don't know if he could snap, but his body doesn't suggest he couldn't. The athleticism suggests he couldn't. But, man, pressing with his right arm inside, feet moving independently, you can see how. All right, we're going to stop it there. A couple things I want to talk about real quick. I love Elijah Vera Tucker. He was destined to go to a zone scheme. 49ers East fits perfectly. Even if he can't play tackle, he's going to be a starting center. He makes their team better. Number 2, Patriots got that pick in record time. They took 5 seconds to turn that damn card in. Bill Belichick said, this pick is in. It's going to be Mac Jones. There's no doubt about it, man. Now, here's the bad news, 49ers fans. Jimmy Garoppolo's trade value plummet. It's gone. It's gone. You're not trading Jimmy G this year. Unless Washington football team wants to pony up, but I don't think they do. What other team wants a Jimmy Garoppolo type quarterback? I don't think it's there. You look at these teams, you can't find really anybody. Pittsburgh doesn't want Jimmy Garoppolo. He doesn't fit what they do at all. New Orleans? No.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not seeing it.
I've never seen Goodell get up to this. He got up there quick.
He did.
They picked it. He's already there. That's not Robert Kraft, is it? Like
No,
Robert
it's
Kraft.
not. It's not Robert Kraft.
Like his big brother.
Yeah.
Big brother.
Man, that Elijah Vera Tucker pick was good. This got to be Mac Jones, man. Sending that mayonnaise out to New England. You hated New England before. Guess what? You're going to hate them even more now.
Can you imagine if this isn't Mac?
Who would it be if it wasn't Tevin Jenkins, maybe?
No, I get it, but still, I mean, that means that Mac
pay?
is plummeting.
Now they need a corner. Caleb Farley. Ooh. Caleb Farley. He might be an outside shot here, but I think it's going to be Mac Jones.
They're letting this dude. Let's see. Oh, thank you for your service to our country. Okay. I don't know what this guy did.
Yeah, I got to be careful. I want to poke fun at everybody, but I know it's not the place.
Me too. He looks like a wonderful gentleman.
Yeah, U.S. Marine veteran, founder of Food for Vets. Hell yeah, man. That's fucking awesome. Great man. Awesome dude.
Mac Jones.
There it is, man.
In the building.
Mac Jones is good.
Wow.
Here's what's great. And people are going to say A+ draft for Bill Belichick because he just waited. Sat back, didn't panic, got the guy he wanted. And I can tell you this. You know, I got some people that talked to the agents of Mac Jones, and I've seen some screenshots. He did not want to come to San Francisco. I don't want to put that out there before the draft just because I was asked not to. He didn't want to go here. You look at his Instagram feed and family's Instagram feed, San Francisco was not a place for him. You know, you're following Tom Brady, very similar conservative views, whatever else. It kind of works. Bill Belichick, Nick Saban, connections are endless. They love Alabama players. Happy for them. This does hurt the 49ers in the Garoppolo trade. There is no way in hell the Patriots now or next year will be trading for Jimmy Garoppolo. Teams that need a quarterback still. All right? You've got, man, there's not much there. The Broncos, but they just traded for Teddy Bridgewater. They just passed over Justin Fields and Mac Jones. I don't see that there.
Wow.
I think this is good news personally because I wanted Jimmy Garoppolo to come back this next year. I want him to start. Where are you going to trade him? You can't trade him anywhere now. There's not a team with the dire need at the quarterback position. There will be next year. There's not now. Jimmy G's going to be staying. I'm telling you that right now. Not going anywhere.
It's the best news that has happened. I mean, outside of Lance today, this is, again, the best news.
This is exactly what I've wanted.
Right.
This is exactly what I wanted. I said Trey Lance, and I said keep Jimmy. And everybody's, why would you keep Jimmy? You got this salary. We have room for it. We have built for this. Now Trey Lance gets to chill and season in Kyle Shanahan. He doesn't want to start quarterbacks early. That's not what he wants to do. He doesn't have to do that now. This is the best news. Oh my gosh, man. I'm telling you, Kyle Shanahan subscribes to the podcast, people. He's a subscriber. He's Countdown Crew. He's in it, man.
You know who didn't waste any time getting the next pick in was the Cardinals. And that wasn't a trade, was it? I don't think it was. But their pick is in immediately.
Cardinals? They were not on the clock. Yeah, they were. They're 16.
They're 16. Okay.
Caleb Farley was my mock draft to get this guy. Ah, damn it. I didn't want him to go there. Here's who I want.
Go ahead.
I hate this, man. So NFC West is on the clock. I've got another Trey Lance clip pulled up. And I think that, this should be a defensive pick. There's lots of wide receivers. Worst coaching staff in the NFL at Arizona. They don't develop people. They just kind of grasp at straws. Patrick Peterson's gone. Corners a need. Greg Newsome is a possibility. Caleb Farley is a possibility. I think those are all places that they could go. Dell, how's the chat looking? What's going on, brother?
Hey, not much going on here. Same stuff. People are saying they love this stream, want to keep going. Let's see. They are. Still Trey Lance talk a little bit when he starts, how he starts. I think that's going to be a conversation that you're going to have with your listeners for the next how many ever months, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be a while, and we're going to be talking for this a while. Renee, I want to say thank you for your gift. He put out the question, do you think we should trade up? How long before Jimmy's hurt? Do we bring in the rookie? The thing is this now, guys, with Jimmy Garoppolo. If he gets hurt, who cares? That was the motivation behind the whole trade. don't allow the quarterback position to ruin your entire season, which has happened 2 out of the last 3 years. Now you put Jimmy Garoppolo out there. One, he has a much better offensive line. Got in Alex Mack, brought back Trent Williams. You're great there. I still want to upgrade that guard spot. Creed Humphrey, I'm telling you right now, that's the guy. Creed Humphrey in the second round is a dream scenario for me. I've been right so far. We're keeping Jimmy. At least that's what it looks like. We got Trey Lance, number 3. Creed Humphrey's the pick. I'm telling you right now, man, I should quit because I'm never going to be this right again. It might go out on top. Do the George Costanza. I'm out. Make people laugh. You leave. So yeah, we'll have to see there. Thank you though, Renee. I really appreciate the gift, man. And the kind words. It means a lot. So also want to say, Scott, man, appreciate the gift. We're going to be doing that shot soon, man. What are we?
Sean.
Oh, sorry.
Jeez, you cannot remember his name.
Scott donated a gift. And yeah, I can't remember. I'm a teacher, man.
And the Cardinals selection is about to be announced in about 10 seconds.
Don't be Caleb Farley.
I think it's Barrymore personally.
Ooh.
Oh, it's Zaven Collins from
all
Tulsa.
they have are linebackers. Now, I love me some Zaven Collins. Let me say this, okay? Now, he's the 33rd player on my big board, okay? But if you had to ask me somebody that is not going to bust, I was going to say Zaven Collins. You know, he is so great. I just don't know what to do for him. Wonderful feel for the game. 6'4", 259. He's a huge linebacker. Ran a 4.6. You know, he's old school linebacker, gigantic, and just makes tackles everywhere. Played quarterback and safety in high school at Tulsa, but he's the complete package with no holes in the game. Super safe. This is a reach, okay? I like him, but this was a reach. So far, and I think that this is a good thing, this is the lowest player on my board that has been selected so far. This is the only second-round grade I have given that has been selected so far. So that's Zaven Collins. But they're in a league, right, a division, where they have to stop the run with the 49ers. That's what this is. He's a run stuffer. Great feel for the game. He's a hell of a player. Very fun to watch. Not going to be anymore. Now, let's jump over. I got another clip of Trey Lance with pressure in his face, okay? This is what Trey Lance does with pressure in his face. Here's an awesome clip. Come on, know who we're here for. All right, 3rd and 7. He's going to hit just a simple route over the middle, but let's watch his eyes and get through his progressions, okay? You see he starts off straight to the left. Now he's down the middle of the field. Gets a little pressure, sidesteps it. Man, look at the throw with a dude coming in his face, man. Boom. Hangs in the pocket. Perfect delivered ball over the middle. So first he slides. That's okay. But man, for people that say, oh, he just turns and runs, he's a run-first quarterback. Really? Look at gets through his progressions. 1, 2. There he is. Locks on. Man, that's a hell of a play. Look at the footwork, man. Just dancing in the middle. Takes the hit, delivers it right on target on 3rd and 7. Man, that is awesome. Keep fighting, big guy. Yeah, Trey Lance has got it, man. I'm so pumped about this pick. I really, really do like it. And so, you know, we're looking at where things are with the draft. Things are moving good. I'm liking the way it is. We got the Raiders on the clock now. They need edge help, and they've got a lot of guys. Kwity Paye, Jalen Phillips. Gregory Rousseau. The edge is probably going to be the pick here. Either that or they go crazy with the Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I think that could be a pick as well.
It's weird. I can't remember a draft sort of falling so in order in a long time. I feel like I've kind of been shocked, more, but this is really kind of fallen how we think. I can't see anything but an edge player going here. They are so desperate on the D line. It's just a matter of who fits. So out of these guys, who do you think fits the Raiders?
They need edge help in the worst ways. They got Max Crosby on their team. They really don't have much else. You know, I think this is probably one of the worst drafting teams in the NFL. And the players that they've hit on, they've cut. Like, they cut Maurice Hurst, and the 49ers picked him up on a vet minimum deal. He's the best player on their defense 2 out of the last 3 years. He was rated number 1, number 2, and number 3 at Pro Football Focus. Now, you don't put everything on Pro Football Focus, but he was a hell of a player. They got Ngakoue, right. Cleveland Farrell. They're just betting on him. They signed Solomon Thomas to a $3 million deal. Right now, Solomon Thomas is starting for these guys. We know what that's like. He's got more penalties than he has sacks. And Crosby had a down year last year. So that was bad. The corners that they've drafted haven't done well, right? Damon Arnett out of Ohio State's been bad. Trayvon Mullen, who I liked out of Clemson's been bad. Everybody on this team, Jonathan Abram, been bad. They're bad. They're a bad football team. Now, offensively, they're good. John Gruden's a hell of an offensive coach, and he's going to get production. But damn, these two people should not be making choices on who they should pick. And I love Mike Mayock, but man, they have missed. They have missed, and they have missed again.
Yeah. I guess the thing is, when does Gruden get responsibility? He's got a 10-year deal in front of him. I'm going to doubt that he's going to get put in the hot seat to be Mayock first, but I get that he's an offensive guy, but, Tony Dungy kind of built something underneath him. When does this guy get
So Mayock could be gone soon at the end of a season. He'll be the first scapegoat. But number two, the Davis family is cash short every year. They apply for a waiver on the percentage of cash that they have because they can't pay signing bonuses. A lot of the cuts that you see the Raiders make is because they're cash-heavy deals. They can't pay their payroll. And so, 10 years, $100 million, they're not firing Gruden and bringing in another coach paying them $5 million because they don't have the cash. So that's what that is. So Gruden's not going anywhere. Mayock, he's the first scapegoat. There's no doubt about that. But this should be a defensive pick. You're in this conference, which is pretty damn loaded. But you're trying to beat the Chiefs. That's what everything is. And we've seen how to beat the Chiefs. It's pressure. You got to hit them. Defensive end should be the pick here. Defensive line, Christian Barmore, Levi Onwuzurike, maybe interior guys, but no. Kwity Paye, Jalen Phillips, Gregory Rousseau, those should be the picks. One of those three. I would go Kwity Paye here.
What about the linebacker for Notre Dame?
Yeah,
Jeremiah
Owusu-Koramoah. If he's a linebacker, awesome. I think he's more of a nickel. But yeah, you're right. That kind of goes with the NFL. They paid big money to Corey Littleton, bringing him from the Rams to the Raiders last year. He didn't pan out very well.
True.
Right? And so you definitely could go linebacker. You cut me off whenever it's time to go. You have Nick Kwiatkowski, who's played better. But again, linebackers weak. But D-line, man, you need edge. Get edge.
They went tackle. They went Alex Leatherwood, Alabama. There we go.
Alex Leatherwood. Bad teams are bad for a reason. Listen to this. I have a 3rd round grade on Alex Leatherwood as a guard. This, by far, and Twitter's going to light up, this was a bad pick. I like Leatherwood. I think that he's a good player. Great length. Doesn't adjust well to counter moves. Some teams will have him as guard based on film. Some teams have him as a tackle based on metrics. His stiff lower body gets him in trouble all the time. Arm length is best asset. 2 years at left tackle, 1 at right guard. He was the number 1 tackle coming out of high school based on ESPN and a whole bunch of different rankings. He was coached by Charlie Ward, your boy, down in Pensacola, Florida in high school. But I'm telling you right now, Jonathan Martin was my comp for him. This is a bad pick.
Yeah.
And they're going to play him at tackle. He's the number 60 player on my board, man. Now, I'm not the be-all, end-all of this. I totally understand that. You're going to slide him in at right tackle. You got Colton Miller on the left side, who was really bad his first year, got better and got better. They picked up his 5th-year option. But, you slide him into right tackle. Brandon Parker now kind of gets bumped inside probably. It's not a good team, man. It's not a good team. And they had a lot of good offensive linemen they let go by the wayside. This is a bad pick. Worst pick of the draft so far.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that you, Dale?
What's up, Dale? What's going on, brother?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
My mic on?
Yeah, your mic's on. That's okay.
I'm trying to, Another 49ers personality on the internet got a $50 tip on his live stream the other day. I was trying to get $51. So I'm working the chat for you, buddy.
I appreciate that, man.
No, everybody's there's been a few support donations. Darren, I should try to probably write these down. Matt Calloway, thank you. Arturo, Arturo. So yeah, there's been a couple guys and gals donating and supporting you, so that's awesome to see.
Really do appreciate
as your
that.
friend. It's awesome to see all these people supporting you and enjoying your content.
Yeah, I'm seeing the Jimmy Garoppolo quarterback controversy. What's 49ers football without a controversy? It's not going to be one. I'm telling you right now, they're going to shut that down. Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be starting week 1. Period. That's all there is to it. Think about when we traded for Jimmy Garoppolo, right? We traded a second-round pick, and we were a losing team. What did Coach Kyle Shanahan do? Sat Jimmy's butt down for 5 games until an injury happened to C.J. Beathard, R.I.P., and then you put Jimmy in and he balled out. Shanahan believes in sitting quarterbacks. This kid's 20 years old. This is handled with care. I think Trey could play right away, but you don't need him to. You let Jimmy be the guy. Let him run with it. He's the best teammate ever. He's never talked bad about anybody. You keep him there, and you just be happy things were going on, and you make the transition whenever you need to make the transition.
Hey, John, I don't mean to make you nervous or anything, but there is somebody in the chat named Steven Young. I don't want to get you all nervous on the air, but I'm just letting you know Steven Young is in the chat.
What's up, Steve? Glad you're here, brother.
Okay.
I'm not nervous.
Okay. Just want to let you know.
Dolphins about to make a pick. You guys ready?
All right,
Play
Dolphins.
action.
They take
Down. So
Jaylen Phillips.
I knew he was going soon. I know that people talk about his stuff. I said he's going to probably be the first edge off the board, and he's that damn good. His film is better than anybody's. The injury history you talked about, that's an issue. He's a rapper on the side as well. I don't think that's an issue. But yeah, he is a rapper. There's a couple players out here that are rappers. I listen to rap music all the time. Whatever. He's creative. This dude eats, breathes football. You watch him work out. The dude is freaking Tarzan. He's got go look up a picture of Jaylen Phillips workout without a shirt on. It kind of does something. The dude is a man. He is a physical freak. Remember this. He came out of high school ranked ahead of Chase Young. He was the number 1 player in the country by a wide margin. We talked about him getting run over by the car on a moped. Concussions before that at UCLA. Sat out a year, transferred to Miami, blew everybody out of the water. And again, you're going after playing a year straight with no injury history. There are injury history there, but if you deleted the injury history, this dude was a top 7 pick. That's how good he is. And Miami, they get to sit back. This is a great pick. California kid from the Redlands. He's awesome, man. I'm rooting for this guy. I really, really am. He's entertaining as hell. And some of those guys you watch film and you're just waiting for the game to get done. And some guys you watch film and you're like, oh, next play. He's exciting. This is a great value pick. I had him number 15 on my board. Number 15. So kind of take that for what you will. He's fun to watch, but I'll tell you that for sure. Now, you look at who's up next. We got Washington. Could be Kyle Trask here. I don't think so. They need wide receiver help. There's lots of wide receivers available.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. You need somebody on the other side of McLaren. I think it's a really high volume place for potentially for a rookie. I think Fitzmagic does what he does. Now, that's a guy who's exciting. So I like wide receiver here, but thing is that there's a lot of quality players.
Left tackle Christian Darrisaw is the perfect scheme fit in the world for what Washington does. You know what Christian Darrisaw's metric or player comp was for me? He was good Lord. The name's out of my mind right now. Williams for the 49ers. He's him light.
Trent.
Yeah. Trey Williams light. Trent Williams light. That's what he was. And so, man, you plug him in, Left tackle, which they have a hole. They don't really have anybody that's too great over there. Jaron Christian Sr. is their guy right now. 3rd round pick 3 years ago. Man, that's who I would go with 100%. I said they need a wide receiver. They do. Now, they did bring over Curtis Samuel, right? He's already got the Ron Rivera connection. You've got McLaurin, who I think is a rising star in this league. Fitzpatrick's going to be fun. Man, this is going to be a left tackle pick. I think Darrisaw makes way too much sense, but could use some linebacker help for sure. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, that's a guy that could be in here. The only thing they don't need help with is edge. Everywhere else, I think corner's solid too. But, man, we're getting in the chunk of this draft. We're over halfway through now. Picks in, not a trade.
Love it. Oh, I love it.
Oh, this is fun, man.
This is actually I love the first few picks. I mean, obviously it's cool. I think both you and I really more enjoy once we get going. I do love the first round. I love this part of the first round. It's always like, you see big moves start to happen here. So, man, if I'm another team and Kwity Paye is still on the board, just me personally, I know that there's some people are not super high on him. Man, I'd love to make a move to go get him if I'm if I'm defensive needy.
Hey, guys, really quick, can I jump in on the chat? The chat's really active right now. We got a maximum donation, $50 from our boy Austin, tipping you $50, John. Thank you, Austin, for supporting John. Good old Austin. And right after that, we got almost back to back. Debbie gave $5. So Austin and Debbie, that basically that's amazing.
And I gotta say this, man. Austin has been one of the people behind my success. Old friend, the people that go way back. The ESF, DFS, and Dynasty podcast with Austin. He's one of the best audio tech guys. If I have a tech issue, I call Austin. He's a good friend, great at what he does. He's a Patriots fan, so that kind of hurts. But he's a good man. So thank you, Austin. Really appreciate that gift. Debbie, thank you so much. Absolutely love it. Zach Sheets, Charles Barr. Zach Sheets has entered the chat. The principal man from Hawaii. Appreciate the gift, brother. He won our fantasy league last year. I love it, man. Just an amazing human being. We got a lot of really cool people in this chat. What a cool community, man. Absolutely love it.
Colts fan, just diehard Peyton Manning. I was worried about him for a second with the whole Andrew Luck thing. That was a big shot to his ego. So he's still recovering. Hopefully Andrew or Wentz helps him out. So
yeah, and I'll say this, as Washington comes up here to pick, they don't have a mascot. Maybe they could pick a mascot. Can they do that in the draft? Could they pick a mascot, please? I kind of like the Washington football team, but yeah, you need something. This should be a left tackle. It should be Christian Darrisaw. That's who it should be.
Could be defensive.
Ooh.
Let's see. 119, the Washington team of name of cities, not of mascots. They choose Jamin Davis, Kentucky.
Yeah, we said linebacker. Now, Jamin Davis was another outside opportunity guy that could sneak into this first round. He was the definition of one of the late risers. I like Jamin Davis a lot. He's fun to watch. Now, there's some issues with his game, but the dude can ball. I didn't really know where I wanted to put him on my big board because it's kind of hard to see. He's an old school guy, but you see what he does. He's the number 40 overall player on my big board. And they had a need at linebacker. We talked about this before. I think they should have went left tackle. That offense is still going to struggle, but he was rated just behind Zaven Collins for me. I have him number 40 overall. Long, quick, 1-year starter, 6'3", ran a 4.47. Now, Jamin Davis was interviewed. Guess who he compared himself to? Fred Warner. So 49ers fans, that's kind of what he is. Born in Hawaii, military kid, moved all over, started football 4 years in high school. Really, really fun quarterback or linebacker that reads the quarterback well. He is a read and react, smart guy. Good pick. Poor Fitzpatrick, man. Maybe they'll get a tackle in the second round. Now, for 49ers fans, these linebackers going are the best news possible. This is pushing guys down to tomorrow. 49ers could trade back up. I don't want them to yet. Way too many guys. If you do trade up, if you're the 49ers, you're talking pick 30, 31, 32. That's the earliest you're targeting just because of the draft capital you'd have to give to get up. But I think they're the sweet spot. That 43 pick, you're going to get a stud there if you're just patient. Be patient. Be patient.
Be patient.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey,
Quinn, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't mean to keep butting in, guys.
No,
but
as much as possible.
I just want to show love to all the supporters. Devin, Jacqueline, Gatton here on the YouTube chat. $51. So you beat the other another 49ers personality with a live stream by $1. So John, congratulations. That officially means you're better than the other live streamer.
I love the comment. Can't let a Patriots fan offer more than a Niner fan. We are better in every way. That's damn right. I love it. Devin, thank you so much, man. Another huge supporter of the podcast. Great man. Another awesome human being that works to help people and make lives people better. We got some pretty cool people in here, man. It's fun.
It's fun.
This is awesome. Chuck, how we feel on the draft? You got the Giants on the clock. I don't know. How do you feel when somebody says the Giants? Like, are you threatened? Do you not care? Like, is it just like annoying cousin?
No, and even when the Giants were good, you didn't even feel that threatened. There was just something so sleepy about Eli. There was no passion. You're like, yeah, they're probably going to win, but I'm not really threatened. I'm feeling good. I think that this is now where some defensive line depth is starting to fall. I think there's probably 2 or 3, maybe possibly 4 guys you could look at this area. Again, this is where they're not great at pressure, not great at sacks. So I don't know. I've been wrong so far about where I thought that these defensive line and edge guys would go a bit higher. But I could be wrong again. You've got Tevin Jenkins still at tackle. You've got Landon Dickerson, who we talked about. We've got, Greg Newsome still out there. So there's still a bunch of guys.
Yeah, I think this got to be edge or a linebacker. Kwity Paye makes too much sense to me. Kwity Paye, again, he's the top-ranked player on my board, not named Caleb Farley. Again, Caleb Farley's got a medical red flag onto him. So, take that for what it is. Kwity Paye's number 13 on my big board. Gregory Rousseau's next up, 18. And, again, linebacker, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or Nick Bolton from Missouri. I think those are kind of the picks we're looking at. They traded back, so they weren't in love with anybody. But, man, there's still some solid value there. And, again, you go down – man, Alex Leatherwood, pick 60. Ooh, to the Raiders. That's my number 60 overall player. You took him so early. We're just now at pick 20. Oh, we got to give away our jersey soon, baby. Oh, it's almost jersey time.
Do that.
Hey, before that, really quick, Scott Sullivan. What's up, Scott? $51 again. So $51, amazing. You guys are just showing John all kinds of love. So I'm sure you appreciate it.
That's awesome, man. Really do appreciate it.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's really cool to see, all the audience appreciating what you do. I mean, this stuff isn't easy. You put so much work into it, and it's awesome seeing all these guys support you and your work.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. What the draft was how I got started, really, in everything. Coach football, obviously, but I started writing draft profiles. Yeah, I did. Coach football, Dale. He loves this. You want to tell the story about the Dallas Uber drivers, Dale? You want to throw that in there?
Every chance John gets, and I don't know if it's just in my head or not, but every time. Oh, Maria Garcia, $51. Jesus. Holy cow!
Thank you so
Jeff
much.
Jeff Flowers, $75. These are just coming in. You guys are amazing. I'm excited. I think I'm more excited than you right now. This is amazing.
Thank you, guys.
Anyways, John is a football coach, was a football coach in Dallas. For some reason, every time we get into a club or a bar or anything, somehow it comes up that John is a football coach. We make sure every Uber driver knows that John was a high school football coach.
So, like, I'm a weirdo. Like, if I take an Uber and, like, there's more than, two people, I'm jumping in the front seat. Like, I'm fighting to meet and talk to and get to know this person. I grew up in Dallas, right? So I moved to California several years ago. We go back to Dallas for this football convention, whatever else. And we're taking Ubers everywhere. We're going around bar hopping, eating barbecue, whatever else. And I'm like, oh, I got the front. And I'm chatting it up. That's just who I am. And so, yeah, that was my connection to get to know people. I definitely had too much to drink and used that conversation starter too often. So that is on me. That's on me.
It's like The Office. It's like Cornell. Cornell, you ever heard of it?
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, so much.
That's exactly what John does. He gets an Uber driver. He's like, Hey, how you doing? Good. Yeah, I was a high school football coach in Dallas, so I'm pretty familiar with this
Yeah.
area every single
Oh
time.
yeah, I got my
Also, I'm trying to
go-tos.
get I'm trying to get your audience here on the chat to put some pressure on you for me to interview you for like an hour on like beyond football stuff. So if they put some pressure on you, I want to do that interview of you and put it up on your feed.
All right. No,
I think
I love it, man. Yeah, and gotta say, Dale's got a handful of podcasts that I do want to promote. Oh, we got the Giants pick in real quick. My Wife Is Mad at Me pod, which I've been a guest on. Absolute fun, just talking about all generalities, whatever else, and Eat Sleep Fantasy, which is an incredible podcast he's been doing from the start. So go subscribe to Dale there. We got 3 talented people that record all the time. Chuck, go ahead.
Kadarius Toney just went to the Giants at pick 20. What?
They're going to find out if Daniel Jones is the guy. Listen to this wide receiver core. Darius Slayton, who I love. Galladay. They went and spent top money on Galladay. They got Evan Ingram. He's there as well. You have all of these guys now. You add in Kadarius Toney, who I like. Sterling Shepard. Kadarius Toney is this small, shifty wide receiver. Here, I want to play a clip because I want you guys to kind of see what it is that he brings to this team because he's fun. Now, I have a second-round grade on him. He is small. He's 100% a slot guy, but because of the guys I just listed, Darius Slayton and Kenny Galladay, they don't need an outside guy. But here's a clip showing what Kadarius Toney brings to the table for Florida. He's fun to watch now. Let's go back and watch this one. Look, watch how shifty he is. Now, it's not fair. Number one, he's going to do this to a linebacker. They picked on 10 all game. Whoop. Now, you catch the ball in space. Terrible, you're not going to catch this guy. But to say that this is going to score a touchdown with 1, 2, 3, 4 defenders, in front of him and one trailing is insane. Again, you look at this. This is going to be a touchdown. 1, 2, 3, 4. This guy's going to score. Whoop. He just completely destroys any type of tackling angle. His speed is uncanny. And the thing is, it's not just speed, which he has in spades. Watch him shift and juke without losing a step. Whoop. Just that little hesitation. Pinball. There's speed and quickness, and there's speed from power. This is power. This is, I'm not trying to say he's like Adrian Peterson at all, but it's that powerful quad and hamstring speed where as he's going, he's small, but he's a damn little bowling ball of fury, Ooh. He's a fun watch, man. That dude just power. Little bitty, small, shifty guy. Top end speeds there. It's exactly what they needed. Again, I think they should have went defense. I think that's where the value is. One of the bets we put up was less than 14 defensive players drafted in the first round. Again, I put out a whole bunch of bets, but on Patreon, I could put every single bet I was a part of. And man, how many defensive players are off the board so far? There's like none. Like there's no defensive players gone yet. And so let's count them up. 1, 2. Let's see. You got Jaycee Horn, Patrick Surtain, Micah Parsons, Zaven Collins, Jalen Phillips, Jamin Davis. 6 defensive players out of the first 20. And here we go. Now on the clock is the Colts. They're going left tackle. This will be, now the problem is they value tackles a little differently, okay? Obviously, Christian Darrisaw is the top tackle on my board. Tevin Jenkins, probably a right tackle, could play left tackle. But a dark horse runner right here, okay? North Dakota State, let's stay with those Bison, baby. I'm telling you right now, this guy has worked with Joe Staley. He's a perfect fit of what they do. Dylan Redunz out of North Dakota State. Might be a little bit of a reach, but it is a perfect fit. Again, this is going to be the left tackle that's going to slide in next to Quentin Nelson, who they just picked up his 5th-year option. This would be interesting. They were one of the heavy pursuers early on at left tackle for a lot of the free agents, including Trent Williams. So we'll see here. What do you think, man? Charles, what do you think they do here?
Listen, I understand the logic with that, but here's the thing. If I'm going to have that mindset, and I know that I'm not one of the only scheme fits, but there are other tackle prospects that are going to be rated higher consensus. I'm going to fall back from this pick because I know that I'm going to be able to get that maybe a few picks later. I think Bateman is, a possibility here. And I think any of the defensive guys as a luxury pick would be pretty dang good.
Yeah, and
is it too early? Go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say their roster is one of the best in the NFL. And it's one of the absolute best. Very difficult to find a hole. And the only issue is left tackle. Now, you look at where the Colts pick next is pick 54. Tackles are falling a little bit. They're not going off the board like I thought they would. Now, I did think that this started the sweet spot, but I keep saying over and over again, tackle here, tackle here, tackle. There's a lot of tackle-needy teams. So I wouldn't be surprised if the run starts right here because you're getting a handful of teams in a row that could use some O-line help. So I think this should be a tackle, but take it away, Chuck. What you got?
Oh, pick is not quite in yet. I think that, again, I think that Quiddy's another potential here. So, again, they have luxury all over, but I was going to ask you, is it too early for a tight end to come off the board here? Is it a potential that Freiermuth is he potentially able to creep into the first round? And if so, is this way too high?
Who'd you say?
It's the tight end.
Oh, Freiermuth. Yeah, Freiermuth. He's a fun watch, man. He's a good player. I've got him later, but you're right. This is a poor tight end draft. I don't even put Kyle Pitts in the tight end conversation. But yeah, that would be a good fit. There's no doubt about it. I like Freiermuth a lot, but a little bit of a luxury, I think. You got baby hands Doyle there, yeah. But perhaps because again, what happens is whenever you have a position that lacks top end talent, it pushes up the average talent because of people drafting for need. Now, I will say this: one of the things Colts and Chris Ballard do, I think they're a great front office. They are 100% metric traits driven. They cross people off if they do not fit exactly what they want at that position. Because of that, Freiermuth's going to check every single box. It'll apply to him. Some of the other guys, perhaps not. So we'll have to see what happens here. Darrisaw should be the pick, but I'm going to keep saying that until somebody picks him. I really like Darrisaw. We got to do our giveaway. It's been a second. All right. Brandon Ayuk jersey, baby. Now, every time we do these giveaways, people get mad. I promise you, we're going to do more. We got a Dre Greenlaw jersey next day. The Brandon Ayuk jersey giveaway goes to at Tech 49er. Congratulations, my friend. Friend of the show, awesome guy, very active on Twitter. Just want to say congratulations. Never took part in our giveaways and winnings before. It's random. The winners that get picked, I don't get to pick it. And I promise you, if you listen and subscribe long enough, I'm going to get you something, man. It's my goal to get something to all of you guys. So at Tech 49er, congratulations, man. Appreciate the support of the show from everybody. But we're going to keep giving out stuff. It's just what we do here. So just want to say we still have a $50 giveaway card coming up a little bit later. And we got a jersey tomorrow, Dre Greenland. We're going to be here all day tomorrow. Today is fun. Rosters are built tomorrow. 49ers have 2 picks currently tomorrow, but I guarantee you there's going to be some movements. There will be a lot of trades tomorrow. So hit subscribe if you haven't yet. We got a pick in.
Here we go.
Christian Darrisaw, man, make it happen. It's a tackle. I'm saying it's a tackle.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. And the pick is about to be announced, and it is Kwity Paye. They go and get themselves some production on the defensive line. Don't hate that at all.
Nope. I mean, he was the top-ranked player on my board. I had him number 13 overall, and he's pretty damn good. And so what do they add him to? A great damn defensive line. They're trying to rebuild what the 49ers have. They trade for DeForest Buckner. They've got a handful of guys on the edge that are decent, not great. But Kwity Paye is for real. So let's go to a clip here. I'm pretty sure I got some Kwity Paye somewhere. Here we go. Here's a clip. Kwity Paye, what he brings to the Indianapolis Colts. Man, he's good. Come on. Go. Motor. Man, look at the motor. Look at the freaking motor. You put this kid on a good secondary team, he's going to feast. And it's not even like first and second pass rush moves. This is just motor backyard football. It's stalemated. Just turn and run. Turn and run. God, look at him close that space. Whew. I like me some Kwity Paye, guys. I really, really do. Unfortunately, I got to stop this breakdown. I get too close to class. But whenever I did that one, it was right before school whenever we were still teaching at home. But here's the thing about Kwity Paye. This kid was born in a refugee camp in Guinea. Moved to the United States as a baby. Played quarterback and running back. Imagine trying to tackle this guy. 6'2", 261. Ceiling and twitch improved dramatically every year. Still very, very raw. But, man, he is just fun on and off the field. Amazing player. My player comp for him is Robert Quinn. He was the number 13 player on my big board. Colts do it again. They just sit there. They're patient. They don't overpay. They just let the draft come to them, and they nailed it. A lot of people had him number 1 edge player on their big board. That's a hell of a pick. Hell of a pick.
So they're giving this guy Brandon Graham comparisons. I just want to, I guess if that's going to be the case, it did take Brandon Graham a minute to get acclimated to the league. Took him about year 3, and people had really given up on him in general. Do you think that he's potentially a candidate to be a slow starter, but eventually get it in the league?
The thing is, he's so solid in the run game. And so I know the problem with fans
so is BG.
They judge D linemen by sacks, and that's the worst metric to judge anybody. Eric Armstead, for example. People think he had a really down year. He had 10 sacks, got contract extended, and then only had a sack and a half. Excuse me. Bless you. Bless me. Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. But you forget what he does and what he provides for the teams in the run game. And so I hate that we're, in this NBA slam dunk culture where, like, if you have a slam dunk, then you're a great basketball player, like Blake Griffin. Like he's mentioned up there, he's not a top tier guy. And so you take the splash away, and he's somebody that makes you better on first and second down no matter what. You want the money down, third down success, and I think that will come. But all around, great defensive end, tremendous pick. Tremendous pick. I like it. So we got Tennessee up top.
Oh, yeah, man. And what another – so they let Corey Davis go. So what a better pick. And this is who I've had mocked to the Titans several times, is Bateman here. I think this is a great spot for him. I think you're able to – I think they're maybe talking about it now. But, I mean, Corey Davis, I think, where did he go? To the Jets?
Yep.
So there's a role to be filled on the Titans. And that's another team that's kind of up and coming. I think they need to go ahead and make the next step with a guy like him.
Yeah, it makes sense. Physicality and all those things, that's what they need. They're obviously a run-first team. They've got 3 big holes on their roster, though. Corner, right? That's kind of an issue. They lost Adoree Jackson. Wide receiver, you need that for sure. You lost Corey Davis. And tackle. You could definitely use a tackle as well. So there's 3 ways they could go. Caleb Farley's still on the board. You're going to be bringing his name up over and over again. People, I said kind of 20s is where he's going to go. So that's kind of where we're at there. But yeah, no, I like this. I like where it's going. I think we're into this sweet spot now. Again, I only had 23 first-round grades. Of the players I had first-round grades, these are the guys that are left. Caleb Farley, Gregory Rousseau, Christian Darrisaw, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Tevin Jenkins, Azeez Ojulari. That's it. So there's 5 guys that are there that I have first-round grades on. So now we're talking value. Do you go value or do you go fit? So that's kind of the question there. So, but the way this draft is going, it's going pretty quick, man. I'm liking the feel of it. We only got about 11 picks left. We're at pick 22 here. Crowds at home, staying strong. Love you guys checking in here. If you got some questions that you guys want to talk about, send them over to Dale. And let's get some more 49ers coverage and kind of what you guys want. Again, what I want right now, linebackers, tackles. That's what I want drafted. And running backs. I throw running backs in there too.
I just want to kind of come back to the Lance pick for a second because this is the Niners, coverage. So what I want to say is that North Dakota State has done something so smart. It's really genius what they've done. They said, all right, we're a small school. What can we offer? How do we bring NFL scouts here? What do we do? So what we do is we run complex offenses that mirror NFL offenses so that they're getting a better understanding of a player's intake. All the things you can say about Lance, and you look at all of his physical attributes. And on top of that, he has run and can hold this type of information. The other part that I like about Lance, the second part is when I look at all of these QBs, I think about they're all going to take pressure that they've never seen before. College is so weird. That's why I like Trevor Lawrence. Like, I want to see how he responds. Alex Wilson, I've got questions about how he responds. Mac, I definitely have questions. But with Trey, big tree trunk Trey, this guy is going to be just like stiff arming some of these guys down to the ground and has the escape and the arm. So I just think that there's so many things to love about him that are more than meets the eye of just what you see. Yeah, people can say he didn't throw a ton.
No.
But that's not what was asked of him. And I'm glad he saved his arm for the NFL.
Yeah.
So,
and I think, you look at there's two ways to approach the draft. What can he do? What can he not do? Okay? That's what the questions are. When you're looking at what can he do, you cut me off when this pick's coming up. He can do everything. Rocket arm. Smart as hell. Read defenses. Read progression. Before the snap, after the snap. Run. Mobility. Pocket presence. Footwork. All of it. What can he not do? You're saying, okay, accuracy was an issue. And I'm okay with that summation. But look at the NFL top quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes, accuracy was an issue. Josh Allen, accuracy was the issue. You can coach those things. The question was put out there. Man, I forget who asked this question. Oh, it was Eric Crocker. He asked his quarterback evaluators that he knew, and he said, what's more easy to correct? Quarterback progression, reading progression, or accuracy? And he said every single one said accuracy without any hesitation. Because you fix the footwork, you fix the mechanics, and the accuracy increases. You look at Carson Wentz with coming out of the same program. Elite first and second year. You look last year, what happened? O-line went down. Receiving options went down. He had to force home run throws. Footwork went to crap. Mechanics down low went bad. Accuracy followed. He's doing too much. So,
and another thing I want to say too is that, okay, we chose.
Oh, Caleb Farley off the board. We missed it. Caleb Farley finally goes.
Oh, shoot.
We said corner was a need. Right. This is a number 3 player on my board. This was a steal. Now, you had to be comfortable with the medical card because he took a year off from football and then had to have surgery, second back surgery. So this is where we're at, right? Probably out of first-round grades for the Titans.
Wow.
And they're sitting there saying, you know what? We're in second-round grade territory. Let's swing for the fences. Let's get Caleb Farley. I love this pick, number 3 on my big board. Can I show a clip? I want to show a clip.
Absolutely.
Okay, I love Caleb Farley. He's so good. Here we go.
And we got some questions after this.
Okay, cool. Yeah, he's so fun to watch. Very few negatives. Experience and physicality. Man, 6'2", 210. Ooh. That is defense right there. Watch him drive on this. No, why would you throw that? He ran the damn route. Caleb Farley, baby. His feet are all over the place. His hips freaking swinging, and it doesn't matter. This guy just doesn't give up separation. Even playing a little too high, but it doesn't matter. He just has a feel for the game. Converted wide receiver. He went to college as a wide receiver. Played through spring ball, then converted to corner. And, oh my gosh, 6 interceptions, 18 breakups. The highest ceiling of a corner you will ever grade in college ball. But also the lowest floor. This is a swing for the fences pick that you got to pick 22, right? So I'm okay with that. Dale, let's get to some questions. Oh, did we lose Dale?
You there?
Yeah. Go ahead. Shoot, brother.
Yep. Okay, sorry. All right, so the one thing that a lot of people want to hear you talk about is the 40 going back to some 49ers talk a little bit. Maybe updated guesses for pick 43. Will they move up or trade back? If you run the organization right now, watching this draft unfold, how are you going to adjust here?
Yeah, and again, my entire philosophy on this draft is you make the quarterback successful. That's it. The 49ers do have some needs at cornerback, right? Definitely at corner. They love edge rushers. Those are there. But if you want this quarterback to be successful, the quarterback for the 49ers has been the most hit quarterback the past 2 years. It doesn't matter who's under center. Jimmy Garoppolo, interception Nick Mullins, TJ Beathard, just take his time, right? But it doesn't matter. They're all getting hit a lot. So you address that. How do you address that? Well, interior offensive line play, I would put at the top of the list. You want your quarterback. If Trey Lance is successful, this entire draft is a success. Go back to Kyle Shanahan in John Lynch's first draft. It was the worst draft imaginable. Solomon Thomas, Reuben Foster, Joe Williams, miss. CJ Beathard, miss. But you got George Kittle in the 5th round. And so people look back and they're like, oh, yeah, baby. And so let's take that philosophy and flip it. You do whatever humanly possible to make this quarterback successful. What's the one thing that could ruin a quarterback is pressure. Fix that. That's why Creed Humphrey is so high on my list. Wyatt Davis, who I think is a better guard than Creed Humphrey, but he can't play center. It's just he doesn't have the mobility for it, but mobility's still good. That is what I would want to do, or a wide receiver 3. We don't have a wide receiver 3. Richie James is probably starting right now. Travis Benjamin, River Craycraft, Jalen Hurd, back-to-back season injuries in training camp. Yeah, no, you need a wide receiver option. Kendrick Bourne's gone, but interior offensive line. That is key. You want to swing for the fences? Go get them a running back. Running backs ain't been picked yet. Pittsburgh's coming up. Pick 24, I think it is. That's the sweet spot, right? So you wait. Right now I'm waiting. There is nobody I'm like, I want to trade up for. Azeez Ojulari is probably the pick. If I was trading up right now and I had to take somebody, it would be Azeez Ojulari, Asante Samuel Jr., Newsome, the corner, or Creed Humphrey. Those are the 4 prospects I'm watching, okay? So many wide receivers, so many corners. But yeah, those 4 guys, Azeez Ojulari would be perfect in this. He's D Ford. He is D Ford. He's not a D Ford comp. He is D Ford. They're the same damn person. So I don't know. I hope that answers the question, but gotcha. I'm not trading up right now.
All right. The other two things really quick. There will be, even if I have to do it myself, there will be a highlight reel of the entire stream somehow, some way. Definitely the first thing that's going on is when John sneezed, blessed himself, then thanked himself.
I did do that.
That
I didn't want Chuck to jump in because I wanted to get back to content. So I was like, sneeze, get past this. Okay, bless myself. Yeah. Now let's talk some football. Like I don't have time to get into heaven.
Bless yourself, then thank yourself.
I'm not going to heaven. Yeah, I was trying to. I do that as a teacher too. Like I cut the kids off. I apologize.
Okay, that's awesome.
I've been partnering with John long enough. I know how to like read his gaps. Even when he sneezed, I was like, I'm gonna wait. He's gonna get back to this. So.
Does Mac Jones push for starting week 1? Push Cam Newton out of the way week 1?
No way, not even close. And you don't want him to start. Again, I don't care the damn team. Okay, I'm rooting for the Patriots to lose every damn game. I hate the Patriots. We have a pick in. Is Kirk Cousins?
Yeah.
Oh, they just did a flashback to Kirk Cousins. My bad. But the pick is in for the Vikings. God, here, you guys want to know the best news?
O-line.
There is no Kirk Cousins taking place to the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan can't do it now. No Kirk Cousins in the 49ers.
Christian Darrisaw.
He finally went, man. They traded back. The Vikings traded back from 14 to 23 and still got elite O-line. That was Zimmer. Props, huge. My friend. I love this kid. He's so damn clean. I love Quincy Roche, edge rusher out of Miami. He's a 3rd-round guy. Some people have a 2nd-round grade on him. I had a high 2nd-round grade on him until they played Virginia Tech. Swallowed up nonstop. They don't flip their ends in Miami. So you had Jalen Phillips stay on the defensive left and Roche stayed on the defensive right. Darrisaw ate his lunch 70 snaps straight, man. Wasn't even close. One-sided. So you watch what Darrisaw does versus elite production. Versus elite talent, top draft talent. He swallows them whole, man. He's pretty damn good.
He's a bully.
Yeah. And his film's boring.
Huge pick.
His film gets boring in pass protection because it's the same every single play, which is what you want from a tackle. It's just a stalemate, and he just kind of like shrugs his shoulders and go back. Now, in the run game, he'll put you on your back. I can't believe he lasted this long. That was a little bit of a shock to me. Now, here's Pittsburgh, and you're talking, this is running back, Kyle Trask territory. We want quarterbacks, running backs, and linebackers. That's what we want off the board. Defensive tackles, too. That's what we want.
Well, your boy Jed York said that there are 6 quarterbacks in this first round, so we'll see, or something like that. Another person here, the linebacker that we talked about who could potentially be nickel, Jeremiah. This is a guy I think goes in one of these next 4 picks here. I think about the divisions I'm looking at. It's nasty, big hitting. It's not Pittsburgh because they already got 2 great safeties, but Jacksonville, Cleveland, Baltimore, I could absolutely see him actually falling into that territory.
The problem with him is he's so tiny. He's electric. He's a little bit of a finesse player, but he's where the NFL is going, right? There's no doubt. Yeah. It's that hybrid linebacker, safety, nickel guy that can just play 6 spots on defense. But again, he's small. He is small. So in the run game, he's going to be a little bit of a liability, but they're going
for a linebacker. Yeah.
Oh, I do want to say shout out to David Stelzer. I love it, man. Huge fan, longtime Patreon sub. Keep up the good work. Thank you for the giant gift, David. Man, this is incredible. I know you kind of brought that up earlier, but I just wanted to say thanks. These Patreon people are the best ever. Jaycee Horn, thank you, man. Really do appreciate it. This is awesome, man. It's been a lot of fun. The gifts have been awesome. I love it. This is so fun, man. Charles, what are we at? Picks in for Pittsburgh. I'm saying, y'all ready for this? I'm doing this. Javonte Williams, little bit of a stretch. Running back.
Okay.
It's a little bit of a stretch. You're saying no. Who are you saying, Chuck?
It's Najee for me. I just think I love all the running backs. I do have him in a tier above the other 2.
Newsome is still available. That would be a good fit. And you still got Tevin Jenkins. That dude's got Steeler written all over him. He's a mean junkyard dog, bully, kind of bouncer mentality, and he bounces people out the freaking club continuously on the field. But, man, Javonte Williams would be perfect. He's just the ultimate Steeler running back, man. Jerome Bettis. With a little wiggle.
Najee off the board.
That's who it was, huh?
Wow.
Everybody was saying that's who it's going to be. The worst rushing football team in NFL history last year. And, you go get a running back. Tough Steelers football. Why not? I love it. Running backs off the board, we celebrate. Running backs, linebackers, quarterbacks, defensive tackles, 49ers celebrate. They're pushing them down, baby. Pushing them down. I love it, man.
Wow. I'm just thinking, even sorry to be this guy, but like the dynasty value of a guy like him in that particular system.
He'll be the first running back off the board in every single dynasty draft. Dynasty, right? When you keep your guys. Now, just off the top of my head, if we're looking at redraft leagues, he's probably back into the first round. He's going to have a huge ceiling. The problem with this year's draft is, in the past, you look like, again, we're talking fantasy football here. I know a lot of people like fantasy. Zeke was the only guy with an elite fit, right? So it was just Zeke. Saquon was the only guy with an elite fit and a high draft pick. Nope. There's going to be 3 guys this year. So I'm curious to see what that. There's still Travis Etienne and Javonte Williams. Those are elite guys that are going to land in some really good situations. So we'll have to see, but yeah, the draft capital's there. There is no competition. Benny Snell. That's his. Najee's starting week 1. Like, it's done.
Yeah,
it's done.
Well, he's so big and powerful. Like, there's not like, oh, who's the goal line guy? He's the goal line guy. He can catch too. I mean, the guy he's a problem. So wow, shout out to anybody who can get their hands on him in and a dynasty startup or something like that. I mean, it's big.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But, man, let me just take a quick step back. And, Dale, we're going to go to you with a couple more questions here. As a 49ers fan, you could not be happier. Even the Justin Fields fan club, right? And I know there's a lot of them in the chat. You got to be breathing a sigh of relief right now. You have to be. Even if you were a Fields guy, you got to love Trey Lance. And if you were a Mac Jones guy, you're probably not listening to this podcast. But that's okay if you are. I mean, I get it. I like Mac Jones. I'm not trying to dog on him, but gosh, man, I feel so freaking good. We were worried, and it was in the back of our mind. It could have been Mac Jones, and we went for it all, man. You traded for it all. You went for it all. Gosh, I'm so excited. Looking forward to, if anybody sees this in the chat, do we know when the 49ers press conference is going to be? I don't want to go searching through the web while we're streaming and putting content out there, but if you guys see when the 49ers press conference for day one is going to be, will y'all throw that in the chat, please? Because I don't want to go live the same time as Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, obviously. I want to hear that, but sometimes they don't let these things out. So I'm going to turn you guys loose. Let's do some research on that and try to figure that out. It already happened. Yeah, I saw some of the quotes come out, but I didn't see any of the video, so I don't know if maybe there was no video. We'll just have to see. Yeah, everybody's saying it already happened. So, all right, I'm going to have to figure out a way to go back and get some clips of that before the podcast today. But, man, again, we're going live podcast. We're going to finish this feed when the draft is over. We're going to be recording tonight. I still got to teach in the morning. Good God. I'm going to do some more Patreon breakdown stuff, but I do already have 4 films of Trey Lance broken down on patreon.com. So if you're just dying and nipping at the bit to go watch the actual game film, 49ers Rush Podcast, patreon.com. Go over there, type in Trey Lance on the search bar. You're going to get 4 30-plus minute breakdowns on nothing but Trey Lance. So that's there for you now. If you're dying for film, nobody has more of it than me. And nobody's going to have more of it than me because this weekend, you better believe it, baby. And Chuck, we're going to be back tomorrow, man.
It's going to be a good time. And John, he just really, it's like a really weird OCD sort of diagnosis with the draft in the sense that he's got to do it over and over and over again. So the next 72 hours, you guys might take breaks. I may take a break, but John, he's not going to.
We're not sleeping,
No,
baby.
I'm exhausted just from sitting here. This is just too much work.
Hey, we're only 3.5 hours in. 3 hours, 36 minutes, and 17 seconds in. We're just getting started, baby. We got 8 more picks, and then we got a podcast, and then we're teaching, and then we're doing it again tomorrow, and tomorrow's going to be even longer. Oh, my gosh. Who's got it better than us?
Nobody.
Love it, man.
That's
I could use one of those shoulder rubs.
There is video of the press conference.
Okay, good.
By the way, yeah.
Awesome. So I'll try to get some clips.
Shanny?
So I'll try to get some clips cut up. Let me reach out to Juan Solis, my man, and see if he can get some clips loaded for me so I can get the podcast out sooner. And let me say this too. The 49ers Rush podcast is awesome. It's not just me. There's a whole bunch of people behind the scenes that do so much work. And so I do want to say thanks to them. I don't throw their names out there a lot because I don't think that's what they want, but it's a family effort, man. There's a lot of people out here. So, Dale, let's go to you. We got the pick in right now for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, they've got some major issues. Whenever, obviously, got Trevor Lawrence. Urban Meyer has said speed, speed, speed. All speed. They want to have the fastest offense in the NFL. And I think they're so many years away from actually contending, even with Trevor Lawrence. They need to help out the offense huge. So wide receivers okay, but I could still see so many wide receivers here. Somebody like, you had Trevor Lawrence. I think that you could add Terrence Marshall Jr. here. I think that would work really, really well, wide receiver. But Dale, let's go to some questions if you get a chance. I'm going to ask for some help here.
Yeah, no, for sure. One of the ones that stuck out to me is if the 49ers take a wide receiver at some point in the draft, where do you see them taking it? And do you have dart throws who it's going to be?
Say that one more time. The first part, you're talking wide receivers or running backs?
Wide receivers. Wide receivers.
Yeah, we need a wide receiver 3. So in the past, we haven't had a wide receiver 1 or 2. So you go get Dante Pettis outside guy. You go get Debo outside guy. You go get Ayuk outside guy. You have your outside guys now. We don't have a number 3. Kyle Shanahan's been notorious for wanting a big slot guy, and there are some of those available. But, man, there's not that elite big slot guy. This draft is peppered with small slot guys. Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore. Rondale Moore's my favorite out of Purdue. Elijah Moore's not far behind. You put either one of those guys in a Kyle Shanahan offense, holy freaking cow. It's going to be fun. So, second round, those are the 2 guys I'm looking at. I like Diami Brown, but he's an outside deep threat guy. You could do that and slide Debo inside. But again, if I had it my way, I would go interior offensive line in second round, and I would trade back probably. I prefer to trade back than trade up because this sweet spot is where we're at. We pick 102 in the third. I hate that. I want to drop back a little bit in the second, jump up a lot in the third. So interior offensive line in the second, wide receiver in the third is my dream situation. And again, if I'm just looking at names, Jaguars are coming up. Third round.
Yep, right now.
Elijah Moore would be perfect fit. Cade Johnson, Tylan Wallace, Dwayne Eskridge. Those are the guys I want in the third. All right, here we go. Jags.
Travis Etienne goes to the Jaguars, and James Robinson's stock is plummeting as we're speaking.
No freaking way. So my mock draft. Oh, I'm pulling this up. Oh man, people went after me. They came at me, Chuck. And in my mock draft, here's who I had them picking. Look at this. Travis Etienne in the second round at pick 33, the Jaguars. And people lit up my mentions. How they got James Robinson. Why would you do that? Yeah, suck it. Why? Because Trevor Lawrence, he comes from the most quarterback-friendly offense in college football where he swings it out and checks it down. This makes sense. Makes so much sense. They want speed. You went and got the fastest running back out there. I love it.
Yeah, so here's my problem, too. I mean, it's fine. They're going to do what they're going to do. The least rushing attempts in the league, Jaguars. So I get it. A team special, but 324. They're the very bottom of the floor, and then the ceiling was, I think it was Baltimore was at 515 or 524, and then the Titans under that. So huge drop off on how they use this guy. So maybe they're using him more coming out in the flats and those kinds of things, but it's kind of an odd pick. I agree with you. I think it makes sense for value wise, but just in terms of their other needs, I mean, they got a lot.
Yeah. And I mean, he's my running back 1 was Travis Etienne. And he was the one guy that if he was still there at 43, he is a zone offense dream. And so I don't think the 49ers take a running back at pick 2 now. I just don't see it. No matter who's available that's left, it was Travis Etienne was the perfect fit in this offense for the 49ers. So he's gone now. So I think we could wave bye-bye to running back in the second round. You know, Michael Carter there, Javonte Williams. I like both of them a lot. But again, I'm not really seeing their fit. I do love Javonte Williams. If they were the pick, I'd be happy. I'd prefer it not to be, but we'll have to see what happens. Now, the Browns are on the clock. They have waited longer tonight than they have for almost every pick they've ever had. And testament to the Browns. They're kind of turning the program around a little bit. Pretty damn good team. Interior defensive lineman, this is kind of the first spot that one of them could go off the board. You're talking Barmore or Levi Onwuzurike. You could go corner here. That's a spot for sure. But quarterback, you know, I'm not a Baker guy. Obviously, they're not going quarterback, but cornerback is a spot that I think that they could do.
Newsome. Yeah.
Newsome makes a lot of sense.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. I think that when I think about like the teams that are going to do it, they're going to go all the way, and it's game changers, defensive lines. I think that I look at the Niners and what they have had for years. It's what makes them a special team is what they do. I think that the Browns have to try to get to the quarterback a bit better. Obviously, they've got old boy who's one of the very best, but He needs more support.
Yeah, and they just cut,
they
they just cut their defensive tackle, right, Sheldon. And so they moved off from him, and they brought in Jadeveon Clowney on the outside. Interior's a spot. Levi on Wuzuriki's my favorite interior guy, but if you're looking for more of a penetrating defensive tackle, Barmore's the guy. Hasn't played much snaps. He's only started a few games. But, man, MVP of the championship game on defense. He's a stud. Picks in. So I think this could be a defensive tackle.
Yeah. And like you said before in the discussions we've had about Clowney, he's more name brand than he is production. So I think you still have to go. And they paid him like he's production. But I think you still got to go and get the future guy to be, the opposite side of Miles.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And so you brought in the mercenary, right, Jadeveon Clowney, but that's kind of what it is. The Browns, not a fan of this organization as a whole, but, man, they're turning it around, and you're surrounding them, and they're building up a lot of talent. Didn't win the division, but they beat the Steelers in the playoffs. Is that the turning point for this team? And you build in the trenches, and I love how they're doing that on both sides. Build in the trenches. One of the best running games in the NFL. Love the hire that they brought in. Kyle Shanahan's system, a Kubiak type system, and it worked really, really well for him. So here comes Goodell. Chuck, you take it away, brother. Let's see
I think this is going to be the defensive side of the ball.
I think Onwuzurike. I think it's the first defensive tackle in the class comes off the board here. I really like him out of Washington. Really fun guy.
I think we go Newsome here.
He's so good. He is so good. All right, man. We got a little quiet time here. Goodell, what's he reading here?
Yeah, a little quiet time. Sorry, guys. Roger Goodell just likes to talk, about himself. Oh, he's talking about this girl. Oh man, I probably said something inappropriate now.
No, you're good, man.
Something about it's some student, and
nice.
She assists other students, I think. So, good job. You know what? The Browns are a fun crew to be. I would say the Bills are definitely one of the best crews out there. The Niners,
got to give it to the
and
Dog
then the
Pound.
Browns. That's a
They've never won.
Dog Pound. They're fun.
Never won.
You think so? Number one?
I said they never won. They've never won.
Oh, they said number one. I'm like,
no,
bro,
no.
you gotta,
They're up there.
Greg Newsome, Northwestern.
There you go, man. You called it. He's a hell of a player. A lot of fun. And so you put him opposite Ward, who they just picked up his fifth-year option. And, man, you're fine at cornerback position. And so, man, just it's getting good out here, man. Players are falling. That was a great 49ers spot at 43. He's gone now. So all my kind of top-tier corners not named Asante Samuel are gone. So cornerback's starting to get a little thin. Still some edge guys. Interior offensive line not really touched. So that's good news. Now, if we look at who's up next, what we've got going on here, we've got Baltimore, New Orleans, Green Bay. I don't think the 49ers will trade up. However, if they were going to, now we're in that range. Okay, so we're on kind of high alert a little bit. We know Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch get a little antsy. I don't want them to trade up, but there's some elite talent. I still have Gregory Rousseau, the edge player from Miami, first-round grade. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I don't think, if we want to play him at nickel, I don't think he's a 49er fit first-round grade. Tevin Jenkins, don't need a tackle. You could play him at guard, though, but not worth the trade-up. Azeez Ojulari. That dude, we trade up for him, not going to be mad. Not going to be mad. 23rd player on my big board, last first-round grade that I got there. Dale, let's turn it over to you. Let's see what we got, man. What's going on the chat, brother?
Let's see. I'm just reading through some of the stuff. Nothing crazy. I mean, a lot of people, what's really cool about the community here that you built with the 49ers Rush podcast, there's a lot of conversation between people, which is really cool. I mean, as you're talking and they're getting information from you, they're, exchanging ideas and things. I think that's really fun to watch. Not a lot of questions directed exactly to you. Hold on. There is, let's see. There was one. I think I missed it somewhere. Where was it at?
I've I've got a prospect to talk about while you find that. What do you think about Jason Owe?
Yeah, he's weird as hell, man. Absolute freak. Madden created character. Metrics, top notch. Had 0 sacks. It was a shortened year. 0 sacks. Now, the year before he played really, really well. But, I mean, if you're just talking metrics, this dude's a top 15 pick. Bend, speed, elite, attribute. I mean, the dude can do it all. He doesn't have bad tape. He's just always, close. He's not a finisher. So, again, you put him on a solid defense where he's not going to be the focus, then I think you're going to be pretty pleasantly surprised. I don't think that he's a 3-down defensive end, though. Some people disagree with me on that. Again, I think he's kind of a speed edge rusher that comes off the bench. And so, again, we're seeing Azeez, we're seeing Owe, very similar game tape. Azeez much more of a 3-down player, but even Azeez, I don't think will be a 3-down player in the next league, at the next level. So, but you're right. You're getting these guys. Owe, some team's going to love Owe. But again, no production. 0 production. Looks pretty and close all the time, but he never quite got there. Dale, go ahead, brother.
All right. Yep. I got a couple. Javonte Williams, what are your thoughts? Do the 49ers could he land to the 49ers? Could he land on the 49ers?
So one, I would be very happy. Javonte Williamson, 31 player on my board. He's my favorite running back. I love him. 4.6 GPA in high school, valedictorian, clean. He's a soul catcher. Like, soul snatcher is my name. Runs over people mean as hell. He doesn't fit the traditional Kyle Shanahan running game, but you look at, we got 2 running backs on the 49ers, Jeff Wilson Jr., and we just signed Wayne Gallman. They don't fit the Kyle Shanahan running game either. But you go back to what Kyle did for Washington, Alfred Morris. Big, heavy-footed plotter, second in the NFL in rushing. So usually, Kyle Shanahan, if it's an undrafted guy, he goes after elite speed, one-cut runner. That's what his MO is, right? JaMychal Hasty, you got Rashawn Mostert, you got Breida, guys like that. So he doesn't fit it too much. But it would work in this offense. There's no doubt about it. And I think it's a little bit too much of a luxury pick, to be honest with you. I think the running back room is pretty stacked. You look at our rotation, you got Mostert 1, Jeff Wilson 2. Who's going to be 3, JaMychal Hasty or Wayne Gallman, but that's your 3-4. And you got Austin Walter at the 5 spot.
Okay. All right. What position group is already strong on the team, but we'll see some competition from the remaining draft picks?
Yeah, that's kind of the rough spot. Defensive tackles loaded. Edge, pretty damn good. So I doubt, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch can't help themselves. This is the first draft. This is year 5, by the way. Today is the anniversary of the first 49ers Rush podcast, 5 years ago today, by the way. So shout out to the 49ers Rush 5 years in. But the very first pick that they have used every single draft has been offensive line or defensive line. This is the first time it was on a non-lineman, and so that's interesting to me. So I could see them going back D-line at some point in this draft, but that right guard spot, Daniel Brunskill, Colton McKivitz, they're going to add a body to compete there. The other 4 spots of the O-line, they're all solidified, but that right guard spot's going to be a little bit of a competition.
Cool. Creed Humphrey or Azeez for you?
If I'm going off best player available, it's Azeez. If I'm going off biggest need and what's going to help my quarterback, right, what's my philosophy? If Trey Lance is successful, the whole draft is successful. It's a win. So 49ers are a need-based team. We drafted Kinlaw and Ayuk, right? We went after the needs that we had. The need right now is offensive guard, eventually center when Alex Mack retires. Need's not at edge, but it's a much more premium position. So, man, that's a toss-up. I'd be happy with both, but right now I got to go Creed. You make this quarterback safe, everybody's going to be happy. Azeez is great, though. I'd be happy with Azeez. Now, I will say this. Azeez was one of the last medical red flags that was risen with the knee issue. Didn't need surgery, but he was one of the guys, 150, that went into Indianapolis and has a knee issue. Maybe that's why he's falling. Chuck, cut me off, brother.
All right, so the pick is in, and before that, T-Law tweeted out, reunited and feels so good with ETN, and the Ravens are about to select. It's about to come up here. Rashod Bateman.
Tough,
nice pick.
Physical wide receiver. tough from the start. Yeah, that's a pretty damn good pick. I had him number 39 on my big board, but golly, he just screams Ravens. They have their type.
Yeah.
Them and the Steelers, they have their types. And we want to be physical bullies everywhere. Now, it was interesting because you watch Rashod Bateman, he was listed at 6'2", right? Like 6'2", 215, 220, and he played like it. And whenever he came back from his pro day, he was only 6 foot. It was like, what? He plays big, he plays mean, he plays physical, and he doesn't take any S from anybody. Like, that's just who he is. Like, it's the old Cool Runnings thing, like in your mirror, right? You're good enough, you're strong enough, and we don't take no shit from nobody. Yeah. Like, that's who he is. Yeah. He's fun to watch, man. The most physical wide receiver in this entire draft. And he's fun. This is right where he should have went. Late first, early second. You got to get Lamar Jackson some help. He's struggling in the passing game. I think this was a good pick.
And I think, too, he'll be more of a target than Marquise Brown, hot take, because he is more of a possession-type receiver. I think that Marquise Brown's route tree is a bit different. He's the electric guy. I get it. But I think targets-wise, eventually Bateman will be the person who absorbs the majority.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. He's going to start. He's going to be – you got Marquise Brown, who you can move around for sure. They went and got Sammy Watkins. He's there now too. But did they get Sammy Watkins? Is that who got it? I don't want to misquote there.
Yes.
I think he did. He went to Sammy Watkins, so he'll start like 2 games.
Yeah. Yeah. Saints didn't
Dale,
trade up.
Was there anything else from the chat?
There's one good question here. John, would you prefer that the Niners draft an outside corner and move Mosley inside, or draft a slot corner?
I would much rather prefer an outside corner. We have seen the 49ers so number 27, my listeners know who that is. Number 27, you put him outside, it's the worst thing in the entire world. You slide him to the inside, he was actually okay. We can cover up inefficiencies at the slot role. One, they don't even play that much. They play about 70% in the 49ers defense last year. Outside corner is a caveat. If you play outside, you play inside. It's not the other way around. And so I would much rather prefer getting an outside corner. And outside corner isn't necessarily based on height. You can look at Jason Verrett and Emmanuel Mosley. Neither one of them's tall. They can play outside and inside. You look at K'Wan Williams. He can't play outside. That's just not his MO. He can't run with the deep ball as well. So I want an outside corner. That's what I want. That's what the 49ers need. Mosley can play wherever, but in an ideal situation, Mosley isn't starting. Mosley should be the backup guy, and I like Mosley. But if you're bringing it, thank you so much. My son scared the crap out of me. You're my hero. He brought me a drink. Thank you, man. Did y'all see me jump? Good Lord, I was in the moment, man. That was awesome. Somebody's reaching out for me. A little bit. That was awesome. All right, anyway, I prefer an outside corner. Let me change my diaper real quick. That was awesome.
Funny, dude. That's hilarious.
Saints pick is in.
The Saints pick is in, and they didn't trade up. So all these rumors about whatever now.
Well, corners win early. Corners win early.
Is it possible that a QB is here? I mean, once they move on from here, unless they're going to trade and give up capital, it's not really possible. They have need at QB.
They do. It's not on the roster.
Probably not. Another awesome place to trade out.
Davis Mills, man. We are in Davis Mills territory now. Quarterback from Stanford. I got a second-round grade on him. He's my QB6. I have him rated way ahead. I don't think that he does go here. The Saints have this kind of win-now mentality always with the cap and the draft. They're always one of the most aggressive teams. You look at what's on the board. Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff there. Tackle, they're pretty good. Their O-line's good. They don't really have a lot of holes. They could use corner. That's kind of, Asante Samuel Jr. would fit pretty good. But yeah, I'm not. And I'll say this. The Saints draft like I want to draft. They get the guys I fall in love with. They went and got Eric McCoy. One of my draft crushes, been at center. He's been great. They go last year, got Cesar Ruiz out of Michigan, one of my favorite interior offensive linemen. Again, he struggled a little bit, but still pretty damn good. They got Marshawn Lattimore. He was the number 2 player on my big board that year. These guys follow kind of the John Chapman mindset in grading players that maintain. I want players that have a really high ceiling but also have a high floor. That's what I want, and I know that probably sounds stupid. Who doesn't want that? But they draft that way, and so they use the top. They draft O-linemen. That's what they do. They don't need O-linemen. They're solid across the board. So we'll have to see here. They could use wide receivers. They could use a corner. They could use wide receiver would be perfect here. Really would be. Tight end, yeah. You lost Jared Cook. You're stepping in Adam Troutman, another guy I really liked. But there's a lot of places they could go here. I really think Asante Samuel Jr. makes a lot of sense. And there's some edge guys that are available that just offer way too much. You're talking Gregory Rousseau, Azeez Ojulari. You're throwing in Joe Tryon. This is kind of the range he would go as well. So we'll have to see what goes on here. But yeah, quarterback, maybe. Davis Mills, maybe a little too early.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens because it's going to let a few things fall. I think if Asante Samuel Jr. went, you maybe would shed a little bit of a tear. I think I hear in you that you want him, but you don't because he doesn't fit your need, but you like him.
Yeah, he's a hell of a player, man. Asante Samuel Jr. is a hell of a player at his position of need, but I want interior offensive line or wide receiver. That's what I want. But let's see here. All right, we've got the Saints going. Who dat?
Yep, here we go.
Who dat?
Who dat is who over.
Yes.
Payton Turner, defensive end out of Houston. Big jump.
Leaks came out today. I freaking love this damn team and how they draft. I love this. I thought I was higher on Payton Turner than anybody out of Houston. Long edge, freak. Absolutely incredible. I didn't know who he was until I started watching, what's it called? Zach Wilson tape. And so I'm going through this tape, and I'm watching them play against Houston. They don't play a lot of top-tier teams. And the whole time I'm saying, who the hell is this kid? He is ruining Zach Wilson's day. He just ate his damn lunch. Length has everything. Check this clip out. I got to play a clip. This is one of the guys I have highlighted as like one of my guys. He was my favorite third-round choice, and I couldn't bump him up higher. I just couldn't. Nobody else had him ranked high. And Daniel Jeremiah comes out and has him ranked high, and I'm like, whoa, somebody else agrees with me. Well, watch this clip. He's incredible. This is Payton Turner, edge out of Houston. Yep, and you're about to get the sack right here. Here we go. Let's watch it. Edge, Payton Turner coming at it. Now, also got to add, this number 67 here, this offensive tackle, he's going to be a draft kid too. So you're seeing edge, Payton Turner versus Brady Christensen, 6'6", 300 swing tackle, probably 5th, 6th round. Going to be a day 3 guy for a power scheme. But this is NFL on NFL. So let's watch how this plays out. Payton Turner, he is a man. Yeah, it basically got hogtied. It shows you what the length and athleticism that Payton Turner has. Presses upfield, comes under on that just swim move, that rip move, and then is able to press outside and not give up leverage. So here's the thing. You're talking about Zach Wilson. He's got speed. But look at the length and athleticism of Payton Turner to make sure and re-get outside, extend his wingspan, and bring down the QB. Now we talk wingspan. Payton Turner had an 84-inch wingspan. 84-inch. That's longer than LeBron James. The kid came into college weighing 215. Left college weighing 270. Now why is he playing at Houston? Well, Michigan and Texas offered him scholarships. He tore his ACL his senior year in high school, and they pulled their scholarships because, again, Todd Herman, horrible Texas head coach, terrible person. Jim Harbaugh, we all know, yeah, whatever. So he falls to Houston and just, developed and became a stud. Brady Christensen, we're going to hear his name come off in the probably next 20 picks. He embarrassed the hell out of him. I think Brady Christensen would have been a first-round pick if it wasn't for Payton Turner. He's that damn good. I don't think this is too much of a reach. I love this kid's film. Upside off the charts. Really like that pick. Now we got Green Bay, Chuck. Let's go Packers. Tell me what we got, man.
Yeah, the pick was in really immediately, right? Yeah. So you've got Azeez still out there, Barrymore, Landerson, Jenkins. But then on top of that, you get to this team, and no one's even talking about that. No one's talking about what the pick's going to be because the franchise is on fire. What's going to happen with A. Rodgers. Honestly, this pick is almost not irrelevant, but they built this team up. I actually love some of the things that the Packers have done.
Right.
To see when they sort of maximized and what they did with the corners, and they were really locking folks down, I thought that was smart. They were zigging when everyone was zagging, right? Nobody was doing as many corners as they were. I thought that was good. They've also hit on some defensive ends being more productive than we thought. And then you got A-Rod on the other side, all-time Hall of Famer, one of the best to ever do it, and you've pissed him off. You went and you drafted his predecessor, the person to take over for him instead of getting him help. And it's silly. So who cares? I mean, that's what I think when I see this pick. 129, great. Aaron Rodgers is about to leave. So he sounds pretty upset. Apparently someone in his camp said that he is going to release a formal statement here pretty soon about that he will not return to the Green Bay Packers. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's hard, man, because now you can't get anything for him. Now it's over. That ship's sailed. And it's just a mess, man. And you hate to see it. One of the worst draft classes in the history of the NFL last year. You got a fullback. You got a quarterback that you're going to sit for 3 years. Just wasted, man. It's why you don't go best player available. You don't draft best player available. Look at what the Packers did last year. Back-to-back NFC Championship losses. You didn't improve your team one bit. Not once.
The pick is in, and they go corner again. Eric Stokes. They're building the greatest 5 cornerback room in the entire NFL. I mean, here they are. They care about covering folks. I'm not high on Stokes. I think he's, for me personally, I'll let you do your breakdown. There were some things about him that I didn't care for, but I understand why he's higher.
His play speed doesn't match his, kind of what you saw at the pro day. And he's good. The production's good. The metrics are good. The body's good. But yeah, you're right, man. It's not there. And so I watched him and I was like, man, I'm thinking 3rd round. Okay. 2nd round, maybe. And then the pro day comes out, and I was like, okay, I got to go back and watch his tape. This is a 4.2 guy, state track champion. Speed doesn't match. Now, sometimes it jumps off whenever he's going upfield and trying to make a play in the run game, or he's closing on a route. Then you see the bullet, straight line speed. You don't see the hips, and you don't see the deep speed. Here's how I would say it. He doesn't contest much. He leaves a big cushion with wide receivers the whole time. He's going to keep everything in front of him. He's not going to get burned deep. So you look at the Packers, what ended their season? They got burned deep at halftime by Scotty Miller, right? You're in the fade by Tom Brady to Scotty Miller, knocked him out of the playoffs. So what do? You say, all right, Kevin King, they re-signed him, which I think was a decent re-signing. But, they turned him, they burned Kevin King. That was Mike Pettin. That was a terrible defensive call. It's just terrible coaching. I don't like it, man. I don't like this pick. It's not that I don't like Eric Stokes, but I don't like the franchise, where it's going, in the direction. It's just like they're trying to piss him off at this point.
Yeah, right. I mean, the only thing go ahead, Dale.
No, sorry. I was going to go into a couple questions, so go ahead and finish your thoughts. Fine.
No, I was just saying the Bills, they're about to pick. We'll get to that after those questions.
All right. We know you talked about Trey Lance a ton already, and I know you're going to go and get into him more. What does this do for the team as far as some of these guys on 1-year deals? Does it improve morale? Not just playing on the field, but what does it do for the team as a whole and getting a quarterback?
So, I'm sorry, Dale. I'm going to need you to restate that one. I apologize. I'm trying to get the giveaway ready. I apologize. That was on me.
Okay.
One more time.
No problem. So, Trey Lance, what does that do for the morale of the team? Does it help with these guys that are on 1-year deals? Does it give them a little more confidence to re-sign? What does it do for the entire team beyond just, playing and, when he's going to start and all that stuff?
Yeah, Kittle came out and just, he texted out, "Hey, Bay." He texted Trey to the Bay, and then he did the GIF, the song "Hey Bay." And so this is huge because let's say you're in the Jimmy camp, you're happy. Why? Because you didn't trade him. So if you're in a win now 1-year deal, I'm telling you right now, Jimmy Garoppolo is starting. That's all there is to it. That trade Jimmy G stuff, that's gone. I know people were pumping that and draft Twitter and they get him out of here. Nope, Jimmy's staying. So if you're in a win now mode, you're happy because Jimmy's the guy. You're not going through rookie pains. If you're long-term, George Kittle signed 5 years, you're happy because you got Jimmy now. You love Jimmy. You've got upside later. There's no negatives. The only negative is the salary cap, but we have room for all this. We still have room to re-sign and extend Fred Warner come training camp. We had enough money with our draft cap capital to pay all these people and re-sign, extend Fred Warner. There's no loss here. This is best now, best later. John Lynch was asked a question before last year's draft. What's the plan? To go win now? Or is it to build a sustainable winning team? And John Lynch goes, why can't we do both? In the signings and free agency and the draft, that tells the story. They go out and they kept everybody from free agency. Now you go out and extend your future. And so it's win now, but not sacrificing later. Win now, don't sacrifice. It's both. It's best of both worlds. And so that's kind of how I see that there.
Okay. Also, Sean wants to remind you that there has only been 3 trades with 3 picks left.
Yeah.
So get ready.
Oh, yeah, we got it. I am out of tequila. I'm going to have to go get some more. So I don't want to ask my son to bring me tequila. That's probably bad. Oh, no, I got a shot left. I'm good. I'll save the rest of the tequila. It's happening. All right, we do have a giveaway. Compliments of Here Is the Take. The Buffalo pick is in. We didn't really even get to talk about the Buffalo pick. Gregory Rousseau would be a perfect fit here. I feel like they go D-line all the time, and their D-line's never very good. But, yeah, we'll see what happens here. Could go wide receiver for sure. We'll have to see what they go here. But, again, now we're kind of in – you're just getting guys that are fits. So this is in reach territory. That's kind of where we're at now because you kind of throw out the big board once you get to this point. You're getting guys that fit. Say that again. Was that not me? All right, cool. We're good. All right, so Chuck, you want to take it away, man? You want to narrate us through this one?
I'm just wondering if you can hear my volume okay.
Great,
Do I sound all right?
Sexy as always, brother.
That's fine. Sexy as always. Got the Bills on the clock. Bills selection. Here we go. Man, Javonte Williams here would be super interesting. Too sexy, though. Let's see. Gregory Rousseau. Seems right.
Is that who they took?
Yeah, that's who they took.
There we go. We just called it. Yeah, I mean, there it is. It just almost made too much sense. You know, like, they always go D-line. This was the top player on my board. It made too much sense. It fits what they do on defense. Man, we have hit some picks tonight, Chuck. I'm just telling you, man. These people better recognize we know what the hell we're doing sometimes, even if it's a little bit off. But that's okay. And so, man, let's stay with the theme here. Let's keep nailing it. Let's do this giveaway. This is our second $50 giveaway. Compliments of HereIsTheTake.com. Follow them on Twitter at HereIsTheTake. They're incredible, man. They're live streaming this for us on their website. So let's do this. Here is the winner. And if you didn't win, we have another giveaway tomorrow. So Dre Greenlaw jersey. Richard Torres. What is up, my friend? At RickyRacer99. Congratulations. Slide into my DMs, good sir. At JL_Chapman or email me 49ersRushPodcast@gmail.com. That's what's up. We got another winner. If you didn't win, I still love you. I got more giveaways coming. You know me. Man,
you know me.
So here we are, guys. We are over 4 hours into this bad boy. This is going great. Dale, how's the chat? Did everybody leave after the giveaway? I'm still seeing a lot of people there.
No, still hanging around. I think 2 more.
Here's my question. Usually on drafts, I drink a lot. Sometimes I try to steal from taco trucks. I don't want to. So I'm curious to know, what is the inebriation level? Okay. I almost made a Mac Jones joke. I'm not going to do that. I'm past that now. How are we feeling? We got to have some drunk Twitter going on, some drunk comments going on. How y'all feeling? What's the intoxication levels? How we doing over there?
Yeah, there was a roll call on that just a couple of minutes
Oh,
ago. I
nice.
think yeah, there was I think one person was down 1 6-pack,
Ooh.
and yeah, I think that's about where I'm trying to get back to the chat where it was talking about it. Um but yeah, it's all over the place, but they're having fun.
I like it. That's awesome. We got Baltimore back on the clock. This was the pick that they traded Orlando Brown to the Chiefs, which is a weird trade because he wanted to play left tackle. So now Brown's got a spot at right tackle. Well, guess what? The number one right tackle still on the board. Tevin Jenkins from Oklahoma State.
Wow.
It just fits too much. They slide, they make the trade. I can't believe he's still there. This almost makes too much sense. Now, you got to be honest when you're talking Ravens pass rush, that's key a lot of times as well. So I could definitely see them also go edge rusher. There's still some guys there. Aziz, as we've talked about. Joe Tryon fits. Ronnie Perkins fits. Jason Owe. So, but I think the pick should be Tevin Jenkins. Right now, you don't want, with what they have Tyree Phillips starting at right tackle currently. He was a third-round pick last year. Didn't really play very well. And so one of the biggest drops between the 2019 Ravens and the 2020 Ravens is when they lost their awesome offensive guard, right? Whenever he retired, when that changed, so did the offense. They trade for Kevin Zeitler, or they signed Zeitler. Let's stay with the great offensive line.
Yeah. The Ravens are just in a weird place, like as an organization. They're in a weird place. Sort of not worst case scenario, obviously, because they got a guy who's pretty electric. But they also have a guy who, when it comes to the playoffs, gets significantly inaccurate. And
he got his first playoff win ever, didn't he, this year? But yeah, he gets bad.
Yeah, but after that, the loss was tougher. He just it's also too like something was adjusted by the league defensively to the Ravens. I feel like there was a bit of that going on. So I would like them to get a tackle here. I think that they've got to make the pocket a bit more comfortable. If they're going to ask him to throw, they're going to ask him to do more things. Give him time to do so. Let that play out.
I like it. Yeah, I'm with you. You got to fix that. I mean, this just makes too much sense. You could see a trade here, though. This is for the quarterbacks. This is the sweet spot. This is where, what's his name? Ravens are on the clock. This is where the Ravens jumped up and got their quarterback. So you could jump back up for Davis Mills or Kyle Trask. The reason why teams do that in the late first is you get that fifth-year option, which only applies to first-round picks. And so it gives you a fifth year on a cheap QB deal, which is huge because if you got to pay a quarterback, if they're good, it's going to cost you $30+ million. A lot of people complained about Jimmy Garoppolo's number at $25 million. You got to see what these quarterbacks are going to be getting. That is going to be a deal next year. And so we'll kind of have to see what happens. Again, I think Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't think he's being traded. Again, I think he's staying put, and I like that. If we got a top 40 pick, that was my asking price. I just don't see a team doing that now. Every team has kind of fit their quarterback position. Not going to be the case next year.
What do you think about Joe Tryon here? I know it's probably a little bit of a bump, but it feels like a Baltimore kind of guy.
Yeah, he's the 29th player on my board. I don't think it's a bump. We're at pick 31. He is.
True.
He looks like what you want an edge to look like.
Right.
Jacked up, powerful. He's not polished. Opted out 2020, but he's a guy that just wins. Yeah, he's one of those guys. It doesn't matter if you stop him. He's going to find a way. He wins his second and third effort and just powers his way through things. A lot of fun. I love the way Washington is coached, by the way. One of the best defensive coach teams in the NFL, in the college football. He just got transferred to Texas. He's the new Longhorn defensive coordinator. But he's been in Washington forever. Guys like Budda Baker. You can go on and on about, Sidney, your quarterback, Sidney Jones. Sorry, man.
Wait, Sidney Jones? Yeah.
Sorry, man. I'm sorry.
That hurt.
Picks in for Baltimore.
Injury concerns are real. It's nice when we got him. I remember at the top of the second, I'm like, yes, steal. But the deal is, man, these injury concerns, that's why I've highlighted them, throughout this show today because they're legit. It's nice to see the film, but what can the guy be once he steps on the field, once it gets time for training camp
training camps are brutal.
Yeah.
Especially for rookies. I mean, it's a whole nother level. It's a whole nother thing. So I just wonder if how's he going to hold up? Second back surgery. Love him. I mean, I wish he didn't have those surgeries because I think he'd be the number one corner off the board. I don't think it's close. I think he's definitely a level above Horn for me.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with him.
And I'll say this too. Chuck, I'm getting some feed, some echo back. There we go. I think you fixed it. But yeah, I like the pick. And, I'm looking back through this draft right now, and there's a couple picks that I just absolutely love. And there's one, Trey Lance, obviously A+. Cincinnati Bengals getting Jamar Chase, teaming that up with your quarterback. I love that. Again, you do the same thing with Miami next. I like that. And you start going back down, Chicago trading up. I think this is my favorite move of the whole draft. Chicago trading up, giving up multiple first-rounders to go get Justin Fields. I'm high on Justin Fields. They got him at pick 11. And now this kid's going to have a chip on his shoulder forever. Steps into a good situation. I really, really like that. Lee's favorite pick would be probably the Cowboys and Micah Parsons, but they traded back and got some capital. So that makes that okay. Cardinals taking Zaven Collins. Yep. That was a reach. Worst pick of the draft. Raiders. The Raiders. And Alex Leatherwood.
Wow.
That was just...
Hey guys, we're getting some last minute tips in, so we appreciate all of you guys. Chris Kemp, David, he tipped me $2. So John, he sent that check to me.
Got you, brother.
Anytime next week, that $2. He says Dale, Matt Calloway also a last minute tip. This chat's been awesome. I'm trying to get some last minute support for you. Just to support the podcast and keep you going. So.
Appreciate it, man. I really do appreciate it. Here we go. Ravens are on the clock. Goodell's up there talking.
Yeah. Jason Owe.
Yeah. We said this is about where he was going to go. And he's fun. He's shifty. But, man, you can't find a sack highlight from 2020 to save your life because it doesn't exist. Now, this was one of the players, these guys are falling or they're going off the board. These are 49ers targets. Edge is a real possibility for the 49ers at 43. There's still a lot of guys. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Interesting he hasn't gone off the board yet. Where he goes, how he fits, that was the question. He's kind of a future player, right? Are we ready for this type of guy yet? It seems like we're not. But here we are, last pick of the first round, baby. Chuck, we have made it.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
We made it.
Are you feeling all right?
Feeling good. You mentioned Jeremiah. I just want to say, he is in multiple big boards in the top 30. He has first round grades from multiple big people. But like you said, is there a place for him? And so whoever gets him, I feel he's going to make a difference on your team. It's just value.
Right.
I think there's another guy like that. I just want to talk about real quick about who is somebody for you who is a draft crush, who's going to be a day 2, day 3. I'm going to go first. I got a big one, all right? Ben Mason out of Michigan, huge fan. I want Kyle Juszczyk on my team. That's who I want, and that's who he potentially could be. That's what I see, a guy who can catch, destroy people, do goal line. That's my draft crush. The pick is in for the Bucs, not quite yet, but is there a person that you're really digging that's not on a lot of other people's radar?
Quinn Miners. Wisconsin Whitewater. Offensive tackle. He played right guard, left guard. He can play wherever. I think he can play all 5 spots. He goes down the Senior Bowl. Didn't have a season this year because they canceled that whole conference. He's fun as hell, man. Plays with his belly out, tucks his jersey up, plays with his big old belly out, and he just suplexes people. Now, he's a super tiny small school guy, but he goes to Senior Bowl, becomes offensive lineman of the week, throwing everybody down. Oh, here we go. This is the pick here. I think defensive lineman. I'm going Levi on Wuzuriki. That's who I'm guessing here.
Still up there. I mean, Alabama prospect still here. Joe Tryon.
Damn.
Boom, you called him. Man,
Damn.
Great pick.
That was a great pick. 29 on my big board. Gosh, man. They returned all 22 starters. All 22.
Wow.
All 22. Man, this has been fun. So, guys, couple things. One, we're going to be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow, probably about 15 minutes before the draft start, okay? So 15 minutes before draft start, we're going to go live here. We'll be here all day too. We'll be here the whole time.
Hey.
I'm going to be going live. We're gonna get to you in a sec, Dale. I'm going to be going live. I'm going to need about a 30-minute break. I got to get through that interview. I got to chop some stuff up, get some more Trey Lance clips, which I have. Load that up, eat, pee, drink, all those things. I still have to owe this man a shot, though, don't I, Dale?
Yes, you do. And also, he just tipped you $81.
Holy!
So thank you. Sean is a man. Even though you called him by his wrong name like 3 times, he still loves you.
Sean, I love you, and I want to say thank you, and I apologize. So let's do this together. Everybody that's got something left, I got some tequila in here. Let's play the game. This has been a blast. To Trey Lance in the future. Cheers, baby.
Sir Lancelot.
Ooh, I'm not a shot guy, but man, whew, I think I am now. Let's go, baby. Man, thank you to everybody. Chuck, parting words, my friend.
It's been a great draft for the Niners. And the Eagles, we shall see. So I'm happy you got your guy, and now it's time to tweet at some folks.
Oh, there's no rest. I'm coming for people. Michael Myers ain't got nothing on me, son. Oh, it's going down. I'm coming for everybody. Do want to say thank you to everybody. This is awesome. We'll be back tomorrow, and still got a podcast tonight. So stay on this channel. Hit subscribe if you haven't. Like this video, and man, hit that notification bell. I'll be back in about 30 minutes or so with some new content. So thank you guys. Dale, any parting words, my friend?
No, I didn't think that your audience liked me very much because I have had some harsh things to say about the 49ers fans, but I think they turned me, and I think I'm friends now with a lot of these people. I've been talking to them for 4 hours. I feel like I'm just getting to know them, so I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Man, I love it. Absolutely incredible. And again, just want to say thank you. And so we'll be back. And as always, faithful, you know how this ends. Stay strong, faithful.